I opened my eyes and found myself clutching a brick. It wasn't a normal brick, though. This one had a faint golden luster and was covered in intricate, fine carvings. It felt ice-cold to the touch and heavy as lead, at least 20 pounds. I was standing on a wide boulevard paved with white jade. Ahead of me stood a massive gateway that towered into the clouds, shimmering with golden light. A plaque hung from the arch with 3 ancient characters carved into it, Southern Heaven Gate. Holy crap, my head started spinning. Just a second ago, I was working at a construction site on the 38th floor. The scaffolding wobbled, I slipped, and I fell. Now I was here. The area was swarming with people, but they weren't normal workers. They looked like immortals. They wore gray and white coarse tunics, looking like characters out of an old kung fu movie, and they all wore cloud-stepping boots. They were rushing back and forth, carrying spirit bricks and jade tiles. "What are you standing there for, rookie?" a gravelly voice barked from behind me. I turned around and saw a burly man with a face full of scars and muscles like boulders. He had a jade whip tucked into his belt and was glaring at me. A badge pinned to his chest read, "Supervisor, Zhao Taiju." I stammered. "I what?" "The expansion of the Southern Heaven Gate is on a tight schedule. The higher-ups are inspecting it in 3 days, and you're over here daydreaming? Get moving." Zhao Taiju lashed his jade whip. A crisp crack echoed through the air, sending a visible ripple through the atmosphere. I instinctively pulled my head back. That feeling was all too familiar. In my past life, I'd spent half my time getting yelled at by foremen on construction sites. I died and traveled to the celestial realm, only to end up moving bricks again. My life was cursed. I looked down at the spirit brick in my hands, then at the other workers. They were light on their feet, carrying 5 or 6 bricks at a time with ease. They had to be cultivators, probably in the chi refinement or foundation building stages. I checked myself. My dantian was empty. I didn't have a single drop of spiritual energy. I was a pure, ordinary mortal. "Move it!" Zhao Taiju roared again, snapping his whip. I gritted my teeth, hugged the 20-pound brick, and followed the line toward the gate. After walking about 200 meters, I saw the full scale of the site. It was a massive platform the size of a dozen football fields. Mountains of spirit bricks and materials were piled everywhere. Streaks of light flew through the sky, immortals using flying swords to transport supplies. The main structure of the gate was 70% finished. Dozens of workers stood on high-altitude scaffolding, working together to hoist a massive golden plaque. "How heavy is that thing?" I muttered. 3,600 pounds. Solid black gold. A scrawny worker nearby answered. "New here? I'm Wang Shun. I've been here 3 months. Ma Mingyuan. Just got here today," I said, dropping the brick at the designated spot and catching my breath. Wang Shun looked me up and down. "With that physique? You're immortal." I nodded. Wang Shun sighed and lowered his voice. "Brother, I'm not trying to be a downer, but it's hard for mortals here. The spirit energy is thin. Working all day drains you until you're as exhausted as a dog. Those with cultivation can do 10 times what we do in a day. Then why not cultivate?" I asked. Wang Shun laughed. "Do you know how expensive cultivation manuals are? The most basic chi induction technique costs 100 spirit bricks in wages. We only earn 1 brick a day. You'd have to work for over 3 months without eating or drinking just to afford it." I went silent. 100 days for the most basic manual? Inflation in heaven was worse than housing prices on earth. And, Wang Shun whispered, glancing at Zhao Taiju, "Supervisor, Zhao has a rule. For the first 7 days, new guys have to hand over 60% of their wages as an entry fee. If you want to save money, you have to survive those 7 days first." I frowned. Was this the celestial realm or a black market brick kiln? "Stop whispering. Get moving." Zhao Tieju's voice boomed like thunder. He lashed the air, scaring the workers into a sprint. I hurried back to the pile for my second brick. As my fingers touched the surface of the next spirit brick, a crisp ding sounded deep in my mind. It felt like a piece of metal had been flicked against my skull. Then, a semi-transparent screen flickered into existence before my eyes. Golden text began to scroll across it. "Celestial infrastructure system activating. Detecting host occupation, construction worker. Mortal match rate, 99.7%. System binding successful. I froze, my hand still resting on the brick. Asterisk welcome to the celestial infrastructure system. Detecting current task, transporting spirit bricks. System quest generated. Beginner quest. Successfully transport 10 spirit bricks to the designated location. Reward. Complete version of Chi induction technique, spirit root awakening, 1 first, 10 contribution points. My pupils shrank. The Chi induction technique. Just for moving 10 bricks? I looked at the 20-pound brick, then at the quest prompt. A slow smile started to spread across my face. But then, another notification popped up. Warning. Host's current physical condition is extremely weak. It is recommended to complete the quest as soon as possible to begin cultivation. Current remaining lifespan, 72 hours. The smile froze on my face. 72 hours. That was 3 days. I had just arrived in heaven, and before I could even enjoy being an immortal, I was going to kick the bucket. What are you staring at? Move the bricks. Zhao Tieju's roar came from behind me, followed by the crack of his whip against the ground. I snapped out of it. I gritted my teeth and reached down for the brick. The moment my hands gripped it, I gasped. This wasn't a brick, it felt like a small mountain. I strained with all my might, my face turning bright red, but the brick didn't budge. Wang Shun saw me struggling and whispered, "Don't just use brute force. Use a clever angle." First, Wang Shun, you dare encourage him to slack off. Zhao Taiju marched over, raising his whip. Wang Shun ducked his head and went back to work immediately. I took a deep breath and forced myself to stay calm. I had worked on construction sites for 6 years in my past life. I'd moved every kind of brick imaginable. This spirit brick was heavy, but it was shaped like a standard modern brick. There had to be a trick to it. I stared at it, my mind racing. Then, I remembered a tip an old master had taught me. Don't lift with your back, lift with your legs. I changed my stance, squatting low. I gripped the edges of the brick and drove upward with my thighs. There was a soft clack. The brick lifted 2 inches. It worked. I felt a surge of hope. I pulled the brick close to my chest, keeping it steady. My legs felt like jelly, and a sharp pain shot through my feet with every step, but I didn't stop. I kept my eyes locked on the drop-off zone 20 meters away. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5. Sweat poured down my forehead, evaporating into white steam the moment it hit the spirit brick. This kid. Wang Shun glanced over, his eyes wide with surprise. Even Zhao Taiju noticed, though he didn't say anything. 10 meters. 15. My legs began to tremble violently. My arm muscles felt like they were being torn apart. But I had one thought in my head. Move 10 bricks, start cultivating, and stay alive. With 3 meters left, I poured every ounce of strength into my legs. The brick wobbled in my arms, threatening to slip. Steady. Keep it steady. Finally, I reached the spot and let it drop. 1 down. 9 to go. I reached the drop-off zone, but my knees buckled. I collapsed, falling forward with the spirit brick still in my arms. There was a heavy, muffled thud as the bricks slammed onto the pile. I lay there, paralyzed, gasping for air. My lungs burned with every breath. Suddenly, the glowing screen flickered in front of my eyes. Asterisk congratulations. First spirit brick delivered. Progress, 1/10. Remaining lifespan, 71 hours. Asterisk. I didn't have time to celebrate. I forced myself to crawl back up, staggering toward the next one. A 20-pound brick shouldn't have been a problem for an adult man, but these weren't normal bricks. They were infused with a crushing weight that felt like fighting a professional wrestler with every step. By the 5th brick, my hands were shaking uncontrollably. The skin on my palms had rubbed raw, forming bloody blisters that stung like needles. My vision started to go dark. I leaned against the pile, my heart hammering against my ribs. The screen popped up again. Asterisk warning. Physical energy nearly depleted. Complete the task immediately. Remaining lifespan, 70 hours. Asterisk. Stop nagging me. I hissed under my breath. I pushed off my knees and stood up. I looked at the 5 remaining bricks, then at my mangled hands. Suddenly, a memory from my past life clicked. Back on the construction sites, we never just forced bricks together. We looked for the alignment. If these spirit bricks were modeled after real ones, they had to have a trick. I knelt down and inspected the brick. Sure enough, There were shallow grooves on the sides that matched small ridges on the bricks already in the pile. I felt a surge of relief. I didn't need to lift them fully anymore. I tilted the next brick on its side and slid it along the grooves. The resistance dropped by half. It worked. 6th brick, 7th, 8th, 9th. When the final brick clicked into place, the screen erupted in a flash of golden light. Asterisk novice task complete. Rewards issuing, asterisk. A warm current rose from my gut, surging through my limbs and chest. The exhaustion vanished instantly. I watched in disbelief as the bloody blisters on my hands healed in seconds. My breathing leveled out, becoming deep and effortless. Asterisk full version of breath induction art recorded. Spirit root awakening complete. Contribution points, +10, asterisk. Before I could even process the power flowing through me, a new notification appeared. Asterisk new task unlocked. Repair 3 broken steps of the southern heaven gate. Reward, basic invincible Vajra body, asterisk. My eyes lit up. The name alone sounded legendary. But then, I saw the fine print, and my smile died. Asterisk time limit, 2 hours. Failure penalty, -20 contribution points, asterisk. I only had 10 points. If I failed, I'd be in the negatives. This system was definitely playing me. I wiped the dust off my hands and headed toward the stairs. As I rounded the corner toward the southern heaven gate, I froze. The area was already crowded. 6 or 7 men in tattered work clothes stood around a shattered stone step, holding hammers and chisels. New guy. A bald man with a scarred face looked up. His eyes were cold and predatory. I nodded. I'm ManhwaCapped. I took the task to repair the steps. Humph. Another one looking for a death wish. The bald man sneered, tossing his hammer onto the dirt. 3rd Construction District has this area claimed. Go find work somewhere else. I frowned. I thought anyone could take these tasks. A tall, thin man leaning against the wall spoke up slowly. You can take it, but there's an order to things. We've been waiting 3 days for this task to refresh. You're new. Don't you know the rules? I realized what was happening. They were shaking me down. I looked around. The others were gripping their tools tightly, staring me down like a pack of wolves. The thin man continued. Look, friend. Each step repaired gives 3 points of immortal chi. We've waited our turn. It wouldn't be right for a rookie to just jump the line, would it? Immortal chi. So that was the real prize for fixing this place. I kept my face neutral. The system assigned me the task. I don't have a choice. Then wait until we're done, the bald man said, stepping into my path. You haven't even earned enough points to buy a meal yet. Don't get yourself killed. Repairing steps isn't like carrying bricks. If your technique is wrong and the stone cracks, the system will dock your points until you're a walking corpse. I stared at him for a moment. They had the numbers and the experience. Fighting them now was a losing move. Fine, I said, nodding. You guys go ahead. I turned and walked away. Laughter erupted behind me. Newbies are all cowards, someone shouted. I didn't stop, but a small smile played on my lips. I wasn't scared, I was calculating. I found a quiet corner near a shack and sat down, opening my status. Immortal Chi, 0, remaining time, 1 hour and 52 minutes. 8 minutes gone already. I took a deep breath and opened the breath induction art I'd just received. I crossed my legs and followed the instructions. A thin thread of heat rose from my center, flowing through my veins. After 10 minutes, I opened my eyes. A faint golden shimmer flickered in my pupils. It worked. The chi in this place was thin, but the manual was the real deal. If I wanted to get stronger fast, I needed those rewards. I stood up and circled back toward the steps, but I didn't approach the group. I took a long detour, creeping up from the side behind a half-collapsed wall. The bald man's crew was still working, which is to say, they were barely moving. They were taking their time, chiseling slowly at a single stone. Hurry it up, the thin man urged. 1 hour and a half left. Relax, the bald man grinned. When that kid gets desperate, he'll come back and beg us for help. We'll make him do the grunt work, and we'll take the lion's share of the chi. I sneered silently. I moved toward the 3rd step, which was hidden from their line of sight by the ruins. I knelt down and touched the cracked green stone. It was ice-cold and shattered in the center. Repair materials issued. 3 slabs of greenstone, 1 bag of spirit sand mortar. The items appeared in my hands instantly. Drawing on my past life, I cleared the debris, applied the glowing mortar, and began fitting the new stones into place. The mortar burned like fire against my skin, a sign that my mortal body was struggling with the celestial energy, but I gritted my teeth and pressed on. One slab down. Two. I was drenched in sweat, my muscles screaming. I checked the time. 1 hour and 20 minutes left. I had to move faster. Footsteps crunched on the gravel behind me. Damn it. What the hell are you doing? The bald man's roar shattered the silence. My hand jerked, and I nearly dropped the third stone slab right on my toes. I spun around to see him charging toward me with 4 of his lackeys. Their faces were twisted with pure rage. You brat, you actually dared to steal our job? He spat. The tall, thin man ran up behind him. When he saw the 2 steps I had already finished, his face turned a sickly shade of green. Boss, he's already done 2 of them. I stood up slowly and wiped the sweat from my brow. I kept my voice flat. The task was assigned to me. I'm not stealing anything. Bullshit. The bald man lunged forward and grabbed me by the collar, hoisting me up. We've been waiting 3 days for this job to refresh. You're a damn rookie. Who do you think you are, taking our cut? I didn't struggle. I let him hold me, but I kept my eyes locked on his. I stayed calm. You're only this upset because you're afraid I'll take the celestial chi rewards, right? Look, I'll fix mine, you fix yours. We don't have to get in each other's way. Don't get in each other's way? The bald man let out a cold, jagged laugh. Do you have any idea how long we've waited? This repair task only pops up once a month. You're a newcomer who hasn't even earned enough merit points to buy a meal. What right do you have to compete with us? One of his cronies stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. Boss, stop wasting your breath. Let's just break his legs and teach him a lesson he won't forget. My gaze turned cold. I slowly raised my arm and pried the bald man's hand off my collar. I leaned in, speaking 1 word at a time. You can hit me, but you better think about the consequences. I'm here on an official system mission. If something happens to me and the system investigates, none of you are getting away with it. The group froze. They looked at each other, hesitation flickering in their eyes. The bald man's face paled slightly before he finally let go. He glared at me, teeth clenched. You've got guts, kid. Consider yourself lucky today, but we're keeping a tab on this debt. He turned on his heel and stomped away. Before following, the thin man gave me a look that promised violence. Rookie, the heavens aren't as simple as you think. You better pray we don't cross paths during the newcomer evaluation in 3 days. I stood my ground until they disappeared around the ruins. Only then did I let my fists unclench. I looked down at the 2 finished steps and felt a small smirk tug at my lips. A notification pinged in my mind. Asterisk repair progress, February 3rd. Time remaining, 1 hour and 5 minutes. Asterisk. 1 more to go. I knelt down to grab the final slab, but my hand froze in midair. Deep within the foundation of the steps, I saw it. A tiny, hairline fracture was slowly spreading. This wasn't a normal crack. A faint, wispy black mist was seeping out of it. My pupils shrunk. I recognized that mist. It was the same eerie, unsettling energy I had felt coming from the ruins when I first crossed over into this world. I frowned, staring at the black gas. It felt cold, like a draft from a tomb. It didn't belong in this world of light and gold. I reached out to touch it, but the moment my fingertip brushed the edge of the crack, a bone-chilling frost surged up my arm. I yanked my hand back. A thin layer of black vapor clung to my skin before slowly evaporating. The system didn't beep. There was no update, no warning, nothing. That was bad. It meant this thing was either outside the system's detection range, or the system was intentionally ignoring it. I narrowed my eyes but decided not to dig deeper for now. I had a job to finish. I quickly laid the final stone and sealed the mortar. Repair progress, March 3rd. Task complete. Rewards, 30 merit points, 5 heaven contribution points. The points hit my account instantly. I stood up and brushed the dust off my pants, ready to check the merit shop, when the air suddenly grew heavy. A massive, invisible pressure descended from the sky. What is this? I looked up, and my heart skipped a beat. A golden cloud tore through the sky, radiating a light so bright it felt like my retinas were burning. Atop the cloud, a figure stood shrouded in a 7-colored glow. The entire construction site went dead silent. Then, someone screamed, "Princess 7 has arrived." In an instant, every worker on the site dropped to their knees. The bald man was the fastest, slamming his forehead against the dirt. The thin man was trembling beside him. I was a second too slow, and a guy named Fatty Wong grabbed my arm and yanked me down. "What are you doing?" "It's Princess 7. Kneel, you idiot," he hissed, his voice thick with terror and awe. I felt a muscle twitch in my jaw. In my past life, I had bowed to clients, bosses, and bank managers. I didn't think I'd have to do it in the afterlife too. But I wasn't stupid. I dropped to one knee, keeping my head low while peering through the crowd. The golden light faded as a girl in a white silk outfit floated down to the ground. She looked no older than 16 or 17, with features as delicate as a painting. But the celestial aura radiating from her was so intense that no one dared to look her in the eye. She glanced at the sea of kneeling workers and spoke softly. "You may rise." Everyone stood up, but they kept their eyes glued to their boots. The bald man stepped forward, a pathetic, fawning smile plastered on his face. "Princess, we didn't know you were coming. How can we serve you?" She didn't even look at him. Her eyes scanned the crowd and landed directly on me. "You, come here." The silence was deafening. Every head turned toward me. The bald man's face went white, while the thin man sneered, clearly hoping I was in trouble. My stomach sank. I didn't know how I'd caught the attention of royalty, but this usually didn't end well. I walked forward and gave a respectful bow. "How can I help you, Princess?" She looked me up and down, then smiled. "So, you're Lin Yuan." My heart hammered against my ribs. She knew my name. That meant she'd been watching. "I am." "Good." She took 2 steps closer, stopping just a few feet away. Her smile widened. "I'm currently renovating the Jade Pool Villa, and I'm short on reliable help. I heard you did a great job on the stairs, quick hands, and you even know how to use the system to back people off. I like that." I felt a cold sweat on my neck. She knew everything. The princess overpraises me. I was just following the rules. "Don't be modest." She waved her hand dismissively. "I have a task for you. Complete it, and you'll get more merit points than you can count." As she spoke, a notification exploded in my head. Hidden task triggered. Jade Pool Villa renovation. Rank, purple, high tier. Recommendation, accept immediately. I stared into space. The system had never been this enthusiastic before. A purple rank task was leagues above the standard green or blue missions. But a warning bell was screaming in my mind. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Purple rank meant high rewards, but it also meant high lethality. "Well," she tilted her head, her smile never wavering. "Are you unwilling?" The whole site was watching. The bald man was green with envy, and Fatty Wong was frantically gesturing for me to say yes. I took a deep breath. "May I ask what the task is, Princess?" She smiled casually, as if she were asking me to pick up groceries. "It's nothing big. I just need you to help me tear down a spirit beast tower." The entire construction site went deathly quiet. My stomach dropped. The spirit beast towers were where the heavens locked away ancient, monstrous creatures. I'd heard stories that they were filled with the vengeful souls of beasts that could devour a man's soul in seconds. She wanted me to tear it down? That wasn't a job. That was a death sentence. "I'm just a low-level worker," I said, my voice tight. "I'm afraid I'll mess this up." "Don't be afraid," Princess Chi interrupted. She took a step closer, lowering her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "If you agree, I can give you a massive advance on your merit points. I'll even throw in a celestial artifact for protection." She opened her palm. Resting there was a dark green token carved with dense, glowing runes. It pulsed with a faint, rhythmic light. Asterisk system notification, Yaoqi token detected. Once equipped, it can negate 1 lethal magical attack. Asterisk. I swallowed hard. My throat felt dry. This thing was a literal lifesaver, but something still felt wrong. She was a princess of the heavens with thousands of immortal officials at her beck and call. Why was she asking a mortal bricklayer to do her dirty work? What was she hiding? As I hesitated, the system began to vibrate violently in my mind. Asterisk warning. Hidden task countdown starting. 10 seconds remaining. Failure to accept will result in the immediate deduction of 100 merit points and the resetting of all heaven contribution points to 0. I cursed silently. The system was dead set on screwing me over. Princess Chi watched me with a playful smile, dangling the token between her fingers. Well, do you take it? I took a deep breath and looked her straight in the eye. Princess, I'm just a guy who moves bricks. Any immortal official could handle this job perfectly. Why me? I was testing her. I needed to know the catch. She didn't stop smiling. She just rubbed the edge of the token with her thumb. I want to build a private garden, and I don't want too many people knowing about it. You're immortal. You know how to keep your mouth shut. Isn't that reason enough? I stayed silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, a blood-red warning flashed across my vision. Host is attempting to reject a hidden task. According to Heaven Labor Regulation Article 37, rejecting a designated task triggers the punishment mechanism. All current merit points will be forfeited. All construction progress will be cleared. Rewards from the heavenly staircase repair will be revoked. My pupils shrank. Every bit of hard work I'd put in since arriving here was about to be deleted. You have 10 seconds to decide, the princess said, tilting her head. She saw right through me. The countdown hadn't even finished, but I already knew the answer. I didn't have a choice. I'll do it, I said. The words felt like they were being squeezed out of my throat. Princess Chi's smile blossomed. She pressed the token into my hand. That's a good boy. The token felt warm, like polished jade. The moment my fingers closed around it, a golden light surged from the wood and vanished into my palm. Yaoqi token bound to host. Hidden task. Deconstruct Spirit Beast Tower has officially begun. Proceed to the rear mountain within 3 days to confirm the site and resource list. My heart skipped a beat. Deconstruct? You want your private garden built on the foundation of that tower. Is there a problem? She blinked innocently, as if we were discussing what to have for lunch. That tower, it's been abandoned for ages. Nobody touches it because I'll handle the paperwork, she interrupted. You just focus on tearing it down according to the blueprints and clearing the foundation. She pulled a scroll from her sleeve and handed it over. I unrolled it. It was a highly detailed architectural breakdown of a 6-story tower. Every pillar, beam, tile, and brick was labeled. The demolition sequence was mapped out with surgical precision. The more I looked, the more uneasy I felt. The specifications for the materials on this map looked suspiciously similar to the ones I had used to fix the heavenly staircase. I had someone draw those up specifically for this, she said before I could ask. Just follow the plan. I looked up. Her eyes were clear and bright, like a typical rich girl planning a home renovation. But for a split second, I saw a flash of golden light in her gaze. It was the look of a hunter watching a prey animal walk willingly into a trap. What are you staring at? She giggled. You aren't thinking of backing out, are you? The token is bound. There are no refunds. I rolled up the blueprints and tucked them into my shirt. I gave my word. I won't back out. Good. I'll check on your progress in 3 days. She turned and walked away, her silken robes sweeping across the white jade steps, leaving a faint scent of flowers in the air. As soon as she was out of sight, the bald supervisor stomped over, his face green with jealousy. You lucky brat. The princess personally asked you for help? That's like a meat bun falling from the sky. Anyone else would be knocking their head on the floor in thanks. Is that so? I asked, my face expressionless. You think this meat bun is actually edible? He blinked, confused. I didn't wait for an answer. I turned and headed back toward the worksite. Fatty Wong caught up to me, his voice a frantic whisper. Brother Yuan, are you serious? You're really going to tear down the Spirit Beast Tower? Do I look like I have a choice? But that tower. Fatty Wong hesitated. I heard stories. They say a ferocious beast was locked in there years ago. It escaped, and the tower was sealed shut. I stopped in my tracks. The beast escaped, and then they sealed it. Yeah, he nodded. Nobody knows exactly what kind of beast it was, but the immortal guards in charge back then were punished severely. The place has been a wasteland ever since. Nobody dares go near it. I gripped the blueprints in my pocket. An abandoned tower that once held a monster. A princess who wanted it gone for a private garden. What was she really hiding? The sense of dread in my gut was screaming, but the system's clock was still ticking in my ear. 3 days. I only had 3 days. I took a deep breath and started walking toward the rear mountain. Whatever secrets were buried in that tower, I had to survive walking in before I could worry about walking out. The night air in the heavens was chillingly still. I stood 100 meters away from the Spirit Beast Tower, hidden in the shadows. In the moonlight, the tower cast a long, jagged silhouette that looked like a tombstone. I pulled out the blueprints again. At first glance, it was a beautiful design: pavilions, rockeries, flowing water. But as I studied the layout of the 9 winding paths surrounding the central pagoda, my blood ran cold. Back in my old life, when I was working construction, I'd spent time with an old master who knew the secrets of ancient layouts. He used to say that geometry wasn't just for balance, it was for control. A 9-turn corridor circling the center, I whispered to myself. This isn't a garden. It's a soul-locking tomb. The central pagoda wasn't a place for tea. It was the eye of a seal. The 9 paths were spiritual chains designed to pin something down forever. I looked up at the tower. In the darkness, the structure seemed to pulse with a faint, sickly light, like something inside was still gasping for air. Princess Chi didn't want a garden. She wanted to replace an old cage with a new one. And I was the one holding the key. The realization hit me like a bucket of ice water. This wasn't just a garden. Princess Chi wanted to build a soul-locking tomb directly on top of the Spirit Beast Tower. My back went cold as I remembered the system's warning. The difficulty for this hidden mission was maxed out. One wrong move, and I was dead. The princess was forcing my hand. But why? I forced myself to stay calm and looked at the blueprints again. I had to understand her true motive, or I'd just be walking into a bigger trap after these 3 days were up. A small detail in the garden layout caught my eye. At the end of each of the 9 winding paths, there was a stone tablet. Each one was carved with different runes. I didn't recognize the symbols, but their positions felt familiar. They matched the ancient patterns I'd seen back on construction sites in my old life. A spirit-dissolving array, I whispered. The words made my own skin crawl. As the name suggested, this array was designed to dissolve all spiritual energy. It was incredibly difficult to set up. You needed perfect timing, the right location, and specific runes to make it work. Princess Chi wasn't building a garden. She was laying a trap. It was a dual-layer formation designed to both lock and dissolve spirit energy. A terrifying thought crossed my mind. Whatever was locked inside that tower wasn't just some common beast. I thought about the princess's innocent, youthful face and then looked at the lethal blueprints in my hand. How many secrets was this little girl hiding? I tucked the blueprints away and took a deep breath. I had to keep my cool. I'd already accepted the mission, and the system had locked my exit. I only had 3 days. But if I built this thing exactly as planned, who knew what kind of hell I'd unleash? I looked toward the Spirit Beast Tower. Was there a connection between the system's demolition task and the princess's garden task? If I tore down half the tower and built the garden on top, the array would suppress the leaking energy immediately. What exactly was she trying to keep down? The night grew deeper. I heard the rhythmic footsteps of heavenly soldiers on patrol and ducked into the shadows. My mind raced. I had 2 choices: follow the princess's orders exactly, or follow them on the surface while leaving myself a back door. I chose the latter. I memorized every detail of the blueprints before hiding them in my robe. If she had a hidden agenda, I needed an escape plan. Suddenly, the system pinged in my ear. 2 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes left. Time was running out. I marched toward the tower to check the spiritual fluctuations for myself. But after 3 steps, a sharp, stabbing pain exploded in my skull. I froze. It felt like a needle had been driven through my very soul. I grabbed my head, swaying on my feet. The pain lasted only seconds, but I was drenched in a cold sweat. I gritted my teeth and looked up. A dull, dark red light was pulsing from inside the tower. It looked like a giant eye staring right at me. I watched that red light for 3 minutes until it finally faded into the dark. The feeling of being watched didn't go away, though. It felt like invisible hands were gripping the back of my neck. Interesting, I muttered, rubbing my temples. The tower was dangerous. Just getting close triggered a physical reaction. Whatever was inside was far worse than the princess had let on. The next morning, I arrived at the construction site. Today's job was laying the foundation for the array. The princess's craftsmen were already busy. I noticed the leader was a new guy with a small mustache. I didn't see any of the workers from yesterday. Superintendent Ma, the mustache man said, handing me a list. We need to finish the foundation today. The materials are ready. We just need you to mark the positions. I checked the list and frowned. The materials were 30% higher than what the blueprints called for. Most of the extra was soul-suppressing sand, a dark red powder used to forcibly crush a spirit's energy. The princess was getting impatient. She wasn't even trying to hide her intent anymore. Fine, let's get to work, I said, acting natural. I started marking the lines slowly. I measured every single point multiple times. The mustache man paced nearby, rubbing his hands, clearly wanting to rush me. Every time he opened his mouth to complain, I shut him down with a single look. What's the rush? I asked without looking up. If the foundation isn't stable, the whole thing collapses. How long have you been in this business? He shut up and backed off. By noon, the site felt like a furnace. I finished the last line and stood up, but my vision went black for a second. I grabbed a nearby pillar to steady myself. Sunstroke is a bitch, isn't it, kid? A raspy voice asked from behind me. I turned to see an old man sitting on a stone block in the corner. He was puffing on a tobacco pipe and smiling at me. He wore tattered gray robes and had a face full of wrinkles, but his eyes were bright, like two little flames. Who are you? I asked, staying alert. Just the gatekeeper, he said, tapping his pipe. The big shots are afraid people will steal the materials, so they stuck me here. I was here yesterday too. You were just too busy to notice me. I remembered seeing an old man napping in the guard shack yesterday. But how would a simple gatekeeper know about my condition? You used to be a builder? He squinted, blowing a cloud of smoke into the air. I built a few palaces in the heavens back in the day. Then I offended someone important and got sent to watch gates. It's been 500 years. 500 years. My heart skipped a beat. This old man knew the ins and outs of this place. Why was he talking to me? Don't look so nervous, the old man said, lowering his voice. I didn't see a thing. I just like the way you work. You remind me of myself. This tower isn't a job you just finish. If you want to save your life, you might want to curve those lines 3 more times over there. He pointed toward the foundation lines I had just finished drawing. Add 3 more curves right there, he rasped. I froze. According to the blueprints, this section was supposed to be a straight line. Adding 3 curves meant creating 3 extra turning points. It would mess with the entire load-bearing structure. Then it hit me. I remembered the modified patterns on the blueprints I saw yesterday. Those lines followed the foundation. If the foundation stayed straight, the energy would flow directly into the core of the spirit-dissolving array. But if I added those curves, the flow would be interrupted. I would be creating breakpoints. This was the key to breaking the array. Sir, I turned around to thank him, but the stone block was empty. The old man was gone. Only a faint scent of tobacco mixed with a strange floral fragrance lingered in the air. I looked down at the ground near the stone. There was a small symbol drawn in tobacco ash. It wasn't a standard heavenly realm rune. It looked like an ancient script from a time long forgotten. I knelt down, reaching out to touch it. The moment my fingertip brushed the ash, the symbol dissolved into a wisp of blue smoke and vanished. I took a deep breath and stood up. This gatekeeper was no ordinary old man. To survive 500 years in the heavenly realm and move like a ghost on a guarded construction site meant he had a powerful force backing him. But why help me? Was this an act of kindness, or just another trap? I looked toward the entrance. The old man was back in his guard shack, eyes closed, napping as if nothing had happened. I pulled my gaze away and grabbed my ink fountain. The mustache-clad leader scurried over. Superintendent Ma, the lines are done. Can we start the work now? Not yet, I said, my voice firm. I knelt back down and repositioned my tools according to the old man's advice. I think these beams are misaligned. I need to change them. The man's face soured. They're already drawn. Changing them is a massive headache, and we'll have to adjust the materials. I said change them, so we changed them. I snapped. I didn't give him a choice. My hands moved fast, snapping 3 clean, sharp curves into the dirt. As the final line hit the ground, I felt a faint tremor beneath my feet. It was as if something deep inside the Spirit Beast Tower was reacting to the change. My heart hammered against my ribs. High above, at the very top of the tower, a slender figure stood by a window watching the sight. Interesting, a soft voice whispered, a playful smirk tugging at their lips. I wiped the sweat from my forehead. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the old gatekeeper wink at me. The tremor died down, but the eerie feeling remained. I looked back at the guard shack, but the old man had pulled his head back inside. "Master Ma, that's quite a change you made," the mustache leader said, reappearing at my side. He squinted at the lime lines on the ground. "You've curved all the way into the garden zone. The princess didn't allocate that much land for this." My chest tightened, but I kept my face expressionless. "The blueprints say the tower covers 4 acres and 3 points. I measured it. This is exactly that size. Not a hair more, not a hair less." He raised an eyebrow and stepped closer. "So you're saying the previous measurements were wrong?" "Not wrong, just misaligned," I explained, pointing at the lines. The original lines were off by 2 degrees to the east. I straightened the orientation, so naturally, it shifted west. "There's empty space in the garden anyway. It won't interfere with anything." He stared at me for a long time, then suddenly smiled. "Fine, you're the master craftsman. You call the shots. But don't delay the schedule. The foundation must be poured within 3 days." He turned and walked away. I watched his back, my nerves pulled taut. The man was too smooth. He seemed easygoing, but his eyes were constantly dissecting every detail. I looked down at the new path of the foundation. By shifting the lines, I had enclosed the southeast corner of the garden. An old locust tree stood there, its thick branches casting heavy shadows. It looked at least 100 years old. I walked over to the tree and knelt, brushing away the loose soil near the roots. The dirt was soft, like it had been recently disturbed. My heart skipped a beat. I looked around, but the workers were busy. No one was watching. I dug faster. Soon, I uncovered a shallow pit the size of a wash basin. At the bottom, I didn't find dirt. I found a slab of green stone, polished smooth by human hands. I tapped it. It sounded hollow. There was a space underneath. Suddenly, red light flashed across my vision. A system prompt appeared. Asterisk hidden structure discovered. Location, under the tree at the southeast corner of the foundation. Structure matches ancient heavenly realm array characteristics. Stealthy investigation recommended. Asterisk. I stood up abruptly, ready to report this to Princess Chi. But I stopped after one step. Something was wrong. In a normal build, you report a discovery immediately. But the blueprints were altered, the supervisor was suspicious, and the gatekeeper was dropping cryptic hints. If the princess wanted this tower built, she had to know about this hollow space. If she knew and didn't tell anyone, she wanted it kept secret. If I reported it now, I wouldn't find the truth. I'd just be silenced, and the hole would be sealed forever. My palms were slick with sweat. I made a choice. I quickly shoved the dirt back into the pit and covered it with fallen leaves. From the outside, it looked untouched. "Master Ma, what are you doing over there?" a worker asked, carrying a shovel. "Checking if the root system affects the foundation," I said, patting the dust off my hands. "It's fine. Just dig an extra 30 centimeters around here to clear the roots." The worker nodded and went to grab his team. I took a final look at the locust tree. I had to come back alone tonight. At sunset, the mustache leader did his rounds. He stopped in front of the tree. "What's the plan for this tree?" "The roots are too dense," I said casually. "I'll clear them out after we pour the foundation." He nodded and left without another word. My gut twisted. He was too calm. In this place, being that unbothered usually meant you already knew the ending. Night fell. The sounds of snoring filled the barracks. I crept out of bed, grabbing a small trowel and a lantern. I slipped into the darkness. Under the moonlight, the locust tree looked like a giant, reaching claw. I reached the trunk and started digging, much more carefully this time. The stone slab appeared. I tried to pry it open with the trowel, but it wouldn't budge. I jammed a metal spike into the edge and threw my weight into it. Crack! The slab groaned and shifted. My heart skipped a beat. I didn't stop. I threw every ounce of strength I had into the lever until the stone slab finally groaned and slid back, revealing a narrow crack. A gust of cold, damp air rushed out, smelling heavily of wet earth and rot. I lowered my lantern into the opening. The light flickered against a hollow chamber about 2 meters deep and maybe 3 meters wide. It was lined with neat, gray bricks and had a perfectly smooth floor. I hesitated for a second, my pulse drumming in my ears, before I carefully climbed down inside. In the corner sat a stone box, about half a meter tall. I approached it cautiously. The lid wasn't sealed, it slid open with a light push. Inside, I found a roll of bamboo slips and a jade tablet the size of my palm. A single character was carved into the front, Jade. My pupils contracted. I flipped the tablet over. On the back, several lines of ancient, weathered text were etched into the stone. I could just barely make them out. Year of the EC. The demon-suppressing tower collapsed. Demonic energy pierced the heavens. The celestial envoy, by imperial decree, rebuilt the tower. This first foundation stone serves as the heart of the array. My fingers started to tremble. This spirit beast tower wasn't just a building. Something had been pinned beneath it for a very long time. Suddenly, footsteps thudded directly above my head. They were getting closer. My heart hammered against my ribs. I didn't have time to think. I shoved the bamboo slips and the jade tablet into my robe, scrambled out of the hole, and slammed the slab back into place. I kicked the loose dirt over it, smoothing it out just as I stood up. "Working late, Master Ma?" A voice called out from behind me. My stomach did a violent flip. I turned around. The mustache leader was standing there in the moonlight, holding a windproof lantern. He had a strange, half-smile on his face that didn't reach his eyes. "Couldn't sleep," I said, patting the dirt off my hands. I took a walk. The soil here is soft, and I was worried about the foundation. "Oh." He took 2 steps closer, his lantern casting long, dancing shadows across the ground. "Master Ma is certainly dedicated. But what's so interesting under an old locust tree?" My heart sank. I'd filled the hole in a hurry, and the ground looked disturbed. He definitely noticed. "Nothing much," I said, keeping my voice flat. I pointed at the ground. "The soil layer here is noticeably looser than the rest. I suspect there might be a cavity underneath." The mustache leader knelt down. He pinched a bit of dirt, sniffed it, and rubbed it between his fingers. The gesture made a chill run down my spine. "Indeed," he said, standing back up and brushing his hands. "Tomorrow, I'll have the men bring a probe. If there's a hole, we need to handle it early." He sounded casual, but I noticed his eyes linger on the roots of the tree for a fraction of a second. It wasn't the way you look at a tree. It was the way you look at the face of an old acquaintance. "Right. We'll talk tomorrow then," I said, forcing a yawn. "I'm heading back. I have to be up early for the pour." I walked away at a steady pace, trying to look natural. Behind me, he just stood there, staring at the dirt. Back in the barracks, I leaned against the door and let out a shaky breath. The jade tablet was pressing painfully against my ribs. I pulled it out. It was ice cold. Those words on the bamboo kept flashing in my mind. What exactly was buried under this tower? The year of the EC, that was ages ago. I was about to take another look at the tablet when a soft knock hit the door. "Master Ma, are you awake?" It was a woman's voice, clear, with a hint of a lazy drawl. I shoved the jade under my pillow and pulled the door open. Princess Chi stood there in a moon-white dress that swayed in the night breeze. She was holding a stone container. "Your Highness," I stammered, caught off guard. "It's late. What are you?" "I heard you had a bit of an unpleasant run-in with that dog, Jiang, today." She smiled and walked inside. "I had my people stew some bird's nest soup for you. Consider it an apology." "An apology?" I was even more confused. "For what?" "He's a supervisor, but I'm the princess. Ultimately, he works for me," she said, setting the container on the table. A sweet aroma filled the room. "When my people cause you trouble, it's only right I show some courtesy." I looked at the soup, but my internal alarms were screaming. A princess hand-delivering soup in the middle of the night. Something was wrong. "You're too kind, Highness. A few words on a construction site is normal," I said, making no move to touch the bowl. Besides, Supervisor Jiang was just following the rules. "You're a sensible man." She sat on the edge of my bed, her eyes wandering around the cramped, dingy shack. "Can you get used to living like this? I could have them find you a better courtyard." "No need. This is fine. It's close to the site." She nodded. The silence that followed was heavy and suffocating. Then, she spoke again. I heard you were wandering around the Spirit Beast Tower quite a bit today. My muscles tensed. Yes, we're pouring the foundation tomorrow. I wanted to be sure. Oh, her fingers tapped rhythmically against the stone container. And did you find anything? Her tone was light, like a casual question, but her eyes were locked onto mine. I scratched my head, acting puzzled. If you mean anything unusual, the soil under that locust tree is soft. I think there's a hollow space. I actually just ran into Supervisor Jiang and told him about it. Her expression didn't change. She kept smiling. But I saw it. The corner of her eye twitched. It wasn't a normal flinch. It was the look of someone who had just heard a stranger whisper their darkest secret. A hollow space? She picked up a teacup and took a sip. What kind? I don't know yet. We'll probe it tomorrow. She set the cup down and walked to the door. She paused, looking back over her shoulder. Master Ma, when you work for the heavens, sometimes seeing too much isn't a good thing. A cold shiver raced down my back. She knew. You're right, Highness, I said. I'm just a guy who moves bricks. I don't look at things that aren't my business. Good. She smiled and stepped out into the night. Rest well. I shut the door and stood there, my palms slick with sweat. I walked to the bed and pulled the jade tablet from under the pillow. It glowed with a faint, ghostly light in the dark. I flipped it over. There was a deep crack on the back now, a crack that looked like it had been forced open from the inside. Night fell deeper, and the entire academy went silent. I lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, my breathing steady as if I were asleep. But my hand was inching toward the jade. Her warning was a needle in my brain. Seeing too much isn't a good thing. What did she know? Was she testing me? I licked my dry lips and sat up. The moonlight was a sickly pale white. The other craftsmen were snoring like thunder. I stepped onto the floor barefoot, holding my breath, and pulled on my clothes. I had to go back tonight. I crept out of the barracks, moving like a ghost. The night air was freezing, filled with a thin, unnatural mist. I reached the locust tree and stopped. The ground had been leveled. Several heavy stone slabs had been laid over the spot, pinned down tight. I let out a sharp, silent breath. The fact that they'd covered it so perfectly proved I was right. There was something here. I knelt down, my fingers finding the gap between the slabs. I tried to pry one up, but it wouldn't budge. I frowned and reached into my pocket, my fingers brushing against the cold, cracked jade. The jade tablet felt ice-cold in my hand. The cracks were spreading fast, reaching toward the edges like a spider web. I hesitated for a few seconds, my heart hammering against my ribs. Then, I pressed the jade firmly against the stone slab. Click! The heavy stone suddenly sank. It made a tiny, sharp sound that seemed deafening in the silence. A dark fissure opened in the ground, and a blast of freezing air rushed out, making my scalp tingle with cold. I dropped to my knees and peered into the gap. It was pitch black. Pure, absolute nothingness. System, I whispered in my mind. Scan the underground structure. The system whirred to life. A second later, the results flashed before my eyes. Asterisk scanning complete. Current location, Heavenly Court Artificial Underground Labyrinth. Designation, Sky Prison Bottom Realm, floor -18. My pupils constricted. Floor -18? I thought I'd stumbled onto a storage pit or a secret room, but this was a massive underground maze. And if I was standing on the 18th level down, what was beneath my feet? Was the entire Heavenly Court built on top of a massive dungeon? A red warning flashed in my vision. Warning: current area suppressed by ancient seals. System scanning range limited. Suggest host proceed with extreme caution. I took a deep breath and gritted my teeth. I wasn't turning back now. I squeezed through the gap and dropped down. My feet hit the ground with a wet splash, like I'd stepped into a puddle. I crouched there for a moment, letting my eyes adjust to the gloom. A narrow corridor slowly emerged from the dark. The stone walls on both sides were covered in dense, glowing runes. They gave off a faint, sickly green light, flickering like ghost fires. I reached out and touched the wall. The moment my finger brushed a rune, a bone-chilling cold shot up my arm and straight to my chest. I shivered violently, but kept moving. Eventually, I hit a dead end, a massive stone door. There was no handle and no keyhole. Instead, there was a circular groove carved into the center. Below it, A line of small text was etched into the rock. I leaned in close to read it. Sky Command Decree. Those who enter without permission shall have their souls extinguished. I swallowed hard. My gaze dropped to the groove. The shape looked familiar. I pulled out the jade tablet and held it up. It was a perfect match. This wasn't just a souvenir from Princess Chi. It was a key. My mind started racing. Why would the princess give me something that could open a forbidden underground labyrinth? Did she not know what it was? Or was she leading me here on purpose? It didn't matter. I was already here. I pressed the jade into the groove. Catch it. Heavy gears groaned deep inside the door. Something massive was being pulled back. Then, a blinding white light erupted from the seam, turning the corridor as bright as day. I threw my arm up to shield my eyes. When the light finally faded, I lowered my arm and froze. Behind the door wasn't a room. It was a staircase leading down. The steps were made of white jade, glowing with a soft, warm light. The staircase was suspended in midair, with a bottomless void on either side. Purple mist drifted through the darkness like ghosts. Sweat beaded on my forehead. Suddenly, the system pinged again. Asterisk dense archive nodes detected. Current level, floor -1. Archive grade, top secret heaven files. Scope, ancient realms, celestial power transitions, drunken immortal path, asterisk. My heart skipped a beat. Top secret files, power transitions. Back when I was a common laborer, I used to hear old craftsmen brag about the heavenly court's deepest secrets being buried underground. I thought they were just telling tall tales. I never expected it to be real. I thought back to that half-dug hole under the locust tree. Was that just the tip of the iceberg? I took a deep breath and stepped onto the first jade stair. Cold air surged up through the soles of my feet, making my teeth chatter, but I didn't stop. The stairs wound down endlessly. With every floor I passed, I saw more stone doors, each marked with different runes and numbers. Floor -2. The runes looked like heavy chains wrapped in black smoke. Floor -3. A thick, blood-red light leaked through the door cracks. Floor -4. I started moving faster. A sense of dread was clawing at my throat. When I reached the corner of floor -5, I stopped dead. One of the doors was broken. The runes were shattered, radiating outward as if something had slammed into the door from the inside with incredible force. A wisp of black smoke drifted out, forming a distorted, screaming face in the air before vanishing. Cold sweat soaked my back. I pressed myself against the wall, staring at the cracked door. Warning, the system flashed. Floor -5 seal is damaged. Time of breach unknown. Suggest host leave immediately. I looked down at the stairs. There were 13 more floors to go. I hadn't even scratched the surface of the truth yet. But the system didn't give warnings for no reason. Just then, I heard it. A faint, rhythmic sound from far above. Asterisk thump. Thump. Asterisk footsteps. Someone was coming down. The blood rushed to my head. I spun around, stayed low to the wall, and sprinted back up the stairs like a cat. The footsteps got louder, accompanied by a raspy, muttering voice. I told them not to let him come. That kid actually showed up anyway. It was the mustache-clad craftsman leader. I pressed my back against the cold stone, holding my breath until my lungs burned. The footsteps were getting closer, each one thumping in time with my pulse. How did he know I was here? Did the princess tell him, or had he been watching me the whole time? Wait, if he wanted to catch me, he wouldn't be muttering to himself. He sounded annoyed, like he was complaining about someone else's decision. I watched the shadow creeping around the corner. I didn't wait to see his face. I turned and bolted up the stairs. Stop right there, he shouted. I didn't look back. I took the steps 3 at a time. The flickering lamps cast long, jagged shadows against the walls. Just as I reached the top, a dull boom echoed from below. Someone had reached the door. I didn't hesitate. I snatched the jade tablet from the groove and slipped out through the side gate of the academy. I ran all the way back to the servant quarters, my heart hammering against my ribs. I burst into the old gatekeeper's shack, but I stopped short. The room was empty. A faint trail of blue smoke rose from the lamp on the table. The bed was made perfectly, looking like it hadn't been slept in at all. I rushed over and felt the blankets. They were cold. When did the old man leave? I turned around and noticed a scrap of paper on the table, pinned down by a heavy iron hammer. The wind whistling through the window cracks made the edges flutter. I picked it up. The handwriting was messy and rushed. "Kid, don't look for me. I'm already gone. There's something under the bedboard. See for yourself." I didn't waste a second. I flipped the old man's bedboard over. The wood creaked and groaned, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside lay a yellowed, secret letter with frayed edges. I opened it, and the handwriting inside was completely different, sharp, powerful, and elegant. To whoever follows, if you are reading this, it means I have already met my end. I was the chief architect for the previous Jade Emperor, tasked with designing the heavenly court's arrays and secret chambers. The Sky Prison Bottom Realm was my design. 700 years ago, during construction, I discovered an anomaly beneath the heavenly ley lines. The letter said there was a power sealed beneath the tower that shouldn't exist. The author wasn't sure what it was, only that he'd been ordered to bury it forever under a ninefold array. Every craftsman involved, including his own disciples, had been silenced, murdered to keep the secret. He was the only one who escaped, hiding for 700 years. He'd spent those centuries investigating and discovered a terrifying truth. The person who ordered the seal wasn't the Jade Emperor. The real Emperor had vanished long before then. I felt a chill run down my spine. My fingers trembled as I read on. "Successor, beware of Princess Chi. She acts like she is helping you, but she has found the heavenly court's fatal weakness, that seal. If it breaks, the entire heavenly court will collapse." The last line was written with such force the brush had nearly torn the paper. "All she needs is a key to open the seal. And you are that key." I stared at those words, my palms slick with cold sweat. I wanted to read it again, but heavy footsteps thudded outside. It wasn't just one person. I shoved the letter into my tunic, flipped the bedboard back into place, and ducked behind the door. The footsteps stopped. A cold, mechanical voice called out, "ManhwaCapped. Princess Chi requests your presence." I didn't move. 3 seconds passed. "The princess said you must come now." I took a slow, steadying breath. Why now? Did she find out I went into the labyrinth? Did she know the old man was gone? Or did she already know I'd seen the letter? I reached into my pocket and felt the sharp edge of the jade tablet. The cold touch calmed me. I pushed the door open, forcing a dumb, honest grin onto my face. "Sorry about that. I was napping in the back. Didn't hear you." 3 heavenly soldiers in gold armor stood there. The leader stared at me, expressionless. The princess said immediately, "Do not delay." I nodded and followed them out. As we left the courtyard, I glanced back at the empty shack. Who was that old man? How did that letter survive 7 centuries? And more importantly, did the princess know he was gone? We rounded a corner, and I nearly slammed into a man in a gray robe. He was hunched over, head down, walking fast. Sorry, he muttered. He looked up, and my pupils constricted. It was the old gatekeeper's face. But his eyes were different. They weren't cloudy or vacant anymore. They were sharp, bright, and filled with a strange, knowing smile. "Kid," he whispered, his voice low and urgent. "Don't go with her. She's been waiting for this day for 700 years. Before I could respond, he turned and vanished into a nearby stone statue. He was just gone. I stood there, frozen. "ManhwaCapped. Move," the soldier barked. I started walking, but suddenly, the letter in my shirt felt like a hot iron against my skin. I looked down. A thin wisp of black smoke was curling out from my collar. I ignored the smoke as best I could, tucking the letter deeper into my robes. The soldiers were losing their patience. "What are you staring at? Her Highness is waiting." "Coming," I said, my mind racing. The old man was gone. The letter was smoking. The princess had been waiting 7 centuries. It all pointed to one thing. I shouldn't go. But refusing an order from a princess was a death sentence. I couldn't fight these soldiers. I had to buy time. When we reached the site, Princess Chi was standing by the foundation. She wore a simple white dress, her hair flowing over her shoulders. She looked elegant and kind, but looking at her now made my skin crawl. "You're here," she said with a smile. "Let's begin the foundation for the garden today." I nodded and pulled out the blueprints. I started directing the craftsmen to dig, but I wasn't focused on the work. I kept watching her out of the corner of my eye. She stood nearby, watching my every move with an intensity that felt like greed. She wasn't watching the work. She was watching me. Suddenly, a chime rang out in my head. Ding. System detected. Host has completed the 9th construction project. System upgrade in progress. I blinked. This was the first time the system had upgraded since I arrived. A progress bar appeared in my vision, moving at a snail's pace. 1%, 2%. I kept pretending to work, my heart hammering as I watched the bar. After a grueling hour, it finally hit 100%. Ding. System upgrade complete. New function unlocked. Architectural X-ray. The system explained I could now use my intent to scan any structure within 100 meters, including hidden compartments, secret passages, and traps. My heart leaped. I looked up at the Spirit Beast Tower. I'd been repairing its exterior for days, but I'd never seen the inside. I closed my eyes and focused. The solid stone walls and pillars became transparent. I saw golden lines of energy flowing through the structure like veins in a body. It was incredible. Then, I shifted my gaze downward, beneath the ground. I gasped. The earth beneath the tower wasn't solid. It was a hive of interconnected chambers and tunnels stretching right to where I was standing, directly under the garden's foundation. Some chambers were shaped like coffins. Others looked like altars, carved with twisted, eerie runes. I felt my throat go dry. I pushed my vision deeper into the hidden rooms. Skeletons. Dozens of them. Some were perfectly intact. Others were shattered, as if they'd died screaming and struggling. But the most terrifying part was their orientation. Every single skull was pointed toward one spot, the center of the garden foundation, exactly where I was supposed to build the pavilion. Cold sweat soaked my shirt instantly. I snapped my eyes open. Princess Chi was staring at me, still smiling. "What's wrong?" she asked softly. "You look pale." "It's nothing," I forced out. "Just tired." "Then take a break," she said, patting my shoulder. "The foundation is done. Tomorrow, we build the pavilion." My stomach dropped. The skeletons were all aimed at that pavilion. This wasn't a place for flowers. It was a seal. "Understood," I said. She walked away, satisfied. As soon as she was out of sight, I pulled up the system panel. A new warning was flashing in bright red. Asterisk warning. Large-scale underground seal detected. Seal core is only 3 meters from host's current coordinates. Seal integrity is failing. Seal guardian is deceased. Asterisk. My hand shook, nearly dropping the blueprints. The seal was breaking. The guardian was dead. And the princess wanted me to build right on top of it. She didn't want a garden. She was planning to blow the entire place to hell. The machine core was only 3 meters away from me. I took a deep breath, forcing my racing heart to slow down. Princess Chi's intentions were crystal clear now, but a more urgent question burned in my mind. How many more of these hidden compartments were buried under the Spirit Palace? I quietly activated my building X-ray vision. The ground beneath my feet turned transparent, like I was looking at a massive medical scan of the entire palace foundation. 3 meters down, the earth was packed with hidden cells arranged like a honeycomb. I saw withered bones, ritual artifacts, and yellowing talismans. There were things down there I didn't even recognize, all sealed away in their own little stone boxes. At the very center sat a massive sealing array. Cracks webbed across it like a shattered windshield. The central crystal was already half broken. The system's voice echoed in my head. "Seal Guardian is deceased." It felt like a physical weight pressing on my chest. I swallowed hard and forced myself to look away. I needed to know one thing. Was Princess Chi the only one playing a dangerous game in the heavenly realm? When work wrapped up for the evening, I made an excuse to scout the next day's construction site. Instead, I wandered off alone through the celestial grounds. I bypassed the southern heaven gate and headed toward the estate of Great White Venus. He was an old-timer in the court, always smiling, always acting like he didn't have a care in the world. But his mansion told a different story. I stood outside his perimeter wall and flicked on my X-ray vision. My sight pierced through the thick stone. Inside his study, behind a massive bookshelf, there was a narrow secret passage leading to a basement. It wasn't a large room. In the center sat a stone table with a single, yellowed ancient book. There was no title on the cover, but the aura coming off it was so intense it distorted my vision. I squinted, trying to read the pages, but the book was wrapped in a layer of forbidden paper. Even my system couldn't see through it. What kind of secret would a man like Great White Venus need to hide that deeply? I marked the coordinates and kept moving. My next stop was the palace of pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li Jing. He was the commander-in-chief of Heaven's armies, a man of absolute authority. His armory was a fortress guarded by elite soldiers. But 5 meters beneath that armory, I saw 7 bronze pillars. They were covered in runes and linked by heavy iron chains, forming a perfect circle. In the very middle hung a bronze mirror covered in cracks. It was an ancient restriction, a powerful, old-school seal. Why would the General of the Heavens have something like that buried under his weapons? I didn't have time to overthink it. I hurried to my last target, the estate of the Star Lord of Literature. It was the most elegant place in heaven, located near the Eastern Gate. The Star Lord was known for being refined and aloof, keeping his doors open and his home unguarded. But under his study, I found another secret room. It was empty of furniture, but the walls were covered in wall-to-wall text. I didn't recognize a single character. It wasn't the common language of the gods or even ancient script. They looked like lost primordial symbols. They pulsed with an eerie red light, squirming on the stone like living insects. I felt a chill run down my spine. One by one, I checked the estates of other high-ranking officials. The results were terrifying. Almost every big player in the heavenly realm was hiding something. Secret rooms, hidden compartments, forbidden artifacts. All of it was buried underground, masked by layers of deception. I stood at the Lingyun Ferry, watching the sky turn dark. This was the supreme divine realm, the shining peak of the 3 worlds. On the surface, it was all graceful immortals and holy mist. But beneath those divine robes, everyone was hiding something filthy. Princess Chi wanted to blow up a palace. Great White Venus was hiding forbidden books. The Heavenly King had his secret seals, and the Star Lord had his crawling runes. What were these perfect gods so afraid of? What were they actually fighting for? I clenched my fists. I was just a mortal man who happened to be good at construction. Before the system dragged me here, I hadn't even seen a temple, let alone the heavens. Now, I was neck-deep in the darkest secrets of the gods. Princess Chi wanted to use me as a fuse. The others had their own hidden agendas. I was caught right in the middle, and any one of them could crush me like an ant if they felt like it. No, I hissed through gritted teeth. I'm not dying here. I had to survive. And to do that, I had to figure out what they were all hiding. Just as I turned to head back to the site, my system panel flashed with a new notification. Asterisk new mission. Investigate the Spirit Palace Underground Mechanism Core. Difficulty, extreme. Reward, unlock building reinforcement ability, asterisk. I froze. Building reinforcement? A thought struck me. Princess Chi wanted me to build that pavilion to break the seal and destroy the palace. But what if I reinforced the seal instead? What if I fixed the broken mechanism she was trying to exploit? I looked toward the Spirit Palace. Princess Chi was waiting for me to start work. But now, I had a card of my own to play. You want to blow it up? I whispered with a cold smile. Well, I'm going to fix it. I walked back to the site, my footsteps heavier and more determined than ever. Behind me, in the depths of the Star Lord's study, the runes on the wall gave a faint, sickly flicker. When I got back to the construction area, I saw a suspicious cloud drifting toward me. 2 celestial maids stood on top, carrying jade trays piled with glowing treasures. Master Ma, the lead maid said with a sweet smile. Princess Chi has sent some celestial gifts to reward you for your hard work. My internal alarms went off instantly. I'd known the princess for 3 days. Why was she suddenly showering me with treasures? The princess is too kind, I said, bowing slightly. I'm just a humble craftsman. I don't deserve this. The maid giggled. Don't be modest. The princess is very pleased with the foundation. These are extra rewards. She pulled back the red silk covering the trays. There was a glowing green jade slip, a chunk of purple crystal the size of a fist, and a stalk of golden lingji mushroom that radiated pure energy. The other workers nearby gasped. A 10,000-year golden lingji? Purple crystal for forging divine weapons? The princess was being insanely generous. I kept my face neutral, but my heart sank. There's no such thing as a free lunch, especially from someone who wants you dead. I forced a smile and thanked them, promising to do my best on the pavilion. Once they were gone, I ducked into a quiet corner and had the system scan the items. Jade slip, records heavenly architectural maps. No abnormalities. Purple crystal, high-grade reinforcement material. No abnormalities. Golden lingji, contains dense spiritual energy. No abnormalities. I blinked. Nothing. Was she actually being sincere? But then, the system screamed a piercing red warning in my mind. Warning, external energy fluctuation detected inside the golden lingji. The system began a deep scan, the red light flickering in my mind. A moment later, the results flashed before my eyes. Inside that golden lingji, there was a parasitic tracking bone. It was spiritually linked to its creator, allowing them to track my exact location and eavesdrop on every word I spoke within a 60-foot radius. Danger level 3. My pupils shrank. I felt a chill run down my spine. Well played, Princess Chi. This wasn't a reward for my hard work. It was a bug. She wanted to keep me on a leash. I forced myself to stay calm, my mind racing through options. If I kept the bone on me, she'd know every move I made. If I threw it away, I'd alert her that I'd seen through her trap. There was only one way out. I had to neutralize it without her knowing, then use it against her. I needed her to believe I was still under her thumb. System, I whispered internally. Can you remove this bone? The system responded instantly. Asterisk spiritual energy purification available. Cost, 100 charisma points. This will clear the tracking bone while keeping the outer shell intact. The spiritual link will remain active, but it will transmit no actual data. Asterisk. My eyes lit up. Do it. Purify it now. Asterisk 100 charisma points consumed. Remaining, 3,200. Asterisk. A sudden warmth spread through my chest, as if something oily was being drained out of the golden lingji. I scanned it again. The bone inside was now a hollow shell. The princess would see a connection, but she wouldn't hear a thing. A small smile tugged at my lips. I tucked the lingji into my robe, then looked around with feigned caution. I leaned in and whispered directly to the mushroom, my voice low and conspiratorial. The princess is far too generous, I muttered. I'll use this lingji to boost my cultivation. That way, no one will notice when I start tampering with the foundation of the pavilion tonight. I pulled out an old architectural book and pretended to study a formation, flipping the pages aimlessly. I knew those words had just traveled straight to her ears. Sure enough, a second later, I felt a faint pulse of spiritual energy from the lingji. It was the tracking bone receiving a command to stay active. I sneered internally. Princess, you think you're playing three-dimensional chess while I'm just a pawn. But I'm 2 steps ahead of you. By pretending to be monitored, I had the ultimate cover. The real game was just beginning. I closed the book, stood up, and brushed the dust off my clothes. I shouted to the workers. Let's get the southern foundation finished today. Move it. The site buzzed back to life. As I directed the crew, I plotted my next move. I needed to find the core of the tower's mechanism and reinforce it before the princess's real plan went into motion. Fellow Taoist Ma, a voice called out from the distance. I looked up to see an attendant of Tai Bai Jinxing running toward me, out of breath. What is it? I asked. My master sent me with a message, the man panted. He invites you to his manor tonight for a private meeting. He says there are urgent matters to discuss. I narrowed my eyes. Tai Bai Jinxing? Now. Everyone was crawling out of the woodwork at the exact same time. Was this a coincidence, or was I being pulled into a massive whirlpool? I glanced at the lingji in my pocket. At least the princess wouldn't know about this meeting. I'd make sure of that. Tell him I'll be there on time, I said. The attendant bowed and left. I stood there, staring toward Tai Bai Jinxing's distant manor. Just then, the system chimed again. Side quest triggered. Tai Bai Jinxing's invitation. Objective. Head to the manor and uncover his hidden secrets. Reward. Unlock Stage 2 Construction Reinforcement, plus 200 spiritual energy. Task level, Ultimate. I took a deep breath. It looked like the golden lingji wasn't the only variable today. I tightened my grip on my tools. Tonight's dinner wasn't going to be easy to swallow. As dusk fell, I stepped out of my room, only to be stopped by a sudden flash of golden light descending from the sky. A heavenly soldier appeared, holding a golden scroll. His voice boomed like thunder. By order of the Jade Emperor, Ma Mingyuan, stable hand of the imperial stables, stepped forward to receive the decree. My heart skipped a beat. I dropped to my knees. I am here. The Jade Emperor commands. Ma Mingyuan is to proceed immediately to the Peach Garden to repair the damaged formations. The work must be completed within 3 days. There shall be no delays. The soldier handed me the scroll. Master Ma, the Emperor chose you personally for this. Don't mess it up. I took the scroll, my fingers trembling slightly. The Peach Garden. That was a forbidden zone. Ordinary immortals didn't even dare to walk near it. It housed 3,600 peach trees, each one vital to the luck and energy of the entire heaven. Why send a lowly worker like me? Excuse me, sir, I started. The garden is usually guarded by the Queen Mother's attendants. What? You have your orders, the soldier snapped, turning into a streak of light and vanishing. I stood up, the scroll feeling hot in my hand. Asterisk main quest triggered. Peach Garden restoration. Objective: repair the central formation of the 3rd tier and stop the energy leak. Asterisk. Asterisk task level, high. Warning, conflict detected with Tai-Bai Jinxing's invitation. Manage your time wisely. Asterisk. I frowned. The system was telling me the dinner party and the garden mission were crashing into each other. Before I could process the details, I heard hurried footsteps. Princess Chi appeared, dressed in light green work robes, looking frantic. Ma Mingyuan, she hissed, stepping close. I heard the Emperor is sending you to the Peach Garden. I bowed. The princess is well informed. She looked pale. This isn't right. The garden belongs to the Queen Mother. The Jade Emperor never interferes there. Sending you now? It's like he's handing you a ticking bomb. What do you mean? I asked. She glanced around to make sure we were alone. In the 3rd tier of the garden, there's an ancient peach tree. It hasn't borne fruit in 3,000 years. The Queen Mother sent countless officials to check it, and they all said something beneath the roots is devouring the spiritual energy. But no one dares to dig it up. She paused, her voice dropping to a whisper. If you repair the formations, you'll have to go near that tree. Whatever you do, do not touch it. I stared at her. A tree that hadn't fruited in 3 millennia, with something eating the energy at its roots? Thank you for the warning, princess. She waved her hand dismissively. Don't thank me. I'm not being kind. You still have that tracking bone, remember? If you die, my fun ends. She turned and vanished in a swirl of fragrance. I stayed where I was, a cold smile forming on my face. She still thought she held the leash. But she had just given me the most important piece of the puzzle. The secret of the Peach Garden was something even the Emperor's favorite daughter was afraid of. I looked at the golden scroll, then toward Tai-Bai Jinxing's manor. The Emperor's sudden decree and the old man's invitation. They had to be connected. Asterisk system notification. Princess Chi's intel recorded. Abnormal energy detected in the 3rd tier of the Peach Garden. Caution. Danger level 4+. Prepare thoroughly. Level 4. I was only at the 3rd level of Chi refinement. I had to use the system just to survive a level 3 threat. A level 4 danger was a death sentence. But I couldn't disobey the Emperor. It looked like I needed to get some life-saving gear from Tai-Bai Jinxing before I set foot in that garden. I turned and started walking toward the manor, the weight of the secrets around me growing heavier with every step. I hadn't walked more than a few steps when a dull roar, like muffled thunder, shook the sky. I looked up. A pillar of golden light was erupting from the Peach Garden, shooting straight into the clouds and tearing through the evening mist. In the swirling light, I saw the faint, shimmering shadow of a dragon circling the peak. All around me, celestial officials stopped in their tracks, their faces pale with shock. That's the Peach Garden, someone shouted. The spiritual fluctuations are insane. What happened? Could it be the ancient tree? Another whispered. I stared at the golden pillar, my heart hammering against my ribs. The jade token I'd scavenged from the tunnel beneath the stables was growing hot against my chest. It was vibrating, pulsing in sync with the light in the sky. I didn't wait to hear more. I pushed through the crowd and sprinted toward the garden. By the time I arrived, the light had faded, but the air was still thick with energy, like the surface of a lake right after a massive boulder had been dropped into it. The heat from my token began to cool, but a lingering warmth remained, a silent warning. 2 heavenly guards stood at the entrance, whispering urgently. When they saw me approaching, they snapped to attention. "Superintendent Ma," one said, bowing slightly. I didn't waste time. I flashed the token the Emperor had given me. The guards took one look at it and stepped aside, their expressions grim. "What was that light?" I asked, trying to sound casual. The guard on the left paled and lowered his voice. "The ancient peach tree in the deepest part of the 3rd tier. It just exploded with light. We haven't dared to go near it yet. We've locked the area down." The 3rd tier, my heart skipped a beat. That was exactly where Princess Chi had warned me not to go. I took a deep breath and stepped inside. The peach garden was a maze of heavy branches and thick fragrance. As I moved deeper, the trees grew older, their trunks gnarled and massive. The first 2 tiers were lush, filled with blooming flowers and sweet air. But the moment I crossed into the 3rd tier, the temperature plummeted. The air here was cold and stagnant. The trees were sparse, their branches yellowed and brittle. It was a graveyard of ancient wood. I followed the stone path for 15 minutes until I reached a clearing. There it stood, a single, massive peach tree. It was wider than 5 men standing arm to arm, but the bark was a mess of deep cracks, looking like the wrinkled skin of an ancient man. Most of its canopy was dead. Only a few stray branches held on to yellowed, dying leaves. I moved closer and noticed something strange. Faint, glowing runes were etched into the trunk. They looked less like they were carved and more like they had grown out of the wood itself. "System, what am I looking at?" I whispered. A screen flickered into my vision. Detection, abnormal stasis. Dragon vein seal. Level, heaven grade. Status, partially damaged. Description, this seal connects to the subterranean dragon veins of the heavenly court. It contains a powerful force. If fully destroyed, the dragon veins will lose suppression, causing unpredictable consequences. I felt a chill run down my spine. This tree was a seal for the heavenly court's lifeblood. It was the same energy I'd felt from the token in the stables. They were connected. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a shadow flicker in the bushes to my right. Someone was watching me. I didn't turn around. I acted like I hadn't seen a thing. I reached into my tool bag, pulled out a small trowel, and knelt at the base of the tree. "Looks like the roots are the problem," I muttered to myself, loud enough for a spy to hear. "Soil might be contaminated." I started digging, my movements careful and deliberate. The soil was rock hard, untouched for centuries. As I dug deeper, my trowel hit something solid. I cleared away the dirt and gasped. Buried under the roots was a black jade plaque, no bigger than my palm. It was covered in the same glowing runes as the tree. I reached out to touch it. The moment my finger brushed the surface, a wave of ice-cold energy surged into my body. My vision blurred. For a split second, I wasn't in the garden anymore. I saw a massive golden dragon, bound by heavy chains, trapped in a dark underground palace. Its eyes were closed, lost in a deep, forced slumber. The vision snapped away. I pulled my hand back, sweat dripping down my forehead. My mind was reeling. There was a dragon, or at least the core of the dragon veins, sealed under this tree. I forced myself to stay calm. I couldn't investigate this now. The princess's shadow was still in the bushes. I had to play the part of the diligent worker. I started shoveling the dirt back in. "Just as I thought," I said, pitching my voice for the hidden observer. "Poor nutrition. I'll need to apply some fertilizer and adjust the spiritual input." My hands moved naturally, but my mind was racing. Who put this seal here? Why seal the dragon veins? Did the Emperor send me here knowing this was broken? And Princess Chi, was her warning a genuine concern, or was she playing me? I stood up and brushed the dirt from my hands. The shadow in the bushes was gone, but I knew I wasn't alone. I had to find a way to study that plaque without being seen. I couldn't trigger the trap yet. I knelt back down and hugged the trunk, pretending to channel spiritual energy. In reality, I sent a thin thread of my own chi down into the roots to probe the connection. The moment my chi touched the black plaque, the ground groaned. Boom! The entire garden shook. I scrambled back as the bark of the ancient tree split open. A blinding beam of golden light shot out of the crack, heading straight for my face. I barely made it back to my cramped quarters. I slammed the door shut, and before I could even catch my breath, a red light exploded in my mind. Asterisk warning. Warning, asterisk. The system's voice was sharper and more urgent than I'd ever heard it. Asterisk, core dragon vein disturbance detected. Energy leakage rate increased to 12%. If the damage continues, a total collapse of the three realms' spiritual balance will trigger within 72 hours. Asterisk. I stumbled, nearly knocking over a chair. I leaned against the wall, gasping for air. My clothes were soaked with cold sweat. The dragon veins, the foundation of heaven? I whispered, my voice trembling. A 3D map flickered onto the system panel. Golden veins of light stretched out from the third tier of the Peach Garden, connecting to the 36 main palaces of heaven. They reached down through the southern heaven gate and into the mortal world below. One of those veins was cracked. Dark red energy was seeping out of it like blood from a ruptured artery. The dragon veins maintain the order of the three realms, the system explained. If they break, the cycle of reincarnation will collapse. The mortal world will suffer massive earthquakes. The demon realm will invade. My pupils shrunk. I thought of Princess Chi. I thought of her beautiful, clear eyes and her voice telling me she would never hurt me. What was she really after? I felt a sudden, violent shiver. Power. Revenge. She was going to tear it all down. None of this was enough for her. Princess Chi didn't just want a garden. She wanted the collapse of the entire heavenly realm. But why? What was her end goal? I gritted my teeth and pulled the black jade tablet from my waist. It felt ice-cold in my palm, its surface covered in dense, intricate runes. Back at the Peach Garden, a single touch from this thing had caused a massive disturbance. Now, as I gripped it tight, I couldn't feel a single ripple of spiritual energy coming from it. System, what exactly is this thing? I asked. Dragon Vein soul-locking tablet. The system replied, its voice chillingly calm. A forbidden relic from the ancient era used to seal gods and demons. Prolonged contact will erode the holder's spiritual roots. My hand shook. I nearly dropped the damn thing. No wonder Princess Chi wanted my help. She couldn't touch this object herself, so she found a scapegoat. Me. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to stay level-headed. This wasn't the time to panic. System, can the dragon veins be repaired? 3 conditions must be met, the system stated. First, find the rupture point and fix the seal. Second, suppress the rebellious energy within the vein. Third, the system paused. A deity must willingly sacrifice their own spiritual roots to patch the crack with their source energy. I froze. Sacrificing spiritual roots meant becoming a useless cripple. Yes, the system continued. And the process involves the agony of having one's roots torn apart. 99% of deities cannot endure it to the end. My heart sank to my stomach. This wasn't a job for a guy who just moved bricks for a living. The heavens were full of powerful beings. Any golden immortal could crush me with a finger. But those experts were likely being watched, or worse, by the princess's people. I thought of Old Wong, the official I met earlier. He was strong, at least at the mid-heavenly immortal stage. But if the princess could mobilize the Jade Emperor's own guards, a lowly official like Old Wong had probably been bought off already. Wait, a terrifying thought hit me. The princess's people definitely knew what I'd been up to in the Peach Garden. Those 2 gardeners were watching my every move. Now I had the tablet, and I knew the secret of the dragon veins. What would she do next? Silence me. The moment that thought crossed my mind, there was a knock at my door. Knock, knock, knock. 3 slow, deliberate hits. I shoved the jade tablet into my robe and took a breath. Who is it? I asked, trying to sound bored. Ming Yuan, it's me, a familiar voice called out. It was Zhao Laolu. I relaxed for a split second before my internal alarms went off. Zhao was from the night watch. We barely spoke. Why was he at my door in the middle of the night? I opened the door. Zhao stood there with a grin, holding a jar of wine. Ming Yuan, I heard you went to the Peach Garden today. That's a legendary spot. I've been in the night watch for years and never dared go deep inside. Come on, let's have a few drinks. Tell me what it's like in there. His eyes had a strange, hungry glint. My chest tightened. Something was wrong. The night watch guys never invited people for drinks, especially not at midnight. I remembered the princess's words. I have people everywhere. Zhao was one of hers. My hand drifted toward the short blade at my waist, but I forced a smile onto my face. Laolu, you're just in time. I actually found something really interesting in the garden today. Come in, let's talk. I stepped aside to let him in. Zhao's eyes flicked toward my chest where the tablet was hidden, his grin widening. As he raised his foot to cross the threshold, I lunged. Laolu, watch out. There's a bug on your shoulder. He froze, instinctively looking down. In that heartbeat, I drew my blade and drove it toward his lower back. I didn't aim for a vital organ. I just needed to cripple him. But Zhao moved like a ghost. He blurred out of the way, dodging the strike entirely. He spun around, his smile replaced by a mask of cold murder. Ming Yuan, what's the meaning of this? My heart was hammering against my ribs, but I kept my voice steady. Just a joke. You wanted to hear about the garden, right? Let's chat. I backed up, my hand gripping the jade tablet through my clothes. If it came down to a fight, I'd destroy this thing before I died. Zhao stared at me for a long time, then suddenly laughed. Interesting. The princess was right. You are a smart one. He pointed at my chest. She said you can keep the tablet for now. Meet her tomorrow at dawn. If you try any tricks. He looked at my stomach. That seal inside you hasn't been broken yet, has it? My blood turned to ice. Seal? What seal? I turned my focus inward to my spiritual sea. Deep within my dantian, I saw it. A faint, golden shackle. My back was instantly soaked in cold sweat. I'd lived 18 years and never knew that thing was inside me. But Zhao's eyes told me he wasn't bluffing. You know what the princess is capable of? Zhao said, patting the dust off his sleeves. She gave you the job at the Southern Heaven Gate. She can just as easily erase your soul. He turned and walked out into the night. I stood there, paralyzed, watching his silhouette disappear. My fingers tightened around the jade tablet. It felt warm now. Zhao had called it the Dragon Vein soul-locking tablet. It was a slow-acting suicide tool, but I couldn't throw it away. Not with that seal inside me. I couldn't even sense the seal fully, let alone break it. Damn it, I cursed under my breath. I went back inside, slammed the door, and sat on my straw mat. I closed my eyes and focused again. Deep in my spiritual sea, the golden rune flickered. It looked like a chain wrapped around my core. Every time it pulsed, I felt a slight constriction. I tried to hit it with my chi, but the chain didn't budge. I opened my eyes, my expression grim. This was worse than I thought. With my current cultivation, I couldn't touch that seal. But time was running out. The dragon veins were leaking. In 72 hours, the 3 realms would fall into chaos. And Princess Chi? What was she playing at? She was the daughter of heaven and earth. She was supposed to protect the order, yet she was tearing out the foundation. She was insane. I paced the small room. Zhao said she was just one of the princesses. Did the others know? Or was she acting alone? Then it hit me. The timing of Zhao's visit wasn't an accident. He showed up right after I got the tablet, before I could even examine it. He even knew about the seal. It meant she had planned every single step. She knew I'd go to the treasury. She knew I'd find the tablet. She knew I'd see the blueprints. I wasn't a player in this game. I was just a puppet on a string. A cold shiver ran down my spine. Princess Chi had let me find those blueprints on purpose. But why me? I was just a low-level cultivator who had been in the heavens for 1 month. I was weak, barely able to hold my own against a common foot soldier. Why choose me to be her pawn? I couldn't just sit here and wait for death. I stood up, pushed open the door of the woodshed, and slipped out into the night. The autumn wind bit at my skin. The entire Southern Heaven Gate area was silent. Only a few distant lanterns flickered in the dark. I stayed low, hugging the shadows of the walls as I headed back toward the treasury. I remembered the key nodes of the dragon veins marked on that blueprint. I needed to see for myself if they were truly being destroyed. The path was deserted, but I felt a pair of eyes burning into the back of my neck. I looked back several times. Nothing. Just the empty, cold stone. When I reached the treasury, I circled to the back wall and vaulted through a window. Inside, the air was heavy and stale. It looked the same as it had during the day, only darker and more sinister. I crept toward the scroll containing the dragon vein map. Just as I unrolled it, a voice drifted from the darkness behind me. You noticed it too, didn't you? I spun around, my right hand already white-knuckled around the hilt of the short blade at my waist. An old man in a gray robe stepped out from a corner. His hair was stark white and his face was a roadmap of deep wrinkles, but his eyes glowed like a wolf's in the dark. "Who are you?" I demanded, backing away and tightening my grip on the knife. The old man smiled and held up his hands to show they were empty. "Don't be nervous. I'm just the keeper of this treasury. I noticed you when you came in earlier today." I frowned. I did remember seeing someone sitting in the corner during the day, but I hadn't paid him any mind. "What did you mean by noticed it?" The old man walked closer, his gaze falling on the main line of the dragon veins on the map. "Princess Chi wants to destroy the heavens. You saw it, didn't you?" My pupils shrank. "Don't be scared," the old man said, waving a hand dismissively. "You aren't the only one who knows. Over the last 30 years, many immortals have seen the signs. It's just—" His voice dropped to a whisper. "Some were coerced, and some—" He looked up, a strange light flashing in his eyes. "Did it willingly." I froze. "Willingly? They want the heavens to collapse." "The heavens look magnificent on the surface," he said, each word heavy. "But the inside is rotten to the core. The emperor is obsessed with his own cultivation and ignores the government. The 36 generals spend their time fighting for power. The soldiers are underpaid, and low-level cultivators like us can't even get a drop of soup." He paused. "Do you really think a place like this deserves to exist?" I stayed silent. In my month here, I'd seen it. Soldiers bullying the weak, rigged examinations, corruption everywhere. Even a miserable job, like guarding the gate, required a bribe to secure. But what does that have to do with destroying the three realms? I asked. "Are you trying to rebuild order?" "Rebuild?" The old man laughed, a sound full of mockery. "No, we're tearing it down." He pointed to the fractured core of the dragon vein on the map. "Once the vein snaps, the spiritual energy of the three realms will wither. The arrays protecting the heavens will crumble. Even if the emperor comes out of seclusion then, it will be too late." "And who takes over?" I whispered. The old man didn't answer. He just looked at me, his lips curling into a meaningful arc. "That seal in your body was placed by Princess Chi," he said suddenly. "It triggers every 7 days. When it does, your spiritual roots reverse, and the pain is unbearable. If you want to break it." He reached out. A black talisman lay in his palm. "Place this on your lower abdomen. The seal will dissolve." I stared at the talisman, but didn't move. Why was he helping me? Zhao had told me to see the princess tomorrow, and now this old man was giving me a way out. They clearly weren't on the same side. Whose game was I playing? Before I could decide, footsteps echoed outside the treasury. The old man's face paled. He shoved the black talisman into my hand. "Someone's coming. Go. Now." I didn't have time to think. I tucked the talisman into my robe and dove out the back window. As I hit the ground, I glanced back. The window was slowly sliding shut. The old man's face flickered in the shadows one last time before vanishing. I stayed low and sprinted into the night. My mind was a mess. I now had 2 things hidden in my clothes: the dragon vein soul-locking tablet and an unidentified black talisman. But a single question haunted me more than the threat of death. Who were the people the old man mentioned? The ones who wanted the world to burn willingly. I ran until I reached my shack, my back soaked with sweat. I leaned against the door, gasping for air. I felt the 2 objects through the fabric of my robe. The tablet was ice cold, but the talisman was burning hot, like a piece of iron fresh from the forge. What the hell was going on? I lit a small oil lamp, and just as the flame flickered to life, a soft cough came from outside the door. I stiffened, my hand flying to my knife. "Don't be nervous. It's me." A face peered through the crack in the door. It was the old man from the treasury. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest. "How did you find me?" He pushed the door open, stepped inside, and closed it behind him. He sat down under the dim light, his murky eyes fixed on me. "There is nowhere in the heavens I cannot find. What do you want?" I didn't sit. I kept my hand on the hilt of my blade. "You gave me a talisman. You told me the princess's secrets. Now you follow me here? Don't tell me you're just being kind." The old man laughed bitterly. "Kind? An old bag of bones like me doesn't deserve that word. But there are things I must say. If I take them to my grave, they'll be lost forever." "What things?" Instead of answering, he pulled a tattered cloth bundle from his robe. He unwrapped it carefully to reveal a small jade medallion. It was pitch black, carved with a distorted rune. Do you recognize this? I leaned in to look, then shook my head. This is the crest of the previous imperial family, he said slowly. 30 years ago, the heavens changed masters. The man sitting on the throne today climbed there over the corpses of the old ones. My head began to throb. The old man stared into my eyes. Princess Chi is not the emperor's daughter. She is a survivor of the fallen dynasty. She is the last bloodline of the family that was slaughtered 30 years ago. The air in the room seemed to freeze. My throat felt bone dry. How? How can you prove that? I don't need to prove it, he said, sliding the black jade toward me. Look for yourself. Her birth details are carved on the back. When the old emperor was executed, I had just started my job at the treasury. I saw a nanny carry her out of the fire with my own eyes. Later, the current emperor adopted her, gave her the name Zhao, and made her the 7th princess. My fingers trembled as I picked up the medallion. On the back, tiny, weathered characters were visible. Born at the hour of the rat, the 15th day of the 7th month. I didn't speak, but the tension in my mind finally snapped. Zhao had set me up to see the blueprints. He had given me the soul-locking tablet. It was all a calculated path. The old man said her goal was to destroy the dragon veins and topple the heavens. And now I knew why. The old man leaned closer, his voice rasping like sandpaper. It's not just about destruction, Lin Yuan. It's about revenge. He wanted revenge for his slaughtered family. He planned to use the power of the dragon veins to trigger a massive explosion, one that would blast the entire heavens into nothingness. When that happened, every immortal, every divine official, the Jade Emperor, and the Queen Mother would all be buried with him. I sucked in a sharp breath, my lungs feeling like they were burning. Then why me? Why did she pick me for this? The old man's eyes flickered. He hesitated for a few seconds, as if weighing the cost of the truth. Because you are the switch. What does that mean? I asked, my voice tight. The dragon vein explosion needs a catalyst, he whispered. Princess Chi chose you because you possess the fate of the Lone Star. According to ancient forbidden texts, that is the only constitution capable of resonating with the dragon veins. He pointed a gnarled finger at my chest. The seal inside you was placed there specifically to activate your fate at the critical moment. It makes you the core, the detonator for the entire explosion. It felt like a thunderbolt had struck me. I thought back to every piece of bad luck I'd endured since I was a child. I remembered the freak accidents, the disasters that followed me, and old Six, Zhao telling me my life was cursed. It wasn't that the heavens had a grudge against me. It was that someone had treated me like a chess piece from the very beginning. The seal inside me, did she do it? I asked. Old Six Zhao was just the executioner, the old man sighed. That soul-locking tablet you're wearing? It looks like it's protecting you, but it's actually monitoring you. The moment you get close to the core of the dragon veins, it will trigger the seal. You won't be able to resist her orders. I reached into my robe and touched the tablet. It felt colder than before, like a block of ice against my skin. I looked up, staring hard at the old man. And what about you? Who are you really? Why are you telling me this? The old man went silent for a long time. It lasted so long I thought he wouldn't answer. Finally, he spoke. Because 30 years ago, I was the one who sent her into that fire. What? I was the one who picked her up from the corpse of the old emperor and handed her to the nanny, he said, closing his eyes. His voice was heavy with exhaustion. I thought she wouldn't survive. I thought that hatred would fade with time. But I was wrong. He opened his eyes, and I saw a glint of tears. She didn't just survive, she became Princess Chi. She didn't forget. She brewed that hatred into a 30-year plan for vengeance. I'm old. I don't have much time left. I don't want to take this sin to my grave. I gripped the black jade medallion, my palms slick with sweat. Something occurred to me. Then why did you give me that black talisman? The corner of the old man's mouth twitched into a strange, crooked smile. Because I am the only one who knows how to break your seal. But that talisman, it can't do the job completely. I felt a surge of suspicion. What do you mean? It can only unlock half of it, he said, standing up and brushing the dust off his robes. The other half is up to you. You need to find Princess Chi's old wet nurse. She has the matching white talisman. Where is she? I demanded. I don't know, but I know she's still alive. He walked toward the door and gave me one last look. This is your only chance to escape this hell. Otherwise, the day she activates the dragon veins, you will become a human bomb. You'll be blown to pieces right along with her. With that, he pushed the door open and vanished. I rushed after him, intending to call him back, but the hallway was empty. A cold wind howled through the open doorway, making the oil lamp flicker on the verge of death. I looked down at the black jade in my hand, the birth details glinting in the dim light. Tomorrow, I had to find old sick Xiao. As I was trying to wrap my head around a plan, I heard a soft thud outside. It sounded like something hitting the floor. I yanked the door open. On the ground lay a yellowed strip of cloth. There were 3 words written on it in dark red: "Don't trust him." The wind shrieked, snapping the bloody cloth in my hand. I bent down and picked it up. My fingertips touched the red stains. The blood wasn't even fully dry yet. I narrowed my eyes at the jagged, messy handwriting. It looked like it had been written in a desperate rush. Don't trust him. I knew exactly who him referred to. The old gatekeeper's story had sounded sincere, full of regret and a desire for atonement. But it was all too convenient. Just as I was deciding to play along with the princess and keep building, someone stepped in to flip the board. I tucked the cloth into my robe and shut the door. I sat on the edge of my bed, laying out the black jade and the bloody note. I started connecting the dots. The old man claimed he saved the princess 30 years ago. He was a loyalist to the old dynasty, full of guilt. But how did he know the exact details of her plan? How did he know where the dragon veins were buried? How did he find me? Most importantly, if he could save her 30 years ago, why didn't he stop the current emperor from adopting her? Unless this was the emperor's game all along. A cold realization washed over me. The princess wanted revenge. Did the Jade Emperor really not know? He was the master of the 3 realms. Would he really let a survivor of the old dynasty play at revolution right under his nose? There was only one answer. The emperor needed her to do this. He wanted her revenge to trigger the dragon veins for some bigger purpose. I clenched my fists until my knuckles popped. I thought I was a pawn being used by the princess. Now it looked like the princess herself was just a bigger pawn on a much larger board. She thought her 30-year plan was flawless, but she was likely being monitored every step of the way. The old man's confession was probably just another act scripted by the emperor to make me doubt her and push me down a specific path. But there was one loose thread. Who threw the bloody note? If it was one of the princess's people, they would want me to keep trusting the old man so we could repair the veins and inadvertently trigger her trap. Was there someone else in the heavens who didn't want me to be a sacrifice? I stood up and paced the small room, forcing myself to breathe. The situation was simple. The princess wanted to use me to destroy the dragon veins. The emperor was letting it happen for his own reasons. The old man's truth was a mix of lies and half-truths. And the person with the bloody note was warning me not to be a fool. I had to find my own way out. I sat back down and closed my eyes. System, I thought. Up until now, the system had only given me menial tasks, moving bricks, painting walls, cleaning. But that was because my level was too low. Now that I had reached the middle stage of foundation establishment, I should have more access. A low hum vibrated in my mind. Loading. Asterisk ding. Host has reached the middle stage of foundation establishment. New system modules activated. Asterisk. Current mission, repair the dragon veins. Asterisk description. The dragon veins of the heavens carry the spiritual rhythm of the 3 realms. If destroyed, the world will fall into chaos. Asterisk. The host must find the complete method of repair before the veins are fully compromised. Asterisk reward, unknown. Time limit, 30 days. Penalty for failure, dragon veins destroyed. Host's soul will be extinguished. Asterisk. My eyes snapped open. Repair the dragon veins? I thought the system was just going to make me keep laboring, but it had just handed me a lifeline. If the veins could be repaired, I didn't have to follow the princess's path, and I didn't have to be led by the nose by the emperor. If I found the way to fix them, I could jump off the chessboard entirely. A small smile tugged at my lips. I pulled the black jade medallion from my robe. The game was finally getting interesting. The birth characters carved onto the jade medallion were still crystal clear. This was the fate-altering charm Zhao Lao Lu had crafted for me. It was designed to mimic the aura of a lone star of heavenly slaughter. a cursed identity that allowed me to maintain my status within the dragon veins without raising suspicion. The old gatekeeper had claimed Zhao Lao Lu was just an executor, a tool. I only half believed him, but Zhao Lao Lu was my only real lead. I had to find him first thing tomorrow morning. I walked to the window and pushed it open. The night wind rushed in, making my robes snap and flutter. Under the moonlight, the golden mist flowing from the distant dragon veins looked thick and heavy. It was the essence of the three realms, the very thing every power in heaven was fighting to control. I reached into my robe, feeling the black jade medallion and the bloody note. If everyone wanted to use me as a pawn, fine. I'd be the stubborn piece that didn't move where they wanted. I'd play this game until the end and see who ended up in checkmate. As the night deepened, the rhythmic footsteps of patrolling heavenly soldiers echoed outside the barracks. I blew out the oil lamp and lay down. My fingers tapped the edge of the jade medallion as I rehearsed the plan in my head. Squeeze Zhao Lao Lu for information, dig into the old gatekeeper's past, and find a way to reach the core of the dragon veins to fix them. I had to survive. Not for the system, and not for the Emperor. Just for myself. Just as I was drifting off, a faint sound came from outside. It sounded like something hitting the ground. I bolted upright and rushed to the window. Down on the grass lay a shattered jade slip. The moonlight hit the fragments, revealing a few jagged words. Zhao Lao Lu is dead. My pupils contracted. He was dead? I had literally just decided to go see him, and now he was gone. Something was wrong. I leaned out, picked up the shards, and examined them. The edges of the breaks were scorched. This wasn't a natural break. Someone had shattered it with spiritual energy. The handwriting was shaky and crooked, like a final, desperate message written in a hurry. I tucked the shards into my sleeve and listened. The heavenly library was silent. Only the rustle of sycamore leaves and the distant tolling of a bronze bell disturbed the air. It was the third watch. Nobody was watching me, or so it seemed. I didn't buy it for a second. If the system or some hidden hand was pulling the strings, they wouldn't just let me find this by accident. These clues were being fed to me. They wanted me to jump into the fire. I let out a cold laugh and shut the window. Fine. Zhao Lao Lu's lead was dead, so I'd have to find a new way in tomorrow. The next morning, before the sun had even fully risen, a sharp knocking at my door woke me up. Master Ma, Her Highness the Princess requests your presence. I sat up, rubbing my aching temples. I hadn't slept at all, spent the whole night trying to connect Zhao Lao Lu's death to the old gatekeeper. I'd only closed my eyes right before dawn. I'm coming, I called out. After a quick wash, I followed the young immortal official through the clouds. He was walking fast, whispering over his shoulder. Master Ma, the princess seems to be in a good mood today. She even had new tea sets brought out to entertain you. I nodded, keeping my face blank, but my mind was racing. Princess Chi was suddenly being friendly right after Zhao Lao Lu turned up dead? It was too convenient. Has Her Highness asked about Zhao Lao Lu? I asked casually. The official blinked. Zhao Lao Lu? Who's that? So, the princess's household didn't know him. Not surprising. He was just an old veteran guarding the southern heaven gate. Nobody cared about a man like that. When we reached the princess's palace, I saw her sitting at a stone table in the courtyard. A roll of vermilion blueprints lay before her, held down by a white jade paperweight. Master Ma is here, she said, looking up with a smile. Please sit. I bowed and took the seat opposite her. To what do I owe the honor, princess? She didn't answer immediately. She took a slow sip of tea, her eyes lingering on my face before she spoke. I want to build a secret chamber in the royal garden. I raised an eyebrow. A secret chamber? Yes. She tapped the blueprints. I've been drawing this for days. I want you to look at it and see if we can find the right materials within the heavenly treasury to build it. She pushed the blueprints toward me and unrolled them. Red ink snaked across the white paper, forming a complex architectural map. Entrances, corridors, main rooms, hidden compartments. It was all there. I looked down, pretending to study it, but my breath hitched when I saw a specific node. My blood rushed to my head, but I kept my expression neutral. This wasn't a secret chamber. Beneath the surface structure, she had hidden a highly precise array core. The supporting pillars were actually formation eyes. The corridors were energy conduction tracks. Most importantly, the central chamber was positioned exactly above a branch of the dragon veins. She wasn't building a room. She was building a siphon to tap directly into the world's lifeblood right under the Emperor's nose. Was she insane? Or was this the Emperor's plan all along? Master Ma, her voice interrupted my thoughts. You look like you found a problem. I looked up, putting on my best clueless worker face and scratched the back of my head. Princess, this is, well, it's very complicated. I can't even tell where the front door is. She let out a soft laugh and pointed to the top left. That's the main entrance. The winding path you see is just a backup escape route. Ah, I see, I said, nodding vigorously. Then I paused, looking concerned. But Princess, building in the royal garden is tricky. The foundations have to be deep. There are a lot of old tree roots down there. If we cut them and the trees die, the Emperor might ask questions. I mentioned the Emperor on purpose to see her reaction. Her smile flickered for a fraction of a second. I caught it. I will handle my father, she said, her voice turning cool. You just focus on the materials. Right, the materials, I muttered, pointing to her notes. Most of this is in stock, but this, blackened soul iron. I'll have to check the specialized workshops for that. Just go and ask, she said, unfastening a jade medallion from her waist and handing it to me. This is my private seal. Take it to the works department. No one will stop you. As my fingers touched the cold jade, a thought flashed through my mind. This was her personal seal. She was handing it over because she was in a desperate hurry. But was she rushing to build the chamber, or was she racing against a clock to activate the array? I'll head there this afternoon, I said, tucking the seal away. But Princess, when do you plan to start construction? The sooner the better. She stood up and walked to the edge of the courtyard, looking out toward the misty royal garden. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Ideally, within the next few days. I felt a chill. Within a few days? If she was moving that fast, it meant the dragon veins didn't have much time left. She wanted to do something with this array before the dragon veins were completely destroyed. Was it for revenge? Or something else? I didn't have time to guess. I stood up, bowed, and told her I'd get to work immediately. As I turned to leave, something caught my eye. On a corner of the blueprints, hidden in a small alcove of the wall design, was a tiny symbol. It was no bigger than a thumbprint. If I hadn't been looking so closely, I would have missed it. My blood ran cold. I recognized that mark. In the ancient texts of array formation, that specific symbol was used to mark the position of a sacrifice. Princess Chi wasn't just building a chamber. She was planning to sacrifice someone inside it. I walked out of the side hall clutching the blueprints. My palms were sweating. I told myself not to panic, but my mind was racing. Sacrificing a person in a chamber connected to the dragon veins wasn't just a petty internal scheme. This was a direct attack on the foundations of the heavens. Master Ma, a crisp voice called out from behind me. I turned to see a maid in green work clothes hurrying toward me. She held a jade box in her hands. She bowed slightly and told me the princess had approved my material list. She handed the box over, saying the princess wanted me to have these immediately. That was fast. I opened the box and my pupils shrunk. Resting inside were 5 thumb-sized crystals. They were translucent, shimmering with a faint purple light. Xiantian crystals. These were impossible to find in the mortal realm. Even in the heavens, they were incredibly rare. A single stone could be traded for an entire medium-sized spirit vein. Giving me 5 at once was an insane display of wealth. The maid told me to use these for now and to ask if I needed more. I closed the box and nodded calmly. I told her to thank the princess for me. Once I reached my temporary workshop and locked the door, I finally let out a long breath. 5 Xiantian crystals. I thought I'd be lucky to get 2. Princess Chi was clearly desperate to get this array finished if she was digging into her private treasury like this. I placed the box on the table and called up my system panel. It immediately detected the materials. The system suggested absorbing them to exchange for a hidden skill, the Earthen Vein Stealth Art. I checked the details. The skill would allow me to merge with the nearby energy of the earth for 30 seconds, shielding me from all spiritual detection. My heart hammered against my ribs. This skill was perfect. If the princess really intended to sacrifice someone, I, the man in charge of construction, would be the prime suspect. When the heavens started investigating, I'd be trapped. But with this stealth art, I could vanish at the critical moment. I decided to absorb 2 and keep 3. I couldn't use them all, or she'd get suspicious. I held 2 crystals in my palm and funneled my spiritual power into them. They glowed gold, and then the system chimed. Success! I felt a strange new power thrumming inside me, a subtle resonance with the ground beneath my feet. I tucked the remaining 3 crystals away and spread out the blueprints again. Now that I knew what to look for, I found 3 more sacrifice marks. For in total, 1 for each corner of the room. It was a standard sacrificial formation. Once activated, the victim's spiritual power would be drained dry and injected directly into the dragon vein. The question was, who was the victim? I pushed the thought aside for now. I had to focus on finishing the job while building myself a back door. I headed to the construction site. As soon as I entered the hidden chamber, a chill hit me. The walls were already halfway covered in ruins. The craftsmen were busy, but they stopped when they saw me. An old craftsman approached me, looking troubled. He pointed to a section of the wall and told me the runes looked wrong. He'd been in the trade for 600 years, and he knew a giant spirit array should flow from the outside in. These runes were reversed in several places. I stayed silent for a few seconds. Then, I told him these were the princess's personal designs, and we had to follow them exactly. He opened his mouth to argue, but then just nodded and went back to work. I looked around the room. This place would soon become a hidden altar, and I was the blade being pushed to the front. System, I whispered in my mind. Can the stealth art hide other people too? The system replied that at level 1, it only worked for me. At level 2, I could hide 1 extra person. I walked out of the chamber, frowning, and nearly collided with someone. It was Sunjun. The official looked annoyed. He told me someone had reported me for embezzling materials. He said I'd taken a batch of supplies from the princess but hadn't logged them in the warehouse. My heart skipped a beat. I was being watched already. I kept my face neutral and told him those materials were a personal gift from the princess for my own soul refining and had nothing to do with the project. I told him if he didn't believe me, he could go ask her himself. Sunjun's eyes flickered. He didn't expect me to use the princess as a shield so boldly. He gave a dry laugh and told me to be careful. In the heavens, he said, caution was a virtue. Then he turned and left. I watched his back, my eyes turning cold. The princess's side wasn't a united front. People were already looking for a way to trip me up. I hurried back to my workshop. On my table, tucked into the crack of the jade box, was a small slip of paper. I pulled it out. It only had 1 line. Tomorrow at midnight. Meet me in the secret chamber. The next morning, I arrived at the site before dawn. The location for the secret chamber was beneath a ruined side hall, 3 miles from the Jade Garden. From the surface, it looked like a mess of weeds and collapsed roofing. Not even the celestial cranes bothered to look at it. But 30 feet down, a formation that could shake the foundations of the heavens was waiting for me. I led 2 laborers to clear the debris and lift a heavy floor tile, revealing a dark stone staircase. I lit a spirit flame and led the way down. The stairs spiraled into the earth, widening as we went. At the bottom, we reached a chamber about 100 feet wide. The walls were natural rock, but they were cut as smooth as if a giant blade had sliced through the mountain. I touched the stone. My heart sank. There were old, faded runes etched into the rock, blurred by time, but still there. Princess Chi didn't just want a new array. She wanted me to layer her new, lethal runes directly over these ancient ones. I realized Princess Chi's plan was even darker than I thought. She wasn't building a new array, she was overriding an old one. She didn't create the original formation. She was just hijacking the power of the Earth's veins already flowing beneath the tower. I knelt on the cold stone, spreading out the blueprints to hide my true intentions. The runes were ridiculously complex. A central vein branched out from a flower-shaped pedestal, splitting into 7 paths that crawled toward the walls like stone vines. Every branch was covered in tiny, precise notes. 1 wrong scratch, and the whole place would go up in flames. "Sir, where do we start?" one of the laborers asked, leaning in. I pointed to the area around the central pedestal. "Clear this section first. I need a 2-foot radius." As they started working, I pretended to measure the floor. In reality, I was sending my spiritual energy deep into the rock. The pulse of the earth was intense here. It felt like a living dragon was buried beneath my feet, its heart beating against the soles of my boots. If the princess intended to sacrifice someone here, feeding their blood into that central vein, the power generated would be enough to shatter the very foundations of the heavens. I was scribbling down data when I caught a flicker of movement in the corner of my eye. Near the entrance at the top of the stone stairs, a faint shadow darted past. It wasn't a laborer, and it wasn't a guard. It moved too softly, too deliberately. Someone was watching me. My heart skipped, but I didn't look up. I kept my voice steady and shouted, "Hey, turn up the spirit lamps up there. It's too dark to see a thing." No one answered. The shadow was gone. I kept working, my mind racing. If there was one thing I'd learned in the heavens, it was that nobody was an idiot. Princess Chi might be hiding this project, but that didn't mean others weren't watching her. Old Kai's warning about the materials wasn't just gossip. Someone was already sniffing around for dirt. I waved the two laborers away. "Go upstairs and clear the rubble outside the hall. I'll mark the positions here first. I'll call you when I'm ready." They left, their footsteps fading into silence. Once I was sure they were gone, I stood up and circled the chamber, pretending to look for angles. I stopped directly under the entrance and glanced up. There it was. A tiny sliver of white fabric caught on the edge of the stone. In the heavens, plenty of officials wore white, but the quality of that silk and the way they were positioned, perfectly hidden from anyone below, gave them away. I'd seen this style before. It was a scout from the Great White Star's Personal Oversight Bureau. My stomach dropped. That old fox, the Great White Star, ran the heavens' internal affairs. His spies were like ghosts, specializing in catching people doing things they shouldn't. If they were watching me, it meant the princess's secret was already leaking. I took a deep breath and suddenly raised my voice in frustration. Damn it, this project is a mess. Nothing lines up. I shook the blueprints violently, making sure the paper rattled. The princess is crazy. Building a secret chamber in a place with such chaotic energy, the runes won't even stick. I stumbled over a loose rock, let out a yelp, and watched as the blueprints flew out of my hand. They landed perfectly in a puddle of stagnant water in the corner. "No!" I shouted, rushing over to fish them out. The paper was soaked. The ink bled into dark, messy clouds, completely obscuring the vital central runes. I stood there for a few seconds, looking devastated, and let out a string of curses. Great. Just great. Now I have to redraw everything from scratch. I crumpled the wet mess into my robe and stomped up the stairs. The white shadow was gone, but I knew they'd seen the whole performance. To them, I was just a clumsy, overwhelmed foreman who had just delayed the project by days. Half an hour later, I was standing in Princess Chi's study. A scream of rage echoed off the walls. "What do you mean the blueprints are destroyed?" I kept my head down, looking pathetic. "Forgive me, Your Highness. It was too dark in the chamber. I slipped, and the papers fell into the water. You." Her face turned deathly pale. "Do you have any idea how long it took to create those?" "I know I've failed you," I said, my voice trembling slightly. "But the ink is ruined. The runes are illegible. I have to redraw them." "Redraw them?" She let out a cold, sharp laugh. "Do you know how much time that takes? We don't have 3 days. We need this ready by the day after tomorrow." She stopped herself abruptly. My pulse quickened. Was the sacrifice tied to a specific time? She stared at me for a long time, her eyes like daggers. Finally, she hissed through gritted teeth. "Fine. You have 5 days. 5 days to give me new prints and finish the work. If you miss that deadline, I'll send you back to the mortal realm in pieces." "I understand." I bowed low and backed out of the room. The moment I turned the corner, the fear vanished from my face. A 5-day buffer. That was all the time I needed. As I walked back to my workshop, I noticed a white crane perched on a nearby roof, tilting its head to watch me. Its eyes were too sharp, too focused for a bird. I didn't stop. I walked inside and shut the door. I peered through the crack in the door until the crane finally flew away. I sat at my desk, but I didn't reach for the blueprints. Instead, I pulled out a fresh sheet of paper and began to draw. It wasn't an array. It was a map. A hidden path through the tower that bypassed every single trap and rune node the princess had ordered me to build. A backdoor for my own escape. But a path wasn't enough. I walked over to my old, battered workbench, a piece of junk I'd scavenged when I first arrived. One leg was shorter than the others, propped up by a piece of broken tile. The princess had mocked me for keeping it, but I had a reason. I knelt down and tapped the bottom of the frame. Asterisk thump. Thump. Asterisk it sounded hollow. I pried back a loose board, revealing a small hidden compartment. Reaching inside, my fingers brushed against something cold and metallic. I pulled it out. It was a small, pitch-black token, no bigger than my thumb, covered in microscopic carvings. It was thick with dust. I wiped it clean with my sleeve, and two words slowly emerged in the dim light: Superintendent. I stared at it, a cold realization washing over me. This wasn't just a job. It was a legacy I was about to step into. A white-haired laborer had shoved this token into my hand when I first arrived at the Southern Heaven Gate. He told me I'd find a use for it eventually. At the time, I thought it was just a generic ID tag for the construction crew, so I tossed it into my workbench and forgot it existed. Now, looking at it closely, the material wasn't iron. It was a mineral I'd never seen before. Its surface had a deep, haunting luster, and the textures moved like something alive was flowing underneath. The moment I gripped it, my head rang with a sharp buzz. My vision blurred, and text flickered into existence before my eyes. System notification: Engineering Supervisor permissions unlocked. Range: all architectural movements within a 100-mile radius can be viewed. Note: the token can project 3D structural diagrams directly into the mind, including basements, underground passages, secret tunnels, and hidden rooms. I snapped my head up. My physical vision hadn't changed, but my perception was completely different. It felt like one of my eyes had been grafted directly into the skeleton of the entire palace. I could feel the wood beneath my feet, the tiles above my head, and the city walls in the distance. They weren't dead objects anymore. Every beam's tension and every brick's angle floated in my mind like a transparent blueprint. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. Lines of light streaked through my consciousness, weaving together to build a massive, complex model of the celestial palace. Pavilions, high towers, corridors, it was all there. I could see things I'd never visited. The exact number of steps before the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the precise overhang of the Cloud Palace eaves, the depth of the Jade Pool. Then, I looked underground. My pupils constricted. Underneath the Imperial Garden, there were 3 secret tunnels. One led to the Jade Pool, one to the Alchemy Lab, and the longest one stretched directly beneath the Hall of Lingxiao. The structures were ancient. The walls were covered in dense, high-level binding runes. The branches didn't connect, separated by layers of magical shielding. It was clear they were dug by different factions at different times. I opened my eyes, my palms slick with sweat. If there were already 3 tunnels under the garden, had I wasted my time drawing a new escape route? No, something was off. I closed my eyes again and scanned the entrances. One was hidden under a lotus pond, another inside a crevice in a rock garden. The last one sat under an unremarkable wall, covered by a green stone slab. On that slab sat a rusted copper lock. The shape of that lock looked familiar. I reached into my pocket and felt a key. I'd swiped it from a scrap warehouse when the old construction team was disbanded. I pulled it out. The teeth of the key matched the grooves of that lock perfectly. Was it a coincidence? Or was this key always meant for that door? I gripped the key tight and tucked it and the token into my tunic. The shock on my face melted into a calm, steady smile. 3 tunnels, I whispered to myself, leading to the pool, the lab, and the main hall. You all thought no one knew. I picked up my escape map. After a moment of thought, I added 2 lines, quietly diverting my original path toward the existing underground tunnels. I wasn't just heading into a secret room anymore. I was heading into the veins of the palace itself. I looked at the hidden compartment in my workbench and slid the board back into place. A secret compartment, a supervisor's token, and 3 hidden tunnels. It felt like someone had left these pieces for me to find. I looked out the window. The Hall of Supreme Harmony cast a long, jagged shadow in the sunset. The Hall of Lingxiao sat right at the tip of that shadow. I let out a soft hum. The water in this heavenly court was much deeper than I'd imagined. Ma Mingyuan, is the drawing finished? Princess Chi's sharp voice cut through the air from the side hall. I want to see the new blueprints before dawn tomorrow. I smiled and called back. Almost ready, Your Highness. My gaze stayed on the blueprint. 3 tunnels. They had no idea what was coming. Work moved fast. I finished the 3rd layer of green bricks for the secret chamber's floor and wiped the sweat from my brow. I'd done a clean job. A needle couldn't fit between the cracks. On the surface, it looked like a normal stone room, but every brick hid a triple-layered mechanism. One wrong move, and the whole place would lock down. I was about to check the support pillars when a mess of footsteps echoed outside. Move. Out of the way. Princess Chi has arrived. I frowned and met her at the door. Today, she was wearing silver battle armor with a short sword at her waist. 4 golden-armored guards followed her, carrying a large iron cage covered in black cloth. A low, heavy breathing came from inside, vibrating with a pressure that made my skin crawl. "Ma Mingyuan," she said, skipping the pleasantries. "The chamber is almost done. I've brought a guardian beast from the celestial stables to watch the entrance." My heart sank. A beast? She waved her hand, and the guards yanked the cloth away. Inside the cage sat a 3-headed monster. It was pitch black, with 6 eyes staring directly at me. Dark red flames burned in those eyes, and its corrosive saliva hissed as it hit the iron bars. My stomach turned. A 3-headed hellhound. This wasn't some pet from the celestial stables. This was an ancient predator from the abyss, a hunter that could swallow anything. If it lost control, it wouldn't just wreck this hall, it would tear down the southern heaven gate. I forced a respectful smile. "Your Highness is wise. With a beast like this, the chamber is impenetrable." She nodded, satisfied. "I'm glad you recognize it. It took a lot of effort to get this from the stables. Set up its nest right at the entrance." "Understood. I'll handle it," I said, bowing low. As the guards hauled the cage past me, the middle head turned and let out a low, threatening growl. I kept my face blank, but inside, I was cursing. The beast was clearly under a constraint spell to watch the room. Was the princess stupid, or was she testing me? This wasn't a guardian. It was a spy. "One more thing," she said over her shoulder. "It only recognizes my token. If you get too close, it won't be merciful." "I'll be careful, Your Highness," I replied. Once she was gone, my face darkened. A hellhound's sense of smell was legendary. It could sniff out underground air currents from miles away. If that thing sat at the entrance, it would smell the secret tunnel I was digging. My escape route was as good as dead. The situation was critical. If the princess ordered a search of the secret chamber, that hellhound would sniff out my hidden supervisor's token and the blueprints in seconds. It would lead them straight to my escape tunnel. I couldn't force my way through. That beast had the combat power of 10 of me combined. As I racked my brain for a solution, my hand brushed against the system panel in my robe. A notification flashed in my mind. It was a reward I'd received for finishing the 3rd layer of green bricks, a beast-taming charm. The charm could suppress the ferocity of a creature like the hellhound and force it into a deep sleep. It only lasted for 6 hours, but if I timed it right, that was more than enough time to completely mask the entrance to my tunnel. I looked over at the iron cage. The 3-headed hellhound was busy tearing through its meal, the sound of bones snapping echoing through the hall. I rubbed my hands together, plastered a submissive smile back onto my face, and walked toward the cage. "Lord Beast, you've had a long journey," I said smoothly. "Let me fix up a comfortable nest for you." 6 glowing red eyes locked onto me simultaneously. A low, vibrating growl rumbled in its throat. I pretended not to hear it. I knelt by the cage and started tapping on the floor, acting like I was adjusting the padding for its bed. Under the cover of the movement, I slid my right hand into my sleeve and pinched the charm between my fingertips. The hound grew restless. The middle head rose high, its wet nose twitching as it caught a whiff of something unusual. My heart hammered against my ribs, but I didn't stop. I pressed the beast-taming charm into a narrow gap between the floor tiles and covered it with a thin layer of aromatic herbs to mask the scent. "There we go. Rest well, Lord Beast. Your big day starts tomorrow." I clapped the dust off my hands and stood up, maintaining that same honest, simple-minded smile. As I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of the beast through the corner of my eye. Its movement slowed. A heavy lethargy filmed over its 6 eyes. The middle head drooped. The charm was working. I hurried back to the inner chamber of the side hall and locked the door behind me. I leaned against the wood, letting out a long, shaky breath. Through the window, I could see the brightly lit Lingxiao Palace in the distance. Behind the beaded curtains of the 9th floor, a silhouette moved. I let out a cold smirk. Princess Chi thought a hellhound was enough to keep me in check. But the more she guarded this place, the more certain I was that she was hiding something massive. I couldn't relax yet. I had 6 hours. Before dawn, I had to reset the mechanisms inside the secret chamber and hide my supervisor's token near the tunnel entrance. Then there was the tunnel itself, the one leading straight to the Lingxiao Palace. My fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. Did I dare to go inside and take a look tonight? Just as I was weighing my options, a sharp click echoed from behind the bookshelf in the corner. I froze. My muscles coiled tight. That wasn't the sound of wood settling. I listened intently for 3 seconds. Silence followed, but the sound had been unmistakable, the mechanical snap of a hidden latch resetting. I didn't jump up immediately. Instead, I let out a fake yawn and stretched, glancing toward the hellhound in the outer room. Its heads were down, tongues lolling out, snoring heavily. The charm was holding. I stood up and walked to the bookshelf. It was pushed flush against the western wall, piled high with old bamboo slips and junk. It looked like any other mundane storage shelf in the Ministry of Works. I gave it a shove. It didn't budge. I inspected the seams where the wood met the floor. There, at the base of the eastern support, I found a scratch so thin it was almost invisible. It wasn't a decorative mark. It was a friction scar from repeated use. This shelf moved. My heart sank. I didn't try to open it. I still had time before dawn, and triggering an unknown mechanism now would be suicide. I moved back to my desk, burned the location into my memory, and closed my toolbox. I needed to focus on the work ahead. The next morning, I picked up my work pass as usual and headed to the warehouse. The construction site was buzzing with more people than yesterday. The heavens were expanding several main halls, and the Ministry of Works was desperately short-handed. As I stepped out of the warehouse, a supervisor barked at me. Lin Yuan, take this batch of feed to the Jade Pool. They need it urgently. The Jade Pool? My interest piqued, but I kept my face neutral. I nodded, hoisted 2 heavy baskets of feed onto my shoulders, and headed west. The Jade Pool was a place of eternal mist and crystal-clear water, surrounded by rare celestial herbs. Usually, it was reserved for the celestial swans, and mortals weren't allowed anywhere near it. As I approached the outer corridor, I heard hushed voices. I softened my footsteps and ducked behind a pillar carved with dragons. I peeked out. A maid in a pale yellow dress was crouching by the water's edge, tossing translucent lotus seeds into the pool as if feeding fish. But what she said made my pulse skip a beat. "Little goldfish, help me calculate again," she whispered. "Is the princess's chosen date really correct?" In the water, a golden carp the size of a palm flicked its tail. It actually opened its mouth and spoke. "What's the rush? The date was set long ago. The princess is getting married on the 8th of next month. Everyone in the heavens knows. Why are you still worried?" My pupils drifted. Princess Chi was getting married? The maid sighed. "I know the rumors, but the princess hasn't told any of us who the groom is. Don't you find that strange? A royal wedding, and there's not a single word about the man." The goldfish rolled its eyes, or as close as a fish can get to it. "Why do you care? Just prepare what she tells you to." I overheard her talking to Tai Bai jinxing the other day. She mentioned that person hasn't arrived yet. It sounds like there's a problem on the groom's end. A problem? Yeah, something about that person not even being at the golden immortal realm yet. She's worried he won't be able to hold his own on the wedding day. The princess is in a foul mood because of it. My mind spun. A wedding for the 7th princess, and the groom wasn't even a golden immortal? A wild thought flashed through my head. Could this have something to do with me? I dismissed it immediately. I was just a mortal hauling bricks. I wasn't qualified to marry a celestial princess. But the timing was too perfect. Why was she watching a lowly craftsman like me so closely? I had to remember this. "System," I whispered. "Record this conversation." Asterisk ding. Audio recording complete. Warning, side quest triggered. Who is the groom? Asterisk. Asterisk task description. Princess Chi's wedding is approaching, but the groom's identity is a mystery. Identify the groom within 7 days. Asterisk. Asterisk reward. Unknown. Penalty for failure. Deduct 10,000 points. Asterisk. My jaw nearly dropped. 10,000 points? My entire net worth was barely 1,000. If I failed this, I'd be in debt for the rest of my life. The system was going to get me killed. I looked at the task notification and felt a cold sweat break out. Was this a joke? The difficulty was rated C, and the system suggested I gather gossip, watch Princess Chi, or find secret passages. It told me I had plenty of time. 7 days. It called 7 days plenty of time. I took a deep breath and forced myself to stay calm. The maid finished her gossip with the goldfish and walked away. I waited until her footsteps completely vanished before stepping out from behind the pillar. I stared at the goldfish in the pond. It stared back with its bulging, round eyes. "What are you looking at?" The fish suddenly snapped. I froze. You can see me?" "Nonsense. I'm not blind," the goldfish said, swishing its tail. "Are you here to feed me lotus seeds? Did you bring any?" My mouth twitched. I reached into my sleeve and pulled out some leftover pastry crumbs from breakfast, tossing them into the water. The goldfish gulped down a few and nodded with satisfaction. Not as good as lotus seeds, but it'll do." "So," I said, trying to sound casual, "you mentioned Princess Chi's wedding. Who's the lucky groom? I haven't heard a single name." The goldfish gave me a sidelong glance. "Why is a lowly brick hauler like you asking about that? Curious, are we?" I forced a smile. "The princess has been good to me. I just want to know what kind of man the future prince consort is." The goldfish went silent for a few seconds, then lowered its voice. "I'll tell you, but don't go spreading it around." I heard the princess say it herself. "The groom is supposedly a mortal from the human realm. His name was Ma something Yuan." The smile on my face froze instantly. I stood there like a statue for 3 seconds before looking away, pretending I hadn't heard my own name. "Ma something Yuan? Sounds familiar," I muttered, scratching the back of my head. "A lot of people come and go in the heavens. Probably some new immortal, right? Who knows?" The goldfish rolled its eyes. "Doesn't matter to us anyway." I bid the fish a quick goodbye and hurried toward the warehouse. My mind was a chaotic mess. Ma something Yuan. There were millions of mortals named Ma, but the fact that I shared a name with the princess's mystery groom made my skin crawl. It was too much of a coincidence. The system gave me 7 days to identify the groom, but I couldn't just investigate every god named Ma. I needed a lead. As I walked, a memory flashed through my mind like a bolt of lightning. Grandmaster Taishang's alchemy lab. That place was usually quiet, guarded only by a few furnace boys. It shouldn't have held any secrets. But when I was repairing the lab recently, I noticed one brick on the wall was a slightly different color than the others. I hadn't thought much of it then, but now I realized that brick had been moved. I grit my teeth. It was time for a midnight break-in. That night, right after the 3rd shift of the Heavenly Guards took over, I slipped out of the warehouse. I wore a dark gray robe that blended perfectly into the moonlight. The lab was unguarded. I pushed open the bronze doors, and the scent of medicinal herbs hit me instantly. The massive alchemy furnace was still warm, its golden runes glowing faintly in the dark. I didn't waste time. I went straight to the suspicious wall and tapped on the brick. It sounded hollow. I squinted, noticing the gaps around it were wider than the others, with faint scratch marks on the edges. I tried to pry it open with my fingernails, but it wouldn't budge. I pulled out a small iron axe from my belt and gave it a gentle wedge. Click! The brick finally popped out, revealing a dark, downward-sloping tunnel. I took a deep breath, lit a torch, and crawled inside. It was narrow, barely enough for one person. After walking for a while, the space opened up into a secret chamber. It wasn't large. A few night pearls embedded in the walls provided dim light. In the center sat a stone table with a half-burnt candle and an open notebook. In the corner, wooden crates were piled high, filled with white porcelain medicine bottles. I picked up the notebook. The cover was tattered, and the ink inside was mostly faded, but a few pages were still legible. I turned to the clearest page, and my heart stopped. The secret record of longevity requires living refinement. My breath hitched. I flipped through the pages. They were filled with ingredients and steps for various pills, but the last paragraph made my blood run cold. Human essence and blood can be exchanged for a century of life. 10 people for the foundation, 100 for the core, 1,000 for completion. Below that was a line of small text, heavily underlined in black ink. I could just barely make out 2 words, the princess. My hands started to shake. Princess Chi, the royal wedding, living refinement. These 3 things crashed together in my head like a bucket of ice water. I forced myself to keep reading. The back half of the notebook had been torn out, leaving only a few fragments. On the very last page, one sentence remained clear, must be done on the night of the full moon. The blood of a virgin is the catalyst. I was about to look closer when I heard light footsteps above me. Someone was coming. There was nowhere to hide in the small room. I looked at the wooden crates in the corner, lunged forward, and climbed inside one, pulling the lid shut. Seconds later, the wall of the secret room slid open. Through a tiny crack in the crate, I saw a pair of gold-stitched boots stop right next to the stone table. Humph! A deep male voice echoed, sounding amused. It seems someone has been here. The next morning, my heart nearly skipped a beat when I saw Princess Chi appearing at the construction site. She was dressed in a simple white dress with a pale green shawl, looking like she was just out for a stroll. But the 4 gold-armored guards behind her, clutching their sharp blades, told a different story. "Ma Mingyuan," she said. Her voice was calm, but it carried a weight that demanded submission. "I heard you took over the renovation of my palace." I hurried forward and handed her the blueprints, my hands shaking so much I almost dropped them. "Yes, Your Highness. I am in charge." I wiped the sweat from my forehead, making sure she saw how nervous I was. "And?" she asked, taking the papers. She glanced at them, and her expression shifted instantly. The blueprints weren't for her palace. They were the structural damage reports for the Southern Heavenly Gate, covered in detailed repair notes and a giant stamp that read, "Urgent." "What is this?" Her voice turned cold. I wiped more sweat away, my voice trembling. "Princess, the Jade Emperor ordered this. He said the Southern Gate is falling apart and must be prioritized. Your palace project. I'm afraid." "Afraid of what?" "I'm afraid it has to be postponed." Princess Chi's face turned a terrifying shade of ashen gray. Her fingers tightened around the blueprints until her knuckles turned white. The paper crumpled into a messy ball in her hand before she slammed it onto the ground. "Ma Mingyuan," she hissed, her teeth clenched. "Do you have any idea that my royal wedding is less than a month away?" I kept my head low, making my voice sound small and timid. "I know, Your Highness. I know." But the Jade Emperor sighed. "I will speak to my father myself." Princess Chi interrupted. Her gaze was sharp enough to poke 2 holes right through me. "You stop work on the Southern Heavenly Gate right now and open up my palace construction. Move everything there." I looked up, letting my face twist into an expression of extreme distress. "Princess, it's not that I'm being disobedient. It's just that the Jade Emperor gave the order personally. He said he's coming to inspect the progress in 3 days. If I don't have results by then." I paused, swallowing hard. "I'm afraid my life won't be worth a copper coin." One of the gold-armored guards behind her took a step forward. His long blade slid half an inch out of its scabbard with a sharp metallic ring. "How dare you? You defy the princess's command." "Stop," Princess Chi said, raising a hand to hold the guard back. She stared at me, trying to judge if I was lying. After a long silence, she took a deep breath. Her voice was ice-cold. "Ma Mingyuan, you are very good." She spat the words out through gritted teeth. Every syllable felt like it was being squeezed out of a meat grinder. "Pick up those blueprints." I scrambled to bend over, scooping up the crumpled papers and handing them back with both hands. She snatched them away and handed them to her guard without looking at them. "I'll see just how long you can keep this delay going," she said. She turned to leave, but stopped abruptly. She looked back at me one last time. "By the way, Ma Mingyuan, have you heard the news?" My heart skipped a beat, but I kept my face blank and confused. "Please enlighten me, Princess." "I heard things aren't very peaceful in Lord Laozi's alchemy lab lately," she said lightly, as if she were just making small talk. "People are saying a mouse snuck inside." Cold sweat instantly broke out across my back. I forced myself to stay steady and even managed to squeeze out a fawning smile. The princess must be joking. That's Lord Laozi's domain. Who would dare provoke him? It was probably just a young disciple knocking something over. Princess Chi stared at me for 3 long seconds. A strange, unreadable smile curled the corner of her mouth. Perhaps. She turned and walked away with her guards. I waited until they disappeared around the end of the corridor before I felt my legs go weak. I leaned against the wall, gasping for air. On the surface, we were talking about construction deadlines. But that comment about the alchemy lab? She was testing me. How did she know about the secret room? Had the mysterious man already reported me? My mind was a mess. I looked down at the scraps of paper on the ground. When she was looking at the blueprints earlier, I had intentionally bumped into her, kicking some annoying debris into the corner. I bent down, picked up the scraps, and tucked them carefully into my sleeve. Just then, I heard footsteps. I turned to see Jinyu running toward me, looking excited. Brother Mingyuan, good news. What is it? I asked. Someone just sent word, Jinyu panted. The Ministry of Works approved a batch of premium timber for the Southern Heavenly Gate repairs. It's at the warehouse entrance right now. Do you want to go see? My eyes lit up. This was exactly what I needed. I was desperate for materials for the gate. With this timber, I had a perfect, legitimate excuse to stall the princess's project and buy myself more time. Let's go, I said. As I followed Jinyu, I started planning my next move. I had to go back to the alchemy lab's secret room tonight. The mysterious man knew someone had broken in, which only proved that the place held a massive secret. The notes I found weren't just random scribbles. Brother Mingyuan, Jinyu said, dropping his voice. When I was at the warehouse, I heard a strange rumor. I stopped walking and looked at him, acting surprised. A rumor? About what? Lord Lousy lost something. Jinyu whispered, shaking his head. I don't know what it was, but he's furious. He ordered a strict investigation of everyone who entered or left the lab. I frowned, touching the paper scraps in my sleeve. A bad feeling settled in my gut. Now that the mystery man knew about the intrusion, security would be tight. Going back tonight wouldn't be easy. More importantly, the princess's visit today wasn't just about the deadline. She was sending me a message. I know you were there. The next morning, I was crouching by a pile of bricks at the Southern Heavenly Gate site, counting a new shipment of mica stone. Brother Mingyuan, Jinyu ran over again, his voice a low hiss. Erling Shun is here. He brought the howling celestial dog. He says he's inspecting the site. A small smirk played on my lips. Finally, I stood up, brushed the dust off my hands, and put on a look of perfect panic. Why is the true Lord here so suddenly? The site isn't even cleaned up yet. Before I could finish, a figure in silver armor appeared at the entrance. Yang Jian stood with his hands behind his back. The third eye on his forehead was half open. Beside him sat a sleek, pitch-black hound, the howling celestial dog. The dog's eyes were sharp, scanning every brick on the site as if weighing them. Ma Mingyuan, Yang Jian said. His voice was flat, but carried an undeniable authority. How is the repair of the Southern Heavenly Gate progressing? Reporting to the true Lord, I said, bowing respectfully. The main frame is 80% finished. We just need the final spirit runes and the door studs. As I spoke, I let my eyes flicker toward the direction of Princess Chi's palace. Yang Jian's third eye opened slightly wider, catching the movement. What are you looking at? I jumped as if startled and quickly looked away. Nothing. It's nothing. I'm worried about Princess Chi's side. They're rushing their deadline too, and I'm afraid of falling behind on her schedule. Yang Jian's brow furrowed. The princess's palace renovation? What is she up to now? I looked left and right, then leaned in close, acting like I was sharing a deep secret. The true Lord might not know, but the princess came here personally a few days ago. She said she wants to build a secret room under her sleeping quarters. She's pushing me to finish the gate so I can move my men over to work for her. A secret room? Yang Jian's eyes narrowed. Yes, I said, scratching my head and acting like I was just rambling. She said it was for storing valuable items. But I was thinking, what could she have that's so valuable it needs a secret room? Some rare treasure, maybe? I paused, then added, but the construction is very hush-hush. Even I don't know the exact location. She said the fewer people who know, the better. Yang Jian didn't respond, but his third eye was now fully open. Everyone in the celestial realm knew that Princess Chi and Yang Jian didn't get along. Ever since she mocked him as a three-eyed freak at the Peach Banquet years ago, They had been at odds. Now that she was building a hidden room in secret, Yang Jian's mind was undoubtedly racing with suspicion. "Continue your work," Yang Jian said curtly. He patted the dog's head. "Let's go. We're finished here." I watched him walk away with the howling celestial dog, silently counting down the time in my head. Sure enough, by the next morning, the entire construction site was buzzing with gossip. "Did you hear? Erlang Shin came back for a massive inspection at dawn. He says our site has safety hazards that need to be cleared immediately." "Safety hazards? What are you talking about?" I stood beneath the scaffolding, listening to the workers' frantic whispers. The construction site was buzzing. "I heard the true Lord didn't come for an inspection," one worker whispered, leaning in close. "He brought the howling celestial dog to find something." "Find what?" another asked. "Who knows? But that dog circled Princess Chi's palace 3 times. I kept my face expressionless, but inside, I was satisfied. My conversation with Yang Jian the day before might have seemed like mindless rambling, but every word had been a calculated barb. In the celestial realm, Yang Jian hated secrets and corruption more than anything. He remembered how Sun Wukong had stolen the peaches and elixirs because of lax oversight. Now that Princess Chi was building a secret room behind the heaven's back, there was no way the law enforcer of the Jade Palace would look the other way. Suddenly, a sharp, angry scream cut through the air from the direction of the palace. "Yang Jian, what is the meaning of this?" Princess Chi appeared at the entrance of the construction site. She was still in her nightgown, clearly jolted awake. Her face was ashen, and her beautiful eyes looked ready to spit fire. Yang Jian stood before her palace gates, looking completely unbothered. "Why so angry, princess?" "I'm just conducting a routine patrol." "Routine patrol?" She was shaking with rage. "You had a dog circling my private quarters over and over. You call that a patrol?" "The howling celestial dog has a keen nose," Yang Jian said slowly. "He can smell things that shouldn't be in the immortal realm. I heard you were doing some renovations and worried some stray demonic energy might have slipped in. I'm just here to help." Princess Chi's pupils shrank. "Who said I was renovating?" "Oh, you aren't." Yang Jian gave her a long, meaningful look. "Perhaps I was misinformed. But since I'm already here, why not let the dog take a quick look inside? It would put your mind at ease." "Don't you dare." She stepped forward, blocking the door with her body. "This is my private residence. I won't have you bringing a dog inside whenever you please." The two of them stared each other down. The air felt like it was freezing solid. The servants nearby scrambled away, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. Back in the crowd, I watched the scene unfold. A tiny, almost invisible smile touched my lips. An hour later, inside the palace, the sound of shattering porcelain echoed through the halls. Princess Chi had smashed her tea set. Pieces of fine china littered the floor, and her maids were all on their knees, too terrified to breathe. "Yang Jian, you 3-eyed freak," she hissed through gritted teeth. "How did he find out about the secret room? Who leaked it?" No one answered. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. If Yang Jian actually found the room, her entire plan was ruined. But she knew that overreacting now would only confirm his suspicions. She had to endure it, at least until the construction was finished. "Go," she commanded coldly. "Bring Manhwa to me." A few minutes later, I was led into the palace. I looked at the broken porcelain and the princess's face, which looked cold enough to grow frost. I knew exactly what was happening, but I put on my best face of panicked confusion. "Princess, you summoned me? How can I serve you?" "Manhwa," she said, her voice dropping an octave as she stared into my eyes. "Tell me, why did Yang Jian come here?" I knew the answer better than anyone, but my reply was seamless. I really don't know, Your Highness. Perhaps the true Lord noticed something unusual while patrolling the southern heaven gate. By accident." She let out a cold, mocking laugh. "He just happened to bring his dog to my front door by accident." "I truly cannot say," I said, looking troubled. "But the true Lord possesses great power. Perhaps his third eye saw something he wasn't supposed to see." Her knuckles turned white as she gripped her chair. She searched my face for any sign of a lie, but I gave her nothing but innocence and confusion. Finally, she exhaled and loosened her grip. "Fine. Get out." "Yes, Your Highness." I bowed and backed away. The moment I turned my back, A faint golden light flickered in my eyes. The bait had been taken. Princess Chi watched me leave, her expression shifting. She definitely suspected me, but she had no proof. And now that Yang Jian was breathing down her neck, she needed me more than ever to finish that secret room quickly. She had to swallow this bitter pill. Ma Mingyuan, she whispered to the empty room, her nails digging into her palms. I didn't realize you had this in you. We'll see who wins this game. Late that night, I was preparing to sleep when I heard 3 soft knocks on my door. Knock, knock, knock. Steady, rhythmic, and intentional. I frowned, my hand sliding toward the short brush hidden in my sleeve. Ever since I'd messed with the princess's plans, I had been sleeping with one eye open. Who is it? Late-night snack delivery, a strange, low voice replied. Superintendent Ma has been working hard. I brought some lotus seed soup. My eyes narrowed. I hadn't ordered any food, and no one on this site was brave enough to bring me snacks unannounced. But the person outside knew exactly where I lived. I cracked the door open and saw a man in a plain gray robe. He looked like an ordinary low-level immortal, the kind of face you'd forget the second he turned away. He held a steaming bowl, but his eyes were sharp and clear. Aren't you going to invite me in for tea, Superintendent? He smiled. It's windy out here. I stepped aside and let him in. He moved with a grace that didn't match a manual laborer. Who do you work for? I asked, cutting straight to the point. No one, he said, setting the soup on the table. He reached into his sleeve and pulled out a black medallion, handing it to me with both hands. But someone asked me to give you this. The medallion was heavy, made of royal dark iron, a material only high-ranking officials could use. It had a cloud pattern on the front and a soaring phoenix on the back. Then, he pulled out a folded note. Read this, and you'll understand. I unfolded the paper. It was smooth as jade. Only 4 words were written on it in sharp, heavy strokes. Watch your wife and daughter. My heart skipped a beat, but I didn't let it show. I looked at the man again. His fingernails were clean, but there was a faint green stain in the crevices, the kind of stain you get from years of picking peaches in the royal orchard. He was a servant from the Queen Mother's private garden. I folded the note and tucked it away. You know who wrote this? I can't say, he said, shaking his head. But since you've accepted the medallion, you should realize people are watching you from the shadows. Are they helping me? I asked. Or using me? The man gave me a cryptic smile. In the heavens, there is no such thing as a free favor or a free medallion. You're a smart man. You understand. I nodded. I understood perfectly. The Queen Mother's people were reaching out to me just as the princess's secret was being exposed. It wasn't because they liked me. Princess Chi's secret room might have stayed hidden from others, but nothing stayed hidden from the Queen Mother's intelligence network for long. She was just waiting for the right moment to strike. I realized what was happening. They needed an outsider to stir the waters, and I, Ma Mingyuan, was that outsider. I lowered my voice and looked at the messenger. Tell the Great One I accept. The small immortal nodded and turned to leave. At the doorway, he stopped. One more thing, he said. Speak, I replied. Princess Chi's secret room has already reached the 3rd level. The craftsmen she hired are from Yuqing Palace. My heart skipped a beat. Yuqing Palace meant the disciples of the great primeval lord. Princess Chi wasn't just building a basement. She had managed to pull in people from one of the highest powers in the heavens. This meant she either had a massive secret deal with them, or whatever she was hiding was terrifyingly important. The messenger didn't stay to explain further. He pushed the door open and vanished into the night. I stood alone, rubbing the medallion between my fingers. The corner of the dark iron felt warm, almost like it was alive. I held it up to the candlelight and noticed a tiny, hair-thin crack in the phoenix's eye. It was a seal. This wasn't just a token for identification. It had another purpose. I tilted it against the light, and my pupils shrank. Faint characters appeared inside the phoenix's eye, visible only at this specific angle. Tomorrow at the hour of the monkey. East Gallery of the Jade Pool. Meet her. I took a deep breath and tucked the medallion into my robes. This wasn't just a letter delivery. I was being pulled into a deep, murky pond, and I had no choice but to jump. Between Princess Chi and the Queen Mother, I was standing on the edge of a cliff. I could either fall and be crushed, or find a way to ride the wind and fly. I blew out the candle and sat in the dark for a long time. The messenger's warning echoed in my head, "Watch your wife and daughter." But as the shadows lengthened, I realized Princess Chi wasn't the only one I had to fear. The next morning, a knock sounded at my door. It was Princess Chi's personal maid. "Master Ma, Her Highness requests your presence." I tightened up inside, but I kept my face calm. I offered a polite smile. "Lead the way, sister." She gave me a quick, judging look, but said nothing. She turned and led me to the princess's living quarters. It was much more elegant than I expected. No flashy gold, just celadone vases with white plum blossoms and scrolls of bamboo books. Princess Chi sat on a soft couch by the window, holding a book. She looked like a refined scholar who didn't care about the world. "Master Ma is here. Sit," she said, her voice warm. I bowed and took a seat on a nearby stool, my internal alarms screaming. The messenger said she was digging a 3-story secret vault with divine craftsmen, yet here she was, acting like a peaceful poet. The more graceful she acted, the more dangerous she became. "Master Ma, you protected my carriage yesterday," she said, pulling a small jade box from her sleeve. She pushed it across the table. "This is a small token of my gratitude." I opened the lid. Inside lay a pill the size of a pigeon's egg, vibrant green and smelling of fresh herbs. Just breathing in the scent made my spiritual energy move faster. "Princess, this is too valuable," I said, trying to decline. "Don't be modest," she replied, her tone leaving no room for argument. "Your cultivation is rare for someone who can react that fast. This Biyun pill will help expand your meridians and purify your energy. It will help your future growth." The maid chimed in. "Master Ma, the princess is being kind. This pill was personally crafted by an alchemist from Yuqing Palace. There are only a few in all of heaven." Yuqing Palace again. I felt a jolt of adrenaline. I forced my eyes to turn red with emotion, looking like an honest man overwhelmed by grace. "Your Highness, I don't know what to say. From now on, if you need me, I will go through fire and water without blinking." She nodded, satisfied with my performance, and dismissed me. I carried the box back to my room and locked the door. The grateful expression vanished instantly. I stared at the pill and sneered. An alchemist from Yuqing Palace? The timing was too perfect. "System," I whispered, "appraise this pill." A green data stream scanned the pill. A moment later, blood-red text flashed in my vision. "Warning, modified pill. Positive effects. 20% meridian expansion, 15% energy purity. Hidden effects. Gradually erodes the user's consciousness. Taking it once every 7 days creates total dependency. After 1 month, the user's thoughts are influenced. After 3 months, the user's will is weakened to the point of total obedience. After 6 months, the soul is marked, turning the user into a permanent puppet." Cold sweat soaked my back. She didn't want to reward me. She wanted a toy on a string. If I threw it away, I'd be declaring war on a woman who had the gods on her payroll. If I ate it, I was dead. "System," I said, my eyes cold, "can you simulate the effects of this pill in my body without actually letting it hurt me?" "Confirmed," the system replied. "I can create a virtual model. I will release fake signals, so any detection will show the medicine is working. The actual toxins will be neutralized in the background. This can be maintained for 3 months." I felt a dark grin spread across my face. "Princess Chi, I'll gladly accept your gift, but we'll see who ends up being the puppet." I tossed the green pill into my mouth and swallowed. I closed my eyes, pretending to meditate. Outside the window, a tiny, thin stream of white air snaked through the crack in the frame, watching me. The thin stream of white air circled above me, lingering in the stillness of the room. It was checking to see if the drug had taken hold. After a few tense seconds, the vapor retreated, snaking back through the cracks in the window frame and vanishing into the night. I opened my eyes. Out of the corner of my vision, I caught the direction it fled. My smile deepened. It seemed there were even more eyes watching this courtyard than I thought. I sat cross-legged on a prayer mat inside the sleeping quarters, incense smoke curling around me. I kept my breathing steady and my eyes half closed, looking every bit the obedient servant. "System," I thought, "what's the progress on neutralizing the side effects?" A status bar flickered in my mind. The pill had 7 layers of toxins. Dependency on the administrator, 99% neutralized. Spiritual perception control, 98% neutralized. Submission to specific voice commands, 95% neutralized. Overall progress, 96%. Remaining time, 30 seconds. I counted down the heartbeats. When the timer hit 0, I let my expression shift. I made my eyes go slightly vacant, my focus softening into a dazed, dreamy state. I forced a look of pure, hollow sincerity onto my face. This Biyun pill, it's truly miraculous, I murmured, my voice trailing off. I feel my spiritual energy flowing without any resistance. Princess Chi sat across from me in a carved wooden chair, sipping tea. She smiled when she heard me speak. Of course it is. The Biyun pill is crafted in the Yuqing Palace's private alchemy labs. Even high-ranking officials can't beg for a single dose. She set her teacup down and studied my face intensely. Her voice turned soft, almost motherly. Minuan, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? I shook my head slowly, letting a look of desperate longing creep into my eyes. No discomfort. Actually, I feel very much at peace. It feels like as long as I'm by your side, princess, all my worries just disappear. The words were nauseatingly cheesy, but they were exactly what she wanted to hear. This was the textbook reaction to the first layer of the pill, total emotional dependency on the person who gave it. A flash of satisfaction crossed Princess Chi's eyes. She stood up and walked to the window. Good. Now that you've taken the pill, we are on the same side. I have a task for you. I scrambled to my feet, bowing low with exaggerated respect. Please, princess, give me your orders. Tomorrow, the god of war, Erlang Shinyang Jian, will be inspecting the southern heaven gate, she said, turning back to me with a sharp glint in her eyes. You happen to be on the guard rotation. Find an opportunity to accidentally leak the contents of the Queen Mother's secret letter to him. My heart skipped a beat. This woman was actually making a move against the Queen Mother. On the surface, I just looked confused. Princess, what does the letter say? She waved her hand dismissively. You don't need to know the details. You just need to make sure Erlang Shen knows that the Queen Mother is planning a massive purge of the heavens. Tell him the first people she's targeting are his old subordinates in the Celestial Army. I felt a cold laugh bubbling up inside me. She was using Erlang Shen as a weapon, hoping to spark a civil war between him and the Queen Mother. I understand, I said, nodding firmly. I'll get it done. She smiled and patted my shoulder. Go, get some rest. Everything depends on you tomorrow. I backed out of the palace and crossed the courtyard to my side chamber. The moment I shut the door, the dazed look vanished. My face turned like stone. System, are the side effects gone? Fully neutralized, the system replied. Asterisk feedback data has been simulated. Any external spiritual scan will show you are in a state of total dependency. Asterisk. Perfect. I looked out at the dark sky. Princess Chi thought she was playing chess with me as her pawn. I was more than happy to play the role, until it was time to flip the board. The next morning, before the sun even touched the horizon, I was in my guard armor. I stood beneath a massive golden pillar at the southern heaven gate. Rows of gold-clad guards stood like statues, but I kept my eyes moving, scanning the clouds. Suddenly, a streak of silver light cut through the sky. It landed with a heavy thud in front of the gate. A man in silver battle armor stepped forward, carrying a three-pointed, double-edged spear. The third eye on his forehead was closed, but the sheer pressure radiating from him made the other guards lower their heads. This was Yang Jian. I took a deep breath and adjusted my expression to look nervous and unsettled. As Yang Jian strode past the line of guards, he suddenly stopped. He turned to look at me, his brow furrowed. You're new, he said, his voice like grinding stone. I haven't seen you before. I dropped to one knee immediately. I am the lowly immortal Ma Minuan, recently transferred to the gate rotation, great true lord. Ma Minuan. He nodded thoughtfully and started to walk away. As he passed, I accidentally bumped my waist token against my armor. A small slip of paper slid from my sleeve and fluttered to the ground. Oh no, I gasped, my face pale. I lunged to grab it, but Yang Jian was faster. He flicked his fingers, and the paper flew into his hand. He unfolded it. After just one glance, his expression turned murderous. This is a secret order from the Queen Mother? I started shaking, my lips trembling. True Lord, please, that's my private property. Give it back. He ignored me completely, his eyes locked on the text. The letter was short, but every word was a bomb. It detailed the Queen Mother's plan to reorganize the celestial troops, specifically targeting Yang Jian's veterans for being arrogant and overbearing. Yang Jian's face went black. He crushed the paper into a ball and glared at me. How did you get this? Sweat poured down my face. I found it yesterday in the paper bureau. I don't know who dropped it. Found it. He sneered. This is special jade mirror paper, stamped with the Queen Mother's seal, and it just fell on the floor for you to find. He stared at me, and the third eye on his forehead cracked open. A beam of golden light shot out, bathing me from head to toe. He was scanning my soul to see if I was lying. I didn't blink. The system had already prepared the fake data. A moment later, the light vanished. Yang Jian's expression softened slightly. He closed his eye. Your soul is clean. It seems it really was a coincidence. I let out a shaky breath and bowed my head. Thank you for your mercy, true Lord. He tucked the paper into his robes and marched into the gate without looking back. I'll handle this. Forget you ever saw me today. Once he was gone, I stood up slowly. A small smile played on my lips. Step 1 was complete. That evening, the princess summoned me again. The moment I entered, she rushed toward me, her eyes bright with excitement. Manhwa, did he take it? He did, I said, bowing respectfully. Everything went as planned. He has the letter, and he looked furious. She nodded, clearly pleased. She sat back down and took a slow sip of tea. Manhwa, since you've proven your loyalty, it's time I told you the rest of the plan. I felt a chill go down my spine, but I kept my head down. I am listening, princess. She set the cup down, her eyes turning sharp. Next month, I am to be married. It is a union with a very heavyweight figure. A wedding. Yes. She stood up and walked to the wall, pressing a hidden switch. With a heavy rumble, the wall slid open to reveal a secret armory. It was filled with rows of glowing, lethal, god-slaying weapons. This wedding isn't just about a marriage, she said, her voice filled with cold ambition. It's a coup. I'm going to use the ceremony to seize total control of the heavens' military power. My pupils shrank. Princess Chi stepped toward me and placed a hand on my shoulder. Her touch was light, and her voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable weight of authority. Manhwa, she whispered. You'll help me, won't you? I looked up, meeting her eyes. They were sharp, as if she could see through every lie I'd ever told. I forced a look of pure, unwavering loyalty onto my face and smiled. Of course, princess. I would go through fire and water for you. She laughed, looking thoroughly satisfied. But inside, I was sneering. A wedding coup. Interesting. But if she thought I was actually going to help her, she was dead wrong. I was about to say more when a voice drifted in from outside the door. It was Qingyu. Seventh sister? Mother sent me to ask if you've chosen the style for your wedding dress yet. It was the fifth princess. Princess Chi's expression flickered. She moved fast, hitting the switch to close the secret armory and stepping toward the door. But in the split second before she opened it, something caught my eye. Tucked into a tiny, inconspicuous crack in the secret wall was a jade sword charm. Carved onto its surface was a single character, Qing. My heart skipped a beat. That was a token from the Yuqing sect. It seemed Princess Chi wasn't just working with people from the heavens. She had outside backers too. I held my breath and waited. Once the fifth princess left, I slipped out of the secret room. When Princess Chi returned, she had already regained her usual calm composure. Manhwa, keep pushing forward with the secret chamber, she said indifferently. It must be finished within 3 days. Understood, I replied, bowing my head. My eyes darted toward the wall where the jade charm was hidden. If the forces of the Yuqing sect were interfering in the internal power struggles of the heavens, things were about to get very ugly. The first thing I did when I got back to the underground chamber was seal that wall crack completely. I carefully pried the jade charm out and held it in my palm. A bone-chilling cold instantly surged through my body. A system prompt screamed in my head. Asterisk warning. High-dimensional energy residue detected. Warning, asterisk. I frowned and tossed the charm into my system storage. I needed to focus on the task at hand. The main construction of the chamber was 2/3 done. According to the blueprints, I needed to hollow out a central space exactly 9 feet square, reinforce the walls with nebula iron, and set an array core in the center. For me, this wasn't hard. My cultivation level was suppressed to the chi refining stage, but thanks to the system, my physical strength had already broken through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. With the system's precision optimization, I worked faster than 4 skilled craftsmen combined. The iron pickaxe felt as light as an embroidery needle in my hand. I embedded the nebula iron blocks into the walls one by one, fitting them so perfectly that not a single gap remained. 2 hours later, the main structure was finished. Ding! Asterisk congratulations. Host has completed the Heaven's Secret Chamber construction task. Phase 1 rewards are being issued. Asterisk. My spirits lifted. Finally. Asterisk rewards. 1 Heavenly Palace Enlightenment Skill Book. 5,000 experience points. 300 merit points. Asterisk. Skill Book Effects. Master Level 1 Heavenly Palace Enlightenment Skills. Immortal Array Analysis. Trap Identification, and Basic 5-Element Escape Techniques. I didn't hesitate. Learn. A flood of information rushed into my brain like a tidal wave. Lines on immortal blueprints that had looked like gibberish minutes ago suddenly became crystal clear. Every rune, every energy vein, and every node was laid bare before my eyes, as if they were transparent. I instinctively looked back at the blueprints Princess Chi had given me. Within seconds, my pupils contracted. Something was wrong. This design, it was a trap. I flipped through the pages, scanning every detail with my newly acquired array knowledge. The hidden nodes connected in my mind to form a terrifying picture. This wasn't just a garden or a chamber. This was the Fire Dragon Heaven-Burning Array. And it wasn't a standard version. The array core in the center of the room was actually a detonation trigger. The nebula iron I'd used to reinforce the walls was actually a series of channels designed to guide the explosion. Once activated, this entire chamber would become a giant powder keg, releasing enough force to level a mountain. Even worse, the direction of the blast was aimed straight at the foundations of the Lingxiao Palace. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I quickly calculated the blast radius. Everything within 30 yards would be vaporized, and the heart of the Lingxiao Palace sat right in the center of that zone. If this array blew, the palace would be destroyed. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to stay calm. Was Princess Chi trying to destroy the Lingxiao Palace? No, that didn't make sense. Then I realized the fatal truth. If the palace collapsed, the heavens would fall into absolute chaos. In that chaos, hidden factions could rise. The figure from the Yuqing sect had probably been waiting for this day for a long time. That jade charm wasn't an accident. This was a 3-way conspiracy. Princess Chi lured me in, the Yuqing sect provided the array, and as for the person who would actually pull the trigger, I clenched my fists. I was standing in the light, but the real players were still in the shadows. Ding. Hidden quest triggered. Break the trap. Asterisk requirement. Modify the array without alerting Princess Chi. Reverse the lock so it targets the person who activates it. Reward. 1 special item. Permanent level up for Heavenly Palace Enlightenment skill. A slow smile spread across my face. Modifying the array? I like that idea. If they wanted to set a trap, they could drown in it themselves. I checked the sky outside. According to Heaven's time, I had about 2 hours before Princess Chi came for her next inspection. That was plenty. I rubbed my hands together and opened my skill panel, diving deep into the structure of the Fire Dragon array. A moment later, I found it. If I dug 3 hidden channels and placed a reversal mechanism under the core, I could make the energy flow backward. When the time came, the person activating the array wouldn't be destroying a palace, they'd be destroying themselves. I walked out of the chamber carrying a roll of blank parchment. I didn't go straight to the workshop. Instead, I took a detour through the Imperial Garden. The supervisor Princess Chi had assigned to watch me followed at a distance. When he saw me crouching by a flower bed to draw, he didn't bother asking questions. I'd been studying the feng shui of the gardens for days, so this was normal behavior. Nobody noticed that every time I crouched down, my right index finger pressed lightly into the soil. On my skill panel, a tiny dot of light flickered. That was an array node. I looked at the tricolored peony in the center of the flower bed. Its position was exactly on the edge of the fire dragon array's path. The spiritual veins met right beneath it. It was a natural focal point. If I buried a reversal stone here, the entire array line would shift by 30 degrees. I stood up and brushed the dirt off my hands, smiling at the supervisor. This flower needs repotting. The roots are starting to show. The supervisor glanced at it. It's the princess's garden. You're the boss here, not me. I pulled a palm-sized piece of jade from my sleeve. This is root-nourishing jade from the mortal realm. It's good for spiritual plants. I'll swap it in. The supervisor hesitated, then nodded. I moved quickly, digging up the peony, and, under the guise of changing the soil, shoved the reversal stone into the bottom of the pot. The stone was carved with intricate patterns that blended perfectly with the jade. To anyone else, it just looked like a rock. Even if someone smashed the flower pot, they'd just think it was a piece of raw jade. With that part finished, I grabbed my tools and headed toward the kiln pool. A thick mist hung over the water year-round, looking like a scene from a fairy tale, but I wasn't there for the view. I kept my eyes on a waist-high inkstone sitting by the pool's edge. This was the second node for the fire dragon array. I crouched down and pulled a carving knife from my toolbox. To anyone watching, I was just etching decorative patterns into the stone. But the moment the blade touched the surface, I activated my Heaven's Palace Enlightenment skill. My vision sharpened. I could see the internal structure of the jade. I started cutting with a precision of 0.01 millimeters, my fingers moving with a steady, practiced rhythm. I sliced a tiny, near-invisible slit along the natural veins of the stone. I reached into my robe and pulled out a copper bell the size of a fingernail. It was a triple rotation mechanism bell. I slid it into the slit and used stone powder to smooth over the gap until it vanished. Once the array activated, the fire energy would hit this bell first. The vibration would trigger the mechanism, redirecting the flames deep into the earth instead of up into the tower. It was a classic stealing the firewood from under the pot move. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and stood up to stretch. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a slender figure approaching. She wore a light purple dress. It was Princess Chi. My heart hammered against my ribs, but I kept my face neutral. I bent back over, pretending to inspect the stone. "You're quite dedicated, Master Ma," she said, her tone neither hot nor cold. "Do even the rocks by the pool need your personal touch?" I looked up and flashed my best honest worker smile. The princess ordered every part of the garden to be perfect. There were some weeds hiding in the crevices of this inkstone, so I figured I'd clear them out while I was here. She stared at me for a few long seconds, her gaze drifting down to the stone. My heart skipped a beat. I didn't flinch. I actually stepped aside to give her a better view. "Look at these patterns, Princess," I said. "Once polished, this will be a beautiful ornament for the garden." She didn't say a word. She knelt down and ran her hand over the surface of the stone. My palms were soaking wet with sweat, but I didn't stop her. If I tried to block her, I'd be dead. Luckily, she just felt the texture, stood back up, and nodded. "Continue your work." She turned and vanished into the mist. I watched her go until her purple shadow was completely gone. Then I let out a long, shaky breath. I looked at my hand, the one that had been holding the carving knife. It was trembling and slick with sweat. That was way too close. I couldn't waste more time. I hurried toward the alchemy lab. This was the core of the heavenly realm, usually guarded like a fortress. But I got lucky. The two guards on duty were old acquaintances. I'd fixed their furnace once before. "Brother Ma, you're back?" One of the guards, Lucy, greeted me with a grin. "Drawing more blueprints today?" "Orders from the princess," I said, waving the scrolls in my hand. "I need to reorganize the fire veins in the lab to boost the pill-making efficiency." Lucy didn't think twice. He stepped aside and let me in. Once inside, I found a quiet corner and crouched down. The floor was made of square, blue-gray tiles. I used my knife to pry up 3 tiles near the wall. I pulled out 9 yellow paper talismans, wind spirit charms. I'd learned how to make these back in the mortal realm. They were perfect for disrupting energy flow. I tucked the charms under the tiles. When the fire dragon array's energy passed through here, it would be blocked for exactly 3 seconds. It wasn't long, but it was enough to break the entire energy chain of the array. I carefully replaced the tiles and stepped on them to lock them back into place. Then, I took a gourd from my bag and splashed some herbal water over the cracks. It would make moss grow instantly, hiding any sign that the floor had been tampered with. I checked my system interface. I had half an hour before the princess was scheduled for her next inspection. I walked out of the lab and took a deep breath, looking up at the towering palaces of the heavenly realm. I let out a cold smile. 3 nodes, 3 hidden traps, plus the reversal mechanism in the secret room. I had quietly woven a web across her entire plan. Now, I just had to wait for the prey to walk in. I was heading back to my quarters when I saw a figure flash past the princess's palace gate. They were wearing a black cloak that hid most of their face, but I recognized the silhouette instantly. It was the middle-aged scholar who had delivered the imperial decree before. One of the pure sect people. My pupils contracted. I froze. The scholar seemed to sense my gaze. He turned his head and, from 100 meters away, gave me a thin, meaningful smile. Before I could process what that look meant, a golden-armored heavenly soldier appeared in front of me. Manhwa, receive the decree. The Jade Emperor summons you to the Hall of Divine Mist immediately. The voice was quiet, but carried the weight of the heavens. The laborers nearby dropped to their knees in terror. My stomach did a flip. Why was the Emperor calling for me now? Had the princess complained? Had they found the traps? Or was it because of that scholar? Lead the way, I said. I followed the soldier through the winding corridors, my heart thumping like a drum. But when I stepped into the Hall of Divine Mist, I found the Jade Emperor sitting alone behind his desk, reading a bamboo scroll. Greetings, Your Majesty, I said, bowing low. He looked up, his tone casual, like he was talking to a servant. I heard you know how to fix houses. I blinked, caught off guard. I've spent 20 years laying bricks and tiles in the heavenly realm, Your Majesty. Carpentry, masonry, painting. I know a bit of everything. Good. The Emperor set down his scroll. There's an abandoned palace in the southeast corner of the Taishu Palace. Go see if it can be restored. Before I could even ask which palace, an official handed me a token and a map. Give me an answer in 3 days, the Emperor said, waving me off. If it can be done, do it. If not, I'll find someone else. The whole thing felt like a dream. But when I walked out and looked at the map, my heart nearly stopped. The Luoxiao Palace. That was the residence of a consort from 3,000 years ago. Rumor had it she'd broken a heavenly law and been banished to the mortal realm. The palace had been sealed ever since. And that consort, she was the Jade Emperor's first wife. My hands shook as I followed the map. I pushed open a set of dusty, crimson doors, and the smell of stale wood hit me. The palace wasn't huge, just a few halls and a courtyard with a dead locust tree. The roof tiles were smashed, the paint was peeling, and the floor was cracked. It hadn't been touched in 2 millennia. But I didn't care about the building. I ran straight into the main hall and stared at the bookshelf in the corner. It was piled high with bamboo slips and silk scrolls. Some were rotting, but most were still readable. The secret archives of heaven. My heart raced. I'm just checking the structural integrity, I muttered to myself, even though I was alone. I started scanning the titles. Rules of the Taishu Palace. Records of the Heavenly River. List of Southgate guards. It was all useless junk. I moved faster, my fingers flying over the scrolls. Then, my hand hit a bundle of yellowed silk at the very bottom. A faint spark of spiritual energy zapped my fingertip. I knelt down and carefully unfurled it. The words on the silk made my blood run cold. The year was 9,700 of the heavenly calendar. My eyes scanned the text on the silk scroll, and my blood turned to ice. It was a secret file. It spoke of a consort Su who had secretly consorted with the mortal realm and hidden a demon emperor. Her crime was unforgivable. But because she had given birth to a heavenly daughter, she was spared from death and instead cast into the cycle of reincarnation. My pupils contracted. A heavenly daughter? This consort had a child? I flipped the scroll over and saw a line of tiny, strange characters on the back. The daughter is titled Princess Chi. She is to be raised by the Ministry of Pure Stillness. A bomb went off in my brain. Princess Chi's mother was the very woman who had been banished from this palace. I gripped the silk tightly, my palms slick with sweat. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the courtyard. They were getting closer. I moved fast. I rolled up the secret scroll and shoved it into my tunic. I grabbed a few random, useless bamboo slips from the shelf and spread them over my knees, pretending to study architectural designs. The footsteps stopped at the door. Well, if it isn't Ma Mingyuan, the bricklayer. What are you doing here? I looked up. It was the middle-aged scholar from the Ministry of Pure Stillness. He wore white robes and fiddled with a folding fan. He was smiling, but his eyes were cold as daggers. My heart hammered against my ribs, but I kept my face like stone. I'm here on the Jade Emperor's orders to repair Luoxiao Palace. Naturally, I have to check the blueprints first. I gestured to the bamboo slips in my lap. What brings a great scholar like you to such a remote place? He didn't answer. He walked slowly into the hall, his gaze sweeping over the shelves before landing on my lap. The Jade Emperor certainly trusts you, letting you into a restricted area like this. He leaned down and snatched a scroll from the pile next to me. What's written on this one? My heart stopped. That was another secret file I hadn't managed to hide. If you're interested, why don't you sit down and read it? I said, forcing my voice to stay steady. I can't make heads or tails of it anyway. It's all written in ancient celestial script. The scholar unfurled the scroll and squinted at the lines. His expression flickered for a split second before the smile returned. Just old accounts. Nothing worth seeing. He tossed the scroll back onto the shelf carelessly. But listen, little Ma. In heaven, there are some things that are better left unknown. The words were light, but they sent a chill straight down my spine. I understand, I said, standing up and brushing the dust off my knees. I'll get back to work then. I won't disturb your peace. I didn't stop moving until I was out of the palace. My back was soaked in cold sweat. I hurried back to a secluded corner of the construction site and pulled the hidden scroll from my chest. I needed to see everything. I focused my inner energy, using the knowledge of ancient scripts I'd picked up during my time in the archives. I held my breath and translated word by word. The records showed that in the year 3721, Consort Su was banished to the animal realm of reincarnation. Her daughter, born of a demon consort, should have been punished too, but the Jade Emperor showed mercy and kept her in heaven as a princess. I frowned. Princess Chi was the daughter of a demon consort? No, that wasn't right. The demon consort referred to the woman the Jade Emperor married after Su was banished. That meant Princess Chi was actually the daughter of the original consort Su. I kept reading. 2 years later, Su's reincarnated soul became a concubine in a mortal palace. She gave birth to a daughter named Lu Shuer. The Jade Emperor was furious. He ordered the Thunder Ministry to carry out a heavenly execution. The name Lu Shuer hit me like a physical blow. I remembered seeing that name in the mortal spirit vein records. 300 years ago, a woman named Lu Shuer had cultivated her way to immortality as a mere mortal. My heart raced. The scroll gave more details. When Lu Shuer was 18, 10,000 bolts of divine lightning descended upon the mortal palace. She stood her ground. As a mortal, she endured 9,999 strikes. She walked into the final bolt willingly. She was pregnant, and she wanted the child in her womb to live. When the lightning hit, Lu Shuer was vaporized. Her soul was shattered. The child should have died, but the Jade Emperor intervened. He used his supreme power to catch the lingering fragment of the child's soul and brought it to heaven. That child was Princess Chi. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely hold the silk. I understood it all now. Why she practiced formations so desperately. Why she hated the rules of heaven. Why she refused to ascend further even though she had the power. She wasn't just a rebellious princess. She was an avenger. She was planning a revolution against the very system that had turned her mother to ash. No wonder, I whispered. I used to think she was just a spoiled brat throwing a tantrum. But inside that smiling, cheerful girl was a volcano waiting to erupt. She had seen the souls tortured by heavenly law. She had seen the innocent crushed by the same rules that killed her mother. And she was going to tear it all down with her own 2 hands. I exhaled a long, shaky breath and tucked the scroll into my innermost pocket. This secret was heavy enough to get me killed if the Jade Emperor found out. But it also made everything clear. I looked toward Princess Chi's palace in the distance. A girl burdened by a sea of blood and hatred lived there. And I, a lowly bricklayer from the mortal world, was the only one who knew her truth. What would I even say to her next time? Should I comfort her? Or pretend I knew nothing? Suddenly, The transmission talisman in my pocket glowed. Princess Chi's voice came through, sharp and anxious. Ma Mingyuan, get over here now. Something happened. I didn't think. I just ran. I reached her palace out of breath. She was standing in the courtyard, clutching a letter. Her face was deathly pale. What is it? I asked. She handed me the letter. It was written in the Jade Emperor's own hand. Her wedding date had been set. September 9th. Only 3 months away. 3 months. I gripped the paper. That's too fast. My father says the Qinghua Emperor is pressuring him, she said, her voice trembling. He's sending Tai-Bai Jinxing to oversee the wedding. He says it's to help me, but it's really just to watch me. My mind raced. 3 months wasn't enough time. I knew her secret, but I had no plan. And this marriage was clearly a trap. Princess, I whispered, leaning in close. Why does the Jade Emperor want you to marry the Qinghua Emperor so badly? She was silent for a moment, a flash of pure hatred crossing her eyes. Because the Qinghua Emperor has something my father wants. What is it? A fragment of the Kongtong seal. My heart skipped a beat. The Kongtong seal. One of the ultimate artifacts of the universe. If the Jade Emperor got his hands on that, no one, not even Princess Chi, would ever be able to stop him. The Kongtong seal. I couldn't believe it. That was an ancient divine artifact, said to possess the power to suppress the very fate of the world and command the heavens and earth. If someone managed to gather all its pieces, they'd have enough power to challenge the heavens themselves. The fragment is in the hands of the Qinghua Emperor? I asked, leaning closer. Not just him, Princess Chi said, shaking her head. As far as I know, the Kongtong seal was shattered into 4 pieces. The 2 largest shards are currently accounted for. One is held by the Qinghua Emperor. The other is held by my father, the Jade Emperor. My head spun. This wasn't a marriage at all. This was a cold-blooded trade for a divine artifact. The Jade Emperor was selling his own daughter. In exchange for the Qinghua Emperor handing over his fragment, he'd get Princess Chi as his prize. She was nothing more than a bargaining chip. What are you going to do? I asked. Princess Chi looked at me, her eyes burning with a fierce intensity. I'm going to find a way to ruin everything. Just as the words left her lips, a sharp knock echoed against the palace doors. Princess Chi, a voice called out. I am a servant under the great immortal Tai-Bai Jinxing. I have been sent by the new groom to deliver wedding gifts. Princess Chi and I locked eyes for a split second before instantly moving apart. I retreated to a corner, grabbing a tool and pretending to be a common repairman. She smoothed her expression, instantly shifting back into her usual, bubbly persona. The doors opened, and a handsome young boy walked in, followed by 8 celestial maids carrying ornate silk boxes of all sizes. The new groom says the wedding is fast approaching, the boy announced. He has sent a feathered robe of golden silk, 10 10,000-year-old peaches of immortality, and 3 jars of 9 heaven jade, due to express his sincerity. The boy paused, then added, Also, the new groom asked me to pass along a message. Princess Chi tilted her head. Oh, and what would that be? The boy stepped forward, lowering his voice. He says that if the princess is willing, she may meet with the Qinghua Emperor before the wedding. It would allow both parties to share their feelings and avoid any resentment later on. My heart sank. Tai-Bai Jinxing's words sounded like he was playing matchmaker, but I knew better. This was a trap to bind her to the Qinghua Emperor early. Once they met officially, the Jade Emperor would have no reason to back out. How wonderful! Princess Chi chirped, her face lit up with a fake smile. Please, tell the great immortal to arrange it for me. The boy nodded, satisfied, and led the maids out. As soon as the doors clicked shut, the princess's smile vanished. Are you crazy? I hissed, keeping my voice low. You're actually going to meet him? Of course I am, she said coldly. If I don't go, how will I know what kind of man he is? You have to know your enemy to strike them where it hurts. But what if? What are you afraid of? She interrupted. I'll just act like a brainless, innocent princess. I'll make him think he's marrying a harmless decoration. When he's at his most arrogant, that's when he'll show a weakness. I stayed silent for a moment, processing her plan. Have you contacted the Grand Supreme Elder, Taishang Laojun? She froze. How did you know I was looking for him? I guessed, I said. You're fighting both the Jade Emperor and the Qinghua Emperor. You can't do that alone. The only person in the heavens brave enough to cross them is that old man who pretends he doesn't care about the world. Princess Qi stared at me, then suddenly laughed. You really are smarter than I thought. She pulled a piece of paper from her sleeve, covered in dense writing. The Grand Supreme Elder agreed to help me, but he warned me that he will only protect himself. He'll only strike at the most critical moment. I scanned the paper, my brows furrowing. The Elder had proposed a daring plan. On the wedding day, Princess Qi was to swap the Kongtong seal fragment with a fake and then frame Erlang Shun for the theft. That's impossible, I blurted out. The fragment must have powerful seals on it. You can't just swap it like a common trinket. The Elder said he will give me a replica, she explained, her voice tinged with worry. If I swap them the moment the seal is handed over, the magical detection will be delayed for a few seconds. But the problem is, I need someone by my side to provide a distraction during that exact moment. I understood immediately. That person was me. A mortal worker at the 10th level of Qi refinement who hadn't even reached foundation establishment. I was being asked to pull off a heist right under the noses of two supreme gods. If we succeeded, the heavens would be turned upside down. If we failed, we'd be erased from existence. Are you willing to help me? She asked. There was a flicker of hope in her eyes, mixed with a deep tension. I took a deep breath, ready to answer, when a sudden surge of energy hit the air outside. I heard heavy footsteps approaching. A celestial official appeared at the door, his voice booming. Where is Ma Mingyuan? The great immortal Tai Bai Jinxing summons you. My stomach dropped. Why did he want me? Had word already spread about my encounter with the scholar at Luoxia Palace? I looked at the princess. Her face had gone pale. Go, she whispered. Be careful. I nodded and followed the official out of the hall. My mind was racing. Tai Bai Jinxing, Erlang Shun, the Qinghua Emperor, the Jade Emperor, every single one of them was playing a deadly game. And I, a mere mortal, was drowning in the deepest waters of the heavens. I felt the secret files hidden in my robe. The truth about the princess's birth was just the tip of the iceberg. These celestial secrets were darker than I ever imagined, and there was no turning back now. The official led me into a magnificent palace. Tai Bai Jinxing was sitting inside, holding a cup of tea with a warm, gentle smile. Ah, young friend Ma, you've arrived. Sit. He pointed to a cushion across from him. I have a few things I'd like to discuss with you face to face. My heart was pounding against my ribs, but I forced myself to sit down. This man's smile was as warm as a spring breeze, but his eyes felt like they were stripping me naked, seeing through every secret I held. No need to be nervous, he said, pouring me a cup of tea. I simply heard that during your time in the mortal realm, you had some connections with the underworld. I stiffened. It was true. The only reason I had been reborn was because an old acquaintance in the Yama Hall had pulled some strings. But even Princess Qi didn't know that. How could he? I'm just a mortal, great immortal. I wouldn't dare claim connections with the underworld, I said, lifting the tea to hide my face. I just passed through there after I died. It was all a blur. I don't remember a thing. Oh, he tilted his head but didn't push further. Instead, he shifted the topic. I brought you here because I need help repairing a side hall. The Great Hall of Brightness is undergoing major renovations, and the other craftsmen are overwhelmed. I breathed a secret sigh of relief. It sounded like a standard job. I followed the official out of the palace, twisting through a maze of paths until we reached a desolate, remote building. It was far from the main palaces, surrounded by overgrown weeds. It looked like it hadn't been touched in centuries. You'll work here, the official said, pointing inside. Someone will collect you once you're finished. I stepped inside, hit by the heavy scent of mold. In the center of the room stood a 10-foot-tall statue. Half of its face had crumbled away, revealing the raw clay beneath. Thick cobwebs hung everywhere like dusty curtains. This place is in the middle of nowhere, I muttered, picking up my tools. I had just cleared away a piece of broken tile when I saw a shadow flicker behind a pillar outside. I froze. I didn't turn my head. I just kept working as if I hadn't noticed. But my ears were sharp. The shadow moved fast and silently. After years of surviving in the mortal world, I knew that feeling. Someone, or something, was watching me. A moment later, a soft sound came from the doorway. I dropped my tools and glanced over. Standing there was an old Taoist priest wearing tattered, filthy robes. The old man stood at the bottom of the steps, his back hunched, and his hair a snowy white. He looked like a stray, down-on-his-luck rogue cultivator. When he saw me, his face wrinkled into a warm, wide smile as he hurried forward. "Young friend," he said, his voice aged and gentle. "I am new to the celestial court and seem to have lost my way. Could you tell me where I am?" It sounded perfectly natural. There wasn't a single crack in his performance. But as my gaze dropped to his feet, my pupils shrunk to pinpricks. He was wearing black cloth shoes, and the edges of the soles were caked in a thin layer of dark mud. It wasn't ordinary dirt. I knew that mud too well. It was ghost mud from the road to the Yellow Springs. When mortals die and walk that path, this mud clings to them. Even immortal magic can't wash it clean. This old priest wasn't a traveler. He was from the underworld. "This is just a side hall under renovation," I replied, keeping my voice steady. "Where did you come from, Taoist?" "Me? I'm just a rogue cultivator from Mount Kunlun," he sighed, looking around. "I stumbled upon a bit of luck and got the chance to visit the heavens. I didn't realize the celestial court was so vast. I've been walking in circles." As he spoke, he glanced into the hall. His eyes lingered on the broken statue for a fraction of a second. I felt a chill. A rogue cultivator? Wearing ghost mud shoes? This man was likely a judge from the underworld, disguised and scouting the celestial court. I thought back to what Princess Chi had mentioned. The fragments of the void seal. The three realms in chaos. It seemed the underworld was making its move. "Since you're lost, why not take a rest?" I stepped aside, gesturing for him to enter. I happened to have a pot of tea ready. His eyes lit up, but he didn't rush in. He stood his ground and smiled. "You are a kind-hearted young man." He stepped inside, appearing to look around casually, but his gaze snapped toward the back of the statue twice. My mind raced. There was definitely something hidden in this hall. As I poured the tea, I weighed my options. This guy was dangerous. A judge-level entity against a mortal like me at the 10th level of chi refinement? I couldn't fight him. I had to stall him and find a way to alert the princess. "Taoist," I said with a smile. "The celestial court has many forbidden zones. Be careful not to wander into the wrong place." He took the tea, his mouth opening to speak, but a sudden rush of footsteps cut him off. "Ma Mingyuan." Princess Chi's voice rang out. She burst into the hall and froze the moment she saw the old priest. The priest went stiff too. The air in the room turned heavy and cold. I stood between them, sensing a wave of pure hostility. The princess's hand was already white-knuckled on the hilt of her sword. The priest's warm smile vanished, replaced by a chilling mask. "Lu Chongqing, judge of the underworld," the princess said coldly. "What is a dead man doing in my celestial court?" The priest slowly set down his teacup. His eyes turned dark and predatory. "Princess Chi, I hope you've been well. I came here to discuss a major deal with the heavens. However," he turned his gaze toward me. "This mortal has learned things he shouldn't. I'm afraid he can't be allowed to live." Before the sentence even finished, he flicked his finger. A streak of black energy shot straight for my face. I threw myself to the side. The black bolt hissed past my ear and slammed into the wall behind me, blowing a hole the size of a fist into the stone. "Stop!" The princess's sword was out in a flash. A cold gleam of steel slashed toward Lu Chongqing's wrist. The priest pulled back, gliding 10 feet away like a ghost. "Princess, would you really strike an official of the underworld for a mere mortal?" His voice was raspy, and a faint green light flickered in his eyes. "The underworld and the heavens have always minded their own business. I am here on the orders of the Yama King. If you ruin this, can you handle the consequences?" The princess frowned, but her sword didn't waver. "If you have business, go to the Bright Hall. Why sneak into a side hall and try to murder a craftsman?" "I don't need to explain myself to a junior," Lu Chongqing sneered. His sleeves billowed as a thick black mist erupted from his body. It smelled of rot and death. Wherever the mist touched, the weeds withered and the stone steps cracked. I backed against the wall, my mind working at 1,000 miles an hour. I wasn't even at the first stage of immortality. I couldn't beat a stray spirit, let alone a judge. I had to get out. Suddenly, A system notification flashed in my vision. Warning: abnormal fluctuations detected at host residence. Prohibited artifact detected. Suspected framing in progress. Return immediately. My heart skipped a beat. Someone was hitting my home base. I had a judge trying to silence me in front, and someone planting evidence behind my back. I was just a guy laying bricks. How did I end up surrounded by enemies on all sides? Princess, I shouted. This judge says he has important business, but he doesn't even have an official pass. I bet he's a fake. Why would a real judge be skulk around a remote corner like this? Lu Changqing's face twisted. The princess hesitated, her eyes growing even colder. You little brat, you're asking for death. Lu Changqing stopped talking and formed a hand seal. A black chain erupted from the void, rattling as it lunged for my throat. It was a soul-locking chain, designed to rip a soul clean out of a body. If that hit me, I was headed straight for a cage in the underworld. How dare you? The princess's sword flared with light. She struck the chain, sending sparks flying. The chain drifted off course, but didn't break. Your swordplay is pathetic, Lu Changqing mocked. He waved his left hand, sending 3 bone needles flying toward my chest. I dove into a roll, grabbed a bucket of wet mortar from the floor, and hurled it with everything I had. The gray slush splattered across half of Lu Changqing's face. I didn't wait. I bolted for the door. Princess, keep him alive. I'm going for reinforcements. You. The princess tried to follow, but Lu Changqing, wiping the grit from his eyes with a snarl, forced her back with a surge of power. I ran like my life depended on it. I sprinted through corridors, vaulted over walls, and practically crawled the last few steps to my small courtyard. I slammed the gate shut, and the system pinged again. Warning: prohibited item detected. Soul-searing grass hidden under the bedpost. Soul-searing grass. My forehead broke out in a cold sweat. That was a rare herb from the demon realm. It eroded immortal energy and was strictly forbidden in the celestial court. Someone had planted it in my room to get me executed. I rushed inside and flipped my pillow. Sure enough, tucked under the post was a stalk of withered black grass. Its leaves were veined with dark red, emitting a faint, metallic stench. I reached out to grab it. Warning: do not touch. The grass is enchanted with a tracking seal. Touching it will trigger the alarm. I pulled my hand back, sweat dripping down my face. This was a setup. If the system hadn't warned me, I never would have looked. Once the princess finished her fight and came looking for me, she'd find this. I'd be branded a demon spy. Even worse, if the judge followed me here, he could use it as an excuse to kill me on the spot. I grit my teeth, forcing myself to stay calm. I couldn't touch it, and I couldn't let it be found. So how do I get rid of it? My eyes scanned the room. In the corners sat a stack of roof tiles I had prepared for tomorrow's repairs. That was it. I ran to the corner, shifted the tiles, and pulled out a small wooden box hidden beneath them. I recognized the box immediately. It was a discarded incense container made of fragrant wood, given to me by a warehouse manager a few days ago after I helped him organize some old junk. I grabbed a piece of talisman paper and used it like a scoop, nudging the soul-searing grass into the box without letting a single blade touch my skin. I snapped the lid shut. I pulled out my low-grade storage ring and shoved the entire box inside. Asterisk warning: storage device cannot fully isolate the forbidden aura. Item must be disposed of within 3 days. Otherwise, the restriction will breach the storage defense and expose the location of the soul-searing grass. Asterisk. 3 days. I took a deep breath, my heart hammering against my ribs. I turned to head out, but the sound of frantic footsteps stopped me cold right at my door. Ma Mingyuan, are you in there? It was Princess Qi. Her voice was sharp, laced with anger and anxiety. My mind raced. I reached up, yanked at my collar to tear the fabric, and smeared a handful of dust across my face. I wanted to look like I'd just crawled out of a wreckage. Then, I pushed the door open. Princess, what are you doing here? Where's the judge? She escaped, Princess Qi said, her face pale with rage. She used a shield technique. I couldn't hold her. I have to report this to my father immediately. Her eyes suddenly locked onto me, narrowing with suspicion. Why did you run back here? That judge was hunting you. What protection could this tiny courtyard possibly offer? I forced a bitter, pathetic smile. I was terrified. My legs turned to jelly, and I couldn't run any further. Besides, I don't have anything valuable here. If she wanted to search the place, let her. I spoke with total confidence, but every muscle in my body was taut like a bowstring. Princess Chi stared at me for several long seconds. Suddenly, her eyes squinted and her nose twitched. What is that smell? My heart skipped a beat. It felt like a bucket of ice water had been dumped down my neck. I kept my expression blank, tilting my head in confusion. Smell? What smell? I haven't lit any incense. It's not incense. She took 2 steps closer, her nose wrinkling as she sniffed the air around me. It's faint, like a medicinal herb. My pulse was racing so hard I thought it might burst my eardrums. I stayed calm. I lifted my arm and gave it a sniff myself. It might be pollen from the jade garden. I was working there all day. The roses are in full bloom right now, mixed in with the peonies and lilies. The scents get all tangled up on my clothes. I took a strategic step back, putting some distance between us, and put on a miserable face. Princess, I'm truly shaken. A judge breaking in at night? That's a death sentence. You should go report to the emperor. I'll stay hidden in my room. I'm not going anywhere. She watched me for a moment longer, then a small, cold smile touched her lips. You certainly value your life. Even an ant wants to live, I replied, bowing deeply. I'm just a lowly craftsman. I'll remember your kindness, princess. Fine. Stop flattering me. She waved a hand dismissively and turned toward the gate. I'm going to the Lingxiao Palace. Stay put. If that judge doubles back, scream at the top of your lungs. My secret guards at the southern heaven gate will hear you. She stopped at the exit and looked back one last time. That smell on you, it's strange. You'd better hope I don't find anything. With those parting words, she transformed into a streak of light and vanished. I slammed the door and leaned against it, exhaling a breath I didn't know I was holding. My inner shirt was soaked through with cold sweat. System, I whispered. How long until the soul-searing grass is exposed? Countdown. 2 days, 23 hours, and 57 minutes. Less than 3 days. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and walked back inside. I opened the storage ring just a crack. A wisp of black mist seeped out, swirling into the shape of that pitch-black herb with leaves like ghost claws. It radiated a chilling, malevolent energy. I stared at it and let out a cold laugh. You want to frame me? Fine. I'll boil this dirty water before I throw it back in your faces. Asterisk ding. Host's determination detected. Asterisk. Asterisk system alert. All hidden repairs to the project have been completed. The final mechanism shift array has been restored with system assistance. All spiritual energy nodes at the array are back to normal. My spirit lifted, and I closed my eyes and sank into the mental blueprint of the project. The 9 heavens, with 87 construction points and over 3,000 spiritual vein channels. Every single one of them was now glowing green. The traps were gone. I had fixed every weakness they could have used against me. It didn't matter who came to inspect the site now. It was clean. But it wasn't enough, and I asked, System, what defensive items can I exchange for right now? Available contribution points, 12,700. Recommended, 1. Heavenly Secret Shroud, high tier, 6,000 points blocks divination and tracking for 24 hours. 2. Myriad Spirit Bodyguard, mid-tier, 3,000 points withstands 1 hit from an immortal. 3. Deception Cloak, 2,500 points forges an aura and fake memories that last 3 days. 4. Wind Thunder Flash, 1,200 points short-distance teleportation for emergencies. I scanned the list and made my move. Give me the Deception Cloak and the Wind Thunder Flash. Exchange successful. 3,700 points deducted, with 9,000 points remaining. 2 talismans materialized in my palm. I carefully tucked the Wind Thunder Flash into my inner pocket. I slapped the Deception Cloak onto the inner lining of my storage ring, feeling the aura of the soul-searing grass vanish instantly. I walked to the window. Outside, the celestial court was a picture of peace, glowing clouds, flying cranes, and golden light. But toward the Lingxiao Palace, I saw dark clouds gathering at the edge of the horizon. It looked like ink dripping into clear water, spreading slowly and unstoppably. The wind picked up, chilling the sweat on my skin. Whatever is coming, let it come, I muttered. Right then, heavy footsteps thudded outside my courtyard. A loud bang rattled the door. Ma Mingyuan, are you there? By order of the emperor, you are summoned to the Lingxiao Palace immediately. My pupils shrank. I took a deep breath and opened the gate. 2 golden-armored soldiers stood there, their faces like stone. One of them glared at me. Let's go. Don't keep the emperor waiting. I straightened my torn robes and smiled. Lead the way. I stepped out of the courtyard, leaving my only sanctuary behind. The storm was here, and the lead actor had just taken the stage. I followed the soldiers through the sprawling palace complexes, my heart drumming a frantic rhythm in my chest. The steps to the Lingxiao Palace felt longer than I remembered. With every step, the surrounding guards threw sharp, piercing looks my way. I heard whispers. I saw smirks. I stopped in the center of the vast hall and dropped to one knee. Subject Ma Mingyuan greets the emperor. The towering figure on the dragon throne remained silent for a long moment. The hall was so quiet I could hear the flickering of the candles. Ma Mingyuan. The emperor's voice boomed, heavy with authority. How is the progress on the repairs to the Lingxiao Palace? My stomach tightened. It sounded like a casual question, but I knew it was a probe. Reporting to the emperor, the repairs are nearly finished. I've been working day and night. Only a few final decorative layers remain. I kept my voice as steady as possible. It should be complete in about 3 days. 3 days? Tai Bai Jinxing, standing to the left, stroked his long white beard. Didn't you say it would take at least 7 days just a short while ago? I've improved some of the techniques, Immortal. It significantly boosted our efficiency, I said with a small smile. Would you like to come and inspect it yourself? Tai Bai Jinxing's lip twitched. The emperor didn't seem interested in pushing the matter. He simply waved a hand. Since progress is good, keep at it. The Lingxiao Palace represents the dignity of the heavens. There must be no mistakes. I obey your command. I bowed and backed out of the hall, my back drenched in sweat. As I descended the stairs, I caught a glimpse of Princess Qi in a distant corridor. She was speaking in low tones with an old man in black robes. He held a yellowed ancient scroll. I could just make out the title, The Record of Fate. I narrowed my eyes. Princess Qi sensed my gaze and turned. She nodded at me, her smile as gentle as ever. But this time, I could see the blade hidden behind it. I didn't smile back. I just quickened my pace and headed straight back to the construction site. The heavenly soldier assigned to supervise me was leaning against a pillar, snoring away. When he heard my footsteps, he barely cracked an eyelid. Oh, you're back, he muttered, sounding bored. The emperor didn't execute you then? Hardly, I said, flashing a grin. I pulled a small flask of wine from my robe and tossed it to him. Hard work, brother. Have a drink to take the edge off. His eyes lit up. He grabbed the flask and took a massive gulp, immediately losing interest in me. I used the opening to start pacing around the construction site. While I was fixing the structural flaws earlier, I'd felt something off about the foundation of the Lingxiao Palace. Now that I was looking closer, I spotted it. Tucked into a joint between the bricks in the southeast corner was a faint trace of spiritual energy. It was invisible to the naked eye. Only someone trained in array formations could catch it. I crouched down, pretending to tie my shoelace. My fingers brushed the mark. Immediately, a system prompt flashed in my vision. Hidden array fluctuation detected. Level 7. Begin analysis? Analyze, I commanded silently. A virtual 3D projection bloomed before my eyes. It was a complete map of a hidden array buried deep beneath the floor tiles. The lines were complex, weaving together and pointing directly toward the Big Dipper's handle. My pupils shrank. I recognized this formation. It was a luck-stealing array. This thing was designed to drain the luck and essence from a 100-mile radius and funnel it toward a single point. I looked up, tracing the path through the palace walls. The destination was the emperor's private chambers. Someone was stealing the very essence of the heavens. I suppressed my shock and had the system record the entire structure. I stood up, preparing to walk away like nothing happened, when a crisp voice rang out behind me. Ma Mingyuan, what are you looking at? I froze. Princess Qi was standing right there. I hadn't heard her approach. Her long skirt trailed on the ground, and she was watching me with a look that wasn't quite a smile. I turned around, plastering a grin on my face. Princess Chi, you startled me. I was just checking if these floor tiles were loose. I'd hate for the repairs to fall apart so soon. Is that so? She walked closer, her eyes dropping to the bricks. What's so interesting about this spot? Her gaze suddenly sharpened. My heart skipped a beat, but I kept the smile steady. Nothing much, I said. I just thought the color looked a bit darker here. Probably dampness from the ground. I was thinking of adding some moisture proofing. She remained silent for a few seconds, then let out a soft laugh. You certainly are meticulous. She beckoned to someone behind her. The old man in the black robes stepped forward. Old Wu, take a look. Is there a problem with these bricks? Old Wu knelt and pressed his hand against the stone. I tightened my fist, ready to trigger my wind thunder escape talisman at a second's notice. But the old man just felt the surface and stood back up. Reporting to the princess, the bricks are indeed damp. It's likely groundwater seepage. Officer Ma's suggestion is correct. A little moisture proofing wouldn't hurt. Princess Chi nodded, then turned her gaze back to me. Then do as you suggested. She started to walk away, but stopped abruptly and looked back. By the way, you've been spending a lot of time at the Lingxiao Palace lately. Have you noticed anything strange? I blinked, acting confused. Strange? Like what? Her eyes swept across the area. Abnormal spiritual fluctuations. Or things that shouldn't be there. She sounded casual, but I caught the flicker of tension in her eyes. She was testing me. She wanted to know if I'd found the array. I scratched my head, looking clueless. You're joking, princess. I'm just a bricklayer. I spend my days covered in dust. I wouldn't know a spiritual fluctuation if it hit me. Although, I lowered my voice. A few days ago, I saw some huge rats scurrying across the beams in the emperor's chambers. Scared the life out of me. She arched an eyebrow. Rats? Yeah, I said, sounding dead serious. Heavenly rats must be different. They were bigger than mortal cats. Took me half the night to chase them off. Princess Chi actually laughed at that. Fine, get back to work. She turned and left, a faint scent of perfume lingering in the air. But I noticed that after a few steps, she glanced back at the floor tiles one last time. There was a hidden flash of panic in her eyes. Once she was gone, I let out a breath and straightened my back. I didn't know who planted that array, but Princess Chi and that old man were definitely in on it. As I started planning my next move, the system chimed again. Asterisk hidden plot discovered. The luck-stealing prologue. 500 points awarded. Continue tracking this plot. Asterisk. I didn't hesitate. Yes. Whatever game was being played, I was already on the board. I looked toward the Emperor's chambers and felt a cold smile tugging at my lips. Stealing the luck of the heavens? Someone was playing with fire. I was about to start dismantling the remaining array runes when a blood-red light exploded across my vision. Asterisk warning. Warning. Severe warning. Asterisk. The system box flickered violently, the crimson text practically bleeding off the screen. Asterisk high-threat plot character detected. Princess Chi, Yao Ji. Suggestion, immediately cut all contact. Avoid involvement in causal chains exceeding current level. Repeat, stay away from Princess Yao Ji. This is a mandatory warning. Asterisk. I frowned. The system had never used this tone before. Mandatory warning? What does that mean? Asterisk Princess Chi's true identity is bound to the second eye of the luck-stealing array. System cannot fully analyze. Host is currently a level 4 craftsman. Forced contact may result in karmic backlash and total annihilation. Asterisk. I stared at the words, my fingers twitching. Total annihilation? I took a deep breath and closed the box. Understood, I muttered. But internally, I was scoffing. The more the system warned me, the more it proved Princess Chi was hiding something massive. If I didn't dig up a secret this big, I'd just be waiting to die anyway. The next morning, I was setting out my tools when I heard light footsteps. Busy as usual, I see Officer Ma. Princess Chi was standing a short distance away. She had changed into a pale green celestial dress, her hair partially pinned up. She looked like a masterpiece of grace and beauty. My heart sank. The system warns me, and she shows up the very next day. I calmly put down my hammer and bowed. Does the princess have more instructions? You can just call me Yao Ji, she said, smiling as she approached. Her eyes drifted to the rune fragments on the ground. Things look different here today. I'm replacing some old arrays and rerouting the lines, I said, keeping my face neutral. Heavenly regulations require a base swap every 3 months to prevent rune aging. I see. She nodded, her eyes shimmering. Then she lowered her voice. You're very thorough, Officer Ma. Even your performance at the palace last night was seamless. My back went rigid. She knew what had happened in the hall. You're joking, Princess, I said. I'm just a simple craftsman. There's nothing seamless about me. Is that so? She tilted her head, her gaze suddenly turning razor-sharp. Then how do you explain the spirit-gathering rune you dismantled at midnight? That wasn't part of the official blueprints. The air around us froze. My pupils contracted. She knew about that? I had checked specifically for surveillance spells before I touched that rune. There had been nothing. Unless Princess Chi herself was the array's core, she shouldn't have known I touched it. If she was the anchor, she would feel every single vibration and change in the flow. I kept a simple, honest smile on my face, acting like I didn't understand her. I'm not sure what you mean by great engine runes, Princess. I was just clearing out some old, worn-out foundation stones. Is that so? She stared at me for 3 long seconds. Then, her face broke into a smile that looked like melting snow. Fine, let's drop it. I'm here today for actual business. She pulled a scroll from her sleeve and unrolled it in front of me. It was a beautifully designed architectural blueprint for a 7-story octagonal pavilion. It featured elegant flying eaves and intricate cloud patterns carved into every railing. In the center of the structure, there was a hollow space, clearly meant for something to be placed inside. I want to build a moon-viewing pavilion in the southeast corner of my palace, she said softly. I've already picked the spot. It's right on the land where you cleared those foundation stones yesterday. My heart sank. That specific spot was the central hub of the chi-stealing array. She wanted to build a pavilion directly on top of the anchor. Princess, that foundation was just torn up. It hasn't been refilled or stabilized yet, I said, trying to push back. Rushing a construction there could compromise the structural integrity of the entire supporting wall. It doesn't matter. I trust you, she interrupted. Her voice remained soft, but her eyes held a cold, undeniable authority. Superintendent Ma, you're a smart man. She leaned in close, her breath touching my ear. I know what you saw last night, and I know about the system you're hiding. My pupils contracted. She knew about the system? But I don't plan on exposing you, she said, stepping back with a playful smile. As long as you take this job, we can pretend the things between us never happened. This was a threat, a blatant, naked threat. I clenched my fists so hard my nails dug into my palms. I took a deep breath and looked up, forcing a helpless, bitter smile. Since your highness has put it that way, I wouldn't dare refuse. I'll take the job. Good. She nodded, satisfied. I want to see the preliminary framework in 3 days. She turned and walked away, her hem sweeping across the ground and leaving a faint scent of flowers in the air. The moment she was out of sight, the smile vanished from my face. System, analyze the hidden information in this blueprint. Analyzing. Warning. The surface layer is a standard pavilion structure. However, hidden within the foundation is a rank 7 subanchor for a chi-stealing array. Once built, it will link with the mother array to accelerate the extraction efficiency. My gaze turned cold. I knew it was a trap. She wanted to use my hands to permanently fix the array's core in place. Continue the analysis. Why is she moving now? Who is pulling her strings? Asterisk insufficient permissions. Host must complete the first-level dismantling task of the chi-stealing array to unlock related information. Asterisk. I bit my tongue. It looked like I had to take this hot potato and wait for a chance to strike back. I looked toward the direction she disappeared. Yaoji, you better hope your secret is big enough. Otherwise, I'm an opponent you really don't want to face. The next morning, before the sun was even up, I was summoned to an empty lot on the west side of the peach garden. Piles of clear jade stones were stacked everywhere. The size, color, and texture were all identical, and each block radiated a faint spiritual energy. This jade was tiers above any normal brick or tile. I crouched down and traced the blueprint with my finger. The drawings were incredibly detailed, marking the exact position, angle, and gap width for every single stone. At first glance, it was just an elegant pavilion. But I noticed something strange. Near the edges of the map, There were several curved lines disguised as decorative patterns. The flow and spacing of these lines didn't follow any rules of structural mechanics, unless the lines themselves were functional. I didn't say a word. I picked up the first stone and set it in its designated spot. Boom. The ground vibrated slightly as the stone hit the floor. A few celestial servants nearby were still dozing off and didn't notice, but my grip tightened. I felt something wake up beneath my feet. System, scan the foundation structure below. Scanning. Warning. Hidden rune sequence detected. Coverage area, 30 feet in diameter, arranged in a spiral. Every layer of stone on the surface corresponds to a rune node. Once fully assembled, it will form a complete chi conversion array. This array has no offensive effect, but can directionally shift the flow of fortune. My expression darkened. It was a gathering array, just as I suspected. But the system wasn't done. There is a smaller rune structure nested within the bottom layer. Function currently unanalyzable. Core contact required. I took a deep breath. I picked up the second stone, then the third. As I worked, I used the system to scan the back and bottom of every single block. The results made my blood run cold. The bottoms of these stones were etched with runes as thin as hair. They were invisible to the naked eye. Only a specialized spiritual sight could detect them. These runes were designed to link together. Once the floor was laid, it wouldn't be a pavilion. It would be a precision-engineered machine for sucking away fortune. I let out a low grunt and kept working. As the sun reached its peak, Princess Chi arrived. She had changed into a plain white dress with a tasseled waist, holding a jade fan. She looked like a noble lady out for a stroll, not a supervisor checking a construction site. "How is the work coming along, Superintendent Ma?" Her voice was gentle, carrying just the right amount of concern. I turned around, wearing my usual honest grin. "Don't worry, Princess. I'm following the prince perfectly. I guarantee this will be better than anything those old-timers at the Ministry of Works could do." "That's good." She walked to the edge of the foundation, her eyes scanning the layers of jade I had already laid. Her lips curled into a slight smile. I had to beg the Queen Mother for days before she approved this pavilion. She says there aren't many places in the heavenly court where spiritual energy gathers so densely, so we must treat every inch of this land with care. She paused, her tone becoming heavy with meaning. "Wouldn't you agree, Superintendent?" My heart skipped a beat. She was warning me not to mess with the energy flow here. "The princess is absolutely right," I replied, my hands never stopping. I picked up a fourth stone. "I'm just a craftsman. I do exactly what I'm told." "I hope so." She withdrew her gaze and turned to leave. The moment her back was to me, my hand slipped. The sharp edge of the jade stone sliced right through my index finger. I hissed in pain. As if by reflex, I let go of the stone. It crashed onto the ground, snapping in half. My blood splattered naturally across the broken stone and the unlaid runes of the foundation. "Oh, Superintendent Ma, why were you so careless?" a servant cried out, rushing over with a handkerchief. "It's nothing, just a scratch." I grunted, shaking my hand as if it hurt. More droplets of blood flew out, landing precisely on several rune nodes. I stepped on the broken stone, shifting my body to block the princess's line of sight. The system pinged immediately. Blood contact with rune sequence detected. The Tier 1 aura in the host's blood is causing a rejection reaction with the heavenly runes. Nodes Bingyin, Wusu, and Rinwu are being eroded. Connection integrity has dropped by 17%. The chi conversion array requires 100% completion to activate. Current eroded nodes. The broken runes couldn't be replaced with new ones. Not unless the entire foundation was torn down and rebuilt from scratch. I looked at the fractured stone and felt a cold smile forming in my mind. If I could just find a few more opportunities to accidentally spill my blood on key nodes, this array would never be fully activated. Would Princess Yaoji notice? Maybe. But as long as the pavilion wasn't finished, she wouldn't tear off her mask of politeness just yet. I still had time. "Superintendent Ma, is the injury serious?" Yao Ji's voice rang out right behind me. A chill ran down my spine. When did she walk back? I turned around. She was standing less than 3 steps away, her jade mountain ornament swaying gently. Her gaze dropped to the cracked stone on the ground, and I saw her eyes flicker. "Oh, Superintendent Ma, your blood. Why is it so red? Her tone carried a hint of curiosity, but I could hear the sharp edge of suspicion hidden beneath it. The princess must be joking, I said with a grin, pressing down hard on my wound. If blood isn't red, what else would it be? Yao Ji stared at me for 3 long seconds. Then, slowly, she let out a gentle, graceful smile. I suppose you're right, but you should be more careful from now on. These materials are precious. My mother, the Queen Mother, loves these things. If they get damaged, I won't be able to explain it to her. She paused, her smile fading slightly. Especially the pieces, with the patterns on them. My heart skipped a beat. She knew. She definitely knew I had discovered the runes, and she knew my accident was intentional. But she didn't expose me. She just gave me one last deep, unreadable look before turning to leave. I watched her walk away, my palms drenched in cold sweat. System, I whispered. Why didn't she call me out? Analyzing, the system replied. Insufficient data. However, it is confirmed that the princess does not view the host as a target for immediate elimination. She views the host as a controllable chess piece. As long as the piece is useful, she will not discard it. A chess piece, huh? I looked down at the runes on the ground, now stained dark by my blood. My eyes narrowed. Let's see who the real player is in this game. I knelt and picked up the broken stone for a closer inspection. Just then, the system flashed a red warning. Warning: abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations detected 30 feet underground. Waveform matches the rune nodes destroyed by the host. Preliminary judgment: the chi conversion array is not independent. It is linked to a much larger formation deeper underground. Your sabotage has affected the main array. My fingers froze. It wasn't just a small garden project. This was connected to something massive. I looked toward the peach orchard, then toward the distant Kunlun Mountains. Yao Ji didn't just want a pavilion. She wanted that giant array. That evening, I put down my carving knife and brushed the stone dust off my clothes. I had an invitation to a drinking session with several local earth gods. Normally, a newly promoted spiritual craftsman like me wouldn't be invited to a gathering of deities, but I'd worked on temple repairs with them before. They liked that I was skilled and didn't talk much. The party was held under an old locust tree behind the city god temple. When I arrived, 7 or 8 spirits were already seated. At the head was Zhao Gongming, the earth god of the eastern district. Next to him was Old Man Lu from the western suburbs, followed by various mountain gods and river earls. They weren't high-ranking, but they were old souls who had survived in this realm for centuries. Little Ma is here. Sit, sit. Zhao Gongming waved me over. I sat down, and the stone table was immediately covered with spiritual fruits and immortal wine. The aroma was so thick it was almost solid. Nothing major today, just a little get-together. Old Man Lu laughed, pouring me a cup. I heard you're building a pavilion for Princess Yao Ji. That's a lucrative job, isn't it? I took a sip of the wine. A wave of heat rushed straight to my head. Hardly lucrative, I smiled. Just a lot of work. As the drinks flowed, the conversation turned to gossip. The earth gods, their faces flushed red, started sharing the latest scandals from the heavenly court. Did you hear? The Wind Master and Rain Master had another fight over which county gets rain first. Almost took it to the Jade Emperor's hall. That's nothing, Old Man Lu whispered, leaning in. He glanced around the table, his eyes lingering on me for a second, as if debating whether to speak in front of a newcomer. Zhao Gongming waved a hand dismissively. Little Ma is one of us. It's fine. Old Man Lu leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a low murmur. Princess Yao Ji, you all know her, right? My hand tightened around my cup, but I kept my face neutral, even adding a look of curiosity. I heard she's had dealings with several heavenly lords, Lu whispered. Lord Qinghua, Lord Ziwei, there are stories. They say when she went down to the mortal realm for her tribulation, one of them risked being demoted just to follow her down. That's bold, a river earl gasped, eyes wide. You bet, Lu downed his wine. But the whole thing was suppressed. No one dares speak of it openly. The princess has a lot of influence, especially over the peach orchard operations. Her reach is very long. I kept my head down, drinking quietly, while watching everyone's expressions. Some were smirking, others were thoughtful. Everyone knew something, but no one dared dig deeper. The conversation eventually shifted, and after a few more rounds, I excused myself, claiming I had an early start the next day. As I walked out of the temple, the night wind hit me, and the alcohol began to cloud my mind. I leaned against a wall in a dark alley, processing everything I'd heard. Yao Ji was connected to powerful heavenly lords. She had a scandalous past that was covered up. She had total control over the peach orchard's arrays. I narrowed my eyes. Information was a weakness. If I used this correctly, I could break the lock on that giant array. I took a deep breath, shaking off the drunken fog, and hurried back. The next morning, I woke up with a pounding hangover. I barely had time to pick up my carving knife before I heard hurried footsteps behind me. Ma Mingyuan. Yao Ji's voice was sharp with anger. I turned to see her dressed in simple white silk, her hair tied back, her face a mask of displeasure. She marched up to the pavilion and scanned the progress. Her expression turned cold. 3 days, and this is all you've done? I looked at the carvings on the pillar. Rune work is complex, princess. It can't be rushed. Can't be rushed, she sneered. I need this pavilion ready by next month. At this rate, you won't be finished by next year. The other craftsmen bowed their heads, terrified. I stood my ground, meeting her gaze calmly. I knew she didn't actually care about the construction speed. She was anxious about the array. After a few tense seconds, her expression suddenly softened. She sighed and pulled a small jade bottle from her sleeve, holding it out to me. Take it, she said. Consider it compensation. I took the bottle and opened the cap. A powerful, concentrated surge of immortal energy hit me instantly. An immortal pill. It wasn't just any pill. Its grade was high, a rare treasure by any standard. Yao Ji patted my shoulder, her voice softening until it sounded like she was coaxing a child. She told me to hurry the work along and not to disappoint her. Then, she turned and walked away. I gripped the jade bottle, watching her retreating back. A flash of coldness crossed my eyes. I looked down at the immortal pill and let out a dry laugh. This woman cursed me for being slow with one breath and handed me a life-extending pill with the next. Her message was crystal clear: move faster, don't delay, and don't die on the job. I tucked the bottle into my robe and turned back toward the pavilion. I raised my carving knife, but my hand froze in midair. The cold, mechanical voice of the system rang out in my mind. Warning: the immortal pill in the host's possession contains a unique spiritual energy imprint refined by the 7th princess. If the host consumes this pill, the heavenly court will be able to track the host's location and physical condition in real time. My fingers tightened around the jade bottle. I took a deep breath, suppressing a sneer. An immortal pill with a tracking bug. Of course. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the heavens. I tossed the bottle into a corner of my storage space and picked up my knife again. The blade hit the green stone with a crisp clack. One stroke after another, the rhythm was steady. But my mind was racing. Yao Ji's move showed me exactly how much she valued, or feared, my role in this construction. Since she was so desperate for progress, I decided to use that momentum to do something else. I needed to get close to the center of power. I needed to talk to the old minister, Taibai Jinxing. I put down my knife and brushed the stone dust from my hands. I looked toward the southern heaven gate. I had squeezed some information out of the guards a couple of days ago. Apparently, Taibai Jinxing went to the Imperial Library every afternoon to look through old archives. I cleaned my tools, changed into a clean official robe, and headed toward the library. 2 golden-armored guards blocked my path at the entrance, their expressions unfriendly. Halt. The Imperial Library is restricted. No unauthorized personnel allowed. I bowed and gave them a polite smile. Generals, I am Ma Mingyuan, the craftsman in charge of repairing the south courtyard pavilions. I heard some tiles on the western eaves of the library are loose. I came to check them before the rain leaks in and ruins the scrolls. I pulled out a document stamped by the Ministry of Works. One guard scanned it, looked me up and down, and snorted. Go in, but don't touch anything you shouldn't. I nodded and stepped inside. The room smelled of sandalwood. Sunlight filtered through the carved windows, casting patterned shadows over mountains of scrolls. My eyes scanned the room and quickly locked onto a figure. Taibai Jinxing was sitting behind a desk, frowning at a yellowed bamboo slip. He was absorbed. I didn't approach him directly. Instead, I went to the western window and started tapping on the eaves with my tools. The handle of my knife clicked against the tiles. The sound disturbed him. He looked up, confusion flaring in his eyes. "Who are you?" I dropped my tools and bowed low. "Small immortal Manhwa, here to check the loose tiles, my lord." Tai-Bai Jinxing put down the bamboo slip and stroked his beard. A craftsman with a sense of duty. Commendable. "I wouldn't dare take credit," I said with a smile, my eyes drifting toward the scroll on his desk. "The rules in heaven are strict. Being new here, I figured I should stay busy to avoid trouble." I let out a low sigh. To be honest, these rules are more complicated than a mortal government office. One wrong step and you're finished. Tai-Bai Jinxing's brow twitched. He stared at me for a few seconds, then let out a soft chuckle. "Young man, realizing that means you aren't completely stupid." I felt a spark of hope, but kept a bitter smile on my face. Even if I see it, what can I do? I'm just a guy who moves bricks. I have to follow every single rule. Rules, humph. He picked up a teacup and took a sip, his gaze turning distant. Some rules aren't meant for little people like you. But other rules, those are made specifically to keep people like you in line. He lowered his voice. "Mind your own business. Just do your job." My heart skipped a beat. There was a hidden meaning there. I nodded like I was confused, tapped a few more tiles, and turned to leave. Right then, the system chimed again. Target contact, Tai-Bai Jinxing. System detection. Tai-Bai Jinxing is a veteran official who participated in the Nine Heavens incident 1,000 years ago. During that event, the previous Jade Emperor's legitimate son perished, leading to a total shift in power. Approaching this individual may trigger a hidden plot line. I froze. Cold sweat broke out across my back. The Nine Heavens incident? The death of the Emperor's son? I forced myself to stay calm and looked back. The old man was already back to his reading, looking peaceful, as if he hadn't just warned me. But I knew better. This gentle, old man was dangerous. I walked out, and the guards slammed the doors shut. A cold wind hit me. Tai-Bai Jinxing told me to stay out of it, but he didn't realize I was already watching him. Meanwhile, Princess Yao Ji was feeding me pills and tracking my every move. Were these two things connected? That night, I lay in my small shack, staring at the system logs. The Nine Heavens incident. Those words wouldn't leave me alone. I sat up and pulled out the pill Yao Ji gave me. It glowed faintly in my palm. Yao Ji wanted to watch me. Tai-Bai Jinxing wanted me to stay quiet. The water in the heavenly court was much deeper than I thought. I put the pill away and closed my eyes. A bold plan was forming. Tai-Bai Jinxing didn't want me meddling? Well, now I was going to meddle even harder. I had to find out what really happened during that incident. The next day, I returned to my courtyard and saw a familiar figure standing under the locust tree. It was the seventh princess. She wasn't wearing her royal finery. She had on a simple green cloak, looking like she was trying to stay low profile. "Ma Mingyuan," she said. Her voice was quiet but carried the weight of a command. "Come with me." My heart sank, but I kept my face neutral. "Princess, how can I help you?" "Stop talking and follow me." She walked fast, leading me behind a secluded rock formation where the only sound was the rustling of bamboo. I followed, my mind racing. She was the Emperor's favorite daughter. For her to meet a lowly craftsman in private like this meant one of two things. She needed a favor, or she was going to kill me. I secretly gripped a shard of the demon refining stone in my sleeve. She turned around, staring at me for 3 long seconds. "I want you to help me," she whispered. "I need you to spy on Tai-Bai Jinxing." I blinked, stunned. "What?" "I know you've been repairing the eaves at the Imperial Library lately," she said, her eyes narrowing. The seventh princess's voice was calm, but her eyes were sharp enough to cut glass. She told me Tai-Bai Jinxing had been getting too close to the major families of the immortal realm lately. On the surface, I didn't say a word, but my mind was spinning. What kind of game was she playing, asking me to spy on a high-ranking official? "Princess," I said, testing the waters. "I'm just a guy who moves bricks. Asking me to spy on the ministers of heaven? You're giving me way too much credit." "Don't be modest," she sneered. "You stayed on the roof of the Imperial Library for ages without being caught. You managed to strike up a conversation with Tai-Bai Jinxing and walk away in one piece. Do you think just anyone can do that?" I felt a chill. This princess wasn't simple at all. I stayed silent for a moment. letting a look of hesitation crawl across my face. Princess, Tai-Bai Jinxing is the Emperor's right-hand man. If I get caught... Are you afraid of dying? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Terrified, I nodded honestly. I've got an 80-year-old mother at home and a 3-year-old. Enough, she snapped, waving her hand dismissively. She pulled a jade pendant from her sleeve and tossed it to me. Take this. It's a telepathic jade. If you're in danger, crush it. I'll feel it, and it might just save your life. I caught the jade. It was warm to the touch, carved with a delicate 7-petaled lotus. It was a high-quality treasure, but I kept my expression nervous. Princess, you have to give me something to go on. What exactly am I looking for? Watch who he meets and what they talk about, she whispered, leaning in. Specifically, see if he has any contact with Yao Ji. My heart leaped. Yao Ji again. I forced down the wave of shock and squeezed out a bitter smile. I'll do my best, princess. Don't do your best. Just do it, she said coldly. Succeed, and I'll make sure you're promoted and wealthy. Fail. She didn't finish the sentence, but the threat was loud and clear. After she left, I stood there rubbing the jade pendant. I actually smiled. One person wanted me to spy on Tai-Bai Jinxing, and the other told me to mind my own business. They both wanted to use me as a pawn. Fine. I'd play the double agent. I turned and headed straight back toward the Imperial Library. Tai-Bai Jinxing was still there, leaning over to inspect the repairs on the eaves. When he saw me rushing back, he looked up. Craftsman Ma? What is it now? I put on my most miserable face and leaned in close. Lord Tai-Bai, I'm in trouble. I need your guidance. He straightened up and studied me. Let's hear it. The 7th princess just found me, I said, wringing my hands in fake panic. She told me to spy on you. She said you're getting too close to the big families and told me to watch your every move. I stole a glance at his face as I spoke. His expression didn't change, not even a flinch. Only the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepened slightly. The princess wants you to spy on me, he asked calmly, as if we were discussing the weather. Yes. I looked like I was about to cry. I'm just a roof repairman. I don't want to be caught in the middle of this. But she gave the order, and I don't dare disobey. Lord, what should I do? I played the part of a pathetic bug caught between two mountains perfectly. Tai-Bai Jinxing was silent for a long time. Then he smiled. It was a thin, cold smile, like a layer of ice over a dark, rushing river. You're a smart one, Craftsman Ma, he said. You knew you couldn't keep this from me. I bowed quickly. I just felt that you've always been kind to me, Lord. I couldn't do something so dishonest to you. Go ahead and agree to the princess's demands for now, Tai-Bai Jinxing said, putting his hands behind his back and looking out at the sea of clouds. If she wants you to watch me, then watch. But remember, whatever you see, you tell me first. He turned his gaze back to me. You won't disappoint me, will you? I nodded frantically. Of course not. Don't worry, Lord. I'll tell you everything about the princess's side. He nodded, satisfied. Then, after a pause, he spoke again. Craftsman Ma, have you ever heard of the 9 Heavens incident? My pulse quickened. Here it was. I acted confused. The 9 Heavens incident? No, I've never heard of it. It happened a long time ago, he said, his tone flat. That year, the heavens suffered a great upheaval. The eldest son of the previous emperor perished in the chaos. I held my breath. And then, the new emperor took the throne. Everything returned to peace. He looked at me deeply. Sometimes, knowing too much is a bad thing. I've said enough for today. Think it over. He turned and walked away. I watched his back disappear into the corridor. The eldest son of the previous emperor died in the upheaval, and then the current emperor took over? A chill ran down my spine. The jade pendant in my hand suddenly felt like it was burning hot. By the time I got back to the construction site, it was getting dark. As soon as I stepped into the craftsman's shed, I saw a crowd gathered around a pile of bricks. They were whispering, their faces pale with fear. What happened? I asked, walking over. Old Zhao, the supply guy, looked up. His face was white as a sheet. Craftsman Ma, old Lu is dead. Which old Lu? Lu the Third. The new guy? He was just eating bread with us this morning. My heart sank. I pushed through the crowd. Lu the Third was lying behind the bricks, curled in a ball. His eyes were wide open, his mouth agape. His face was frozen in a mask of absolute terror. At first glance, it looked like he'd been scared to death. I knelt down for a closer look. No wounds. No blood. Not even a sign of a struggle. It was as if someone had just reached in and sucked the life right out of him while he was walking. Back up. Everyone get back. I barked. Has this been reported? We told the heavenly soldiers on guard, old Zhao whispered. They said it was an accident. Told us to take the body to the crematorium. An accident? I frowned. Working in the heavenly construction camps was dangerous, but people usually died of exhaustion. I'd never seen someone die of fright here. I noticed a faint, dark gray mark on his forehead, like a lingering shadow of some energy that had seeped in and vanished. Before I could look closer, I heard heavy footsteps. 2 heavenly soldiers in silver armor marched up, followed by a woman in a plain gray robe. She looked ordinary, but her eyes were piercing. She glanced at the body, then at me. Are you the head craftsman here? I am, I said. The 7th princess heard there was an accident. She sent me to check, she said flatly. Where's the body? I stepped aside. She knelt down, flipped old Lu's eyelids, checked his mouth, and pressed on his chest. She stood up and wiped her hands. Heart failure. Overworked. It's an accident. Take him away and burn him. Wait, I said, stopping the soldiers as they reached for the body. I still need to examine him. The woman turned, her eyes cold. What did you say? He's one of my men, I said, meeting her gaze. I need to know exactly how he died. Even if it was an accident, I need an explanation. I told you it was an accident, she said, her voice dropping an octave. Are you questioning my judgment? I wouldn't dare, I said, bowing slightly but not backing down. But a man died on my site. I have to give the other workers an answer. You know how tight the schedule is lately. If my men are terrified, the work won't get done, I said firmly. The woman stared at me for several long seconds. I saw a flicker of annoyance in her eyes, but she knew the deadline was non-negotiable. This project was the 7th princess's top priority. I'll give you 1 night, she said, her voice dropping to a cold whisper. Before the sun rises tomorrow, this mess needs to be cleaned up. She turned on her heel and marched away with the 2 heavenly soldiers. Once they were out of earshot, old Zhao huddled close to me. Master Ma, who was that woman? He whispered, his voice trembling. She has a hell of a temper. The 7th princess's confidant, I said, narrowing my eyes. She's in a hurry to burn the body. That means she's hiding something. I turned back to old Lu's corpse. Night had fully fallen now. Torches flickered across the construction site, casting long, dancing shadows. I told old Zhao to guard the entrance of the work shed and pulled out a sharp chisel I kept on me. I knelt down to begin the real examination. At first glance, everything looked normal. His clothes were intact. There were no signs of a struggle or external wounds. I checked his collar, his armpits, and his back. Nothing, but when I flipped him over and checked the nape of his neck, my fingers froze. I felt a tiny bump. It was a pinhole. It was smaller than a sewing needle, practically invisible to the naked eye. I pulled out a fire starter and held the flame close. The hole was positioned with terrifying precision. It was right at the feng fu point, the junction where the brain meets the spinal cord. I took a sharp breath. In mortal medical books, this was a lethal pressure point. But in the world of heavenly craftsmen, we knew it was more than that. This was the bridge between the soul and the flesh. If someone used the right technique to extract a soul through this point, the victim would die instantly. No marks. No evidence. My hands started to shake. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice rang out in my head. Ding. System has detected special energy residue. Energy signature, soul exhaustion art. Source, heavenly high-level power system. Level, 9 heavens mysterious immortal or above. Warning, this art is a forbidden taboo in the heavens. Practitioners face soul destruction as punishment. Suggestion, do not investigate further to avoid self-immolation. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. A 9 heavens mysterious immortal? There were only a handful of people in the entire heavenly court at that level. Why would someone like that use a forbidden military-grade technique to kill a low-level temporary worker like old Lu? He was just a guy moving bricks. As I pondered this, the jade pendant in my pocket suddenly grew hot. I pulled it out. The gift from the 7th princess was glowing. Then, her voice drifted out of it, carrying a hint of a playful, meaningful smile. Master Ma, I heard there was a death on your site. Do you want me to help you look into it? I gripped the burning jade, my heart skipping a beat. Her timing was too perfect. Was she offering a hand, or was she testing me to see how much I knew? I rubbed the surface of the jade and kept my voice calm. Your Highness is well informed. He hasn't even been dead for 2 hours. The heavens are only as big as you make them, she chuckled. I heard there was something strange about that craftsman. My gaze sharpened. How did she know? Did her maid report back already? Or was she the one behind it? It is a bit suspicious, I said, choosing my words carefully. It looks like sudden death, but there's a pinhole on the back of his neck that doesn't sit right with me. A pinhole. Interest peaked in her voice. How interesting. Wait for me. I'll find some time to visit your site myself. The glow of the jade faded. I clenched my fist, my brow furrowed. She was moving too fast. I didn't know if she was after the truth or something else entirely, but I knew one thing. I had to hide the evidence. It was time to use the secret chamber I'd built under the Lingxiao Hall. Later that night, under a dark moon, I waited for the guard rotation. I crouched in a corner, weighing a black iron pickaxe I'd borrowed from the warehouse. I knew the foundation of this place like the back of my hand. 1 meter of green gold stone, a layer of profound yellow earth, and then the bedrock. When we were building the foundation, I'd intentionally left a weak spot in the eastern corner. It looked solid, but if you knew where to hit, the stone would give way to soft earth. I checked my surroundings. The patrol was heading south. Now, I swung the pickaxe. The stone cracked with a dull thud. I pried the slab open, revealing a hole just big enough for a man to crawl through. I slipped inside and pulled the stone back into place behind me. It was pitch black. I pulled out a night pearl, and its faint glow filled the small space. I'd planned this room to be 3 meters wide, plenty of space to hide things. Because it was directly under a side hall of the Lingxiao Palace, the ambient immortal energy would mask any spiritual probes. I pulled a small cloth bundle from my robe. Inside was the fine needle I'd extracted from old Lu's neck and a piece of cloth stained with his black blood. I tucked the bundle into a pre-dug hole in the corner and packed it with dirt. Then, I sat cross-legged and began to chant. I traced a seal in the air. A ripple of invisible energy spread from my palms, coating the walls. This was a concealment array I'd learned from the Forbidden Record. It could block the divine sense of even a high immortal. I layered 2 more arrays on top of it to hide my scent and mimic the natural vibrations of the soil. I wiped the sweat from my forehead. With this evidence hidden, I had leverage, even if the princess turned on me. I was just about to crawl back out when I heard footsteps right above the hole. Master Ma, where are you?